The Devil Princess, A Laid-Back Demon's Tale, Volume 2, A Moonlit Tea Party. By Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Prologue. Devil Princess will love your soul for eternity. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Bang. Arujo-sama. What's the matter, dear, Sama? Did you have a scary dream? Nightmares? Someone, get Toma. As the door burst open, a swarm of maids flooded into the room. Oh, no, huh? Could they have heard that line? Among the maids were Vio, Fur, and even Min, who had been taking care of me for a while. The head maid, Barbara, was also there, managing the maids. They started to cuddle me, check if the sheets were wet, and even prepared a bunch of stuffed animals for me to sleep with. It's okay. Is it true, Sama? It is true. Despite the late hour, the maids crowded in to take care of me. I calmed them down, cuddled with them, and then kicked them out of the room, slamming the door shut. As the adrenaline rush settled, I felt my ears and face heat up, realizing I was burning up with fever. My father, once a prince, now a Grand Duke. My grandparents were the king and queen. Snacking on treats was delicious. Staring at the city's night view with a strange tension, I thought, oh, I'll love you. No, sleep. I crawled into the enormous canopy bed and, with my head buried, began to sleep like a sulking child. Section. Huh? What is this? I found myself in a strange world. Buildings reaching the sky made of stone, iron, and glass. Elaborate furnishings adorned with brightly colored wooden carvings of dragons and lions, lining a grand avenue. A rough pile of rocks that might be considered art, or maybe just a house. A white castle with seamless, wet glass-like textures. A dilapidated golden carriage. A cookie and candy crafted, intricate tank. A floating carpet with no apparent way to ride it. There were old-fashioned things and things beyond my understanding in this cityscape, a mishmash of ages, places, and even physical laws that defied my knowledge. And that's not all. Department store? A building made of stone, tiles, and glass, resembling a mall, with various stores and colorful signs displaying English and Japanese characters. Did I get reincarnated again? No, that's not it. If I raise my hand, I can still see my chubby, childlike hands. My hair, shimmering disgustingly golden at the edges of my vision. The fur of a demon. If it's not reincarnation, maybe summoning? I'm still in the silk-like pajamas they put me to sleep in, and when I look up at the sky, a pitch-black night with a sword-like crescent moon greets me. Where am I? Contrasting the dark sky, the city is illuminated with dazzling lights. Yet there's not a trace of any living creature. If there's a world as absurd and nonsensical as this. Yes, of course. This is a dream, young lady. Suddenly hearing that voice, I turn around with a sense of acceptance rather than surprise. Who are you? Aren't you surprised? Well, I'm a bit surprised. The person, probably in his mid-20s with black hair, smiles as he narrows his eyes in response to my answer. Not pure black. His dark blue hair, reminiscent of a deep night, and the equally colored tailcoat give him an air of elegance. With gentle red eyes fixed on me, he snaps his fingers with theatrical flair. How about some drinks? Abruptly, spotlights illuminate the previously empty night sky, revealing a glass tea table and chairs made of glass. Unexplainably, a maid skeleton in crimson attire and a panda in a crimson butler outfit are awkwardly brewing tea. Very crimson. Well then, extending his hand, my sleepwear transforms into an outfit resembling Alice from a fairy tale. Despite no recollection of moving, I find myself seated, sipping tea. I see. This is a dream. However, the man in front of me is an unearthly handsome being, exuding adult allure and charm in amounts unseen before. Absolutely not feeling any excitement, the words slip out involuntarily. Honestly, being straightforward isn't always a virtue. Yet, as he swirls the red liquid in his glass, he seems genuinely amused by my words, a big smile on his face. Well, that's understandable. In a way, you and I are like siblings. Saying so, he spills the red liquid on the table, and it morphs into squirming, entirely red hamsters. They help themselves to the table's sweets without permission. The crimson skeleton in Panda, when turned into liquid, transform into countless puppies and kittens, playing around on their own. Things that share a high affinity naturally gather and might lend a hand. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll obey, though. Is that blood? Well, whatever. Siblings? Just in a sense. Russia. Ah, right, I'm Russia. Despite the name revealing my demonic nature, being in this strange space makes me almost forget, causing my existence to blur. Dangerous, dangerous. But was it a coincidence? Or was it part of his plan that led to this? Or perhaps, did he call my name before it happened to remind me? Who are you? To my question, he smiles, tilting his head ever so slightly. Well, I've been called by various names depending on the era and place. The original name is quite long. He pretends to think impatiently and slowly opens his mouth. So for now, call me Mephi. Mephi. Your name sounds kinda girly. It's probably a nickname, but just revealing a part of that name already put a load on my demonic soul. Ah. This is getting dark. I came to talk with you tonight. Russia. With me? Yes. As Mephi nodded, his figure danced like a bright red mannequin under the spotlight. Russia. You're interesting. I've never seen anything like you in the endless ages. To become an entity like you, it usually takes the randomness of lower beings evolving into intelligent beings and time. With a clink, he shook the glass in front of me again, and I tilted my head in response. That's what I've been told. Don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming you or asking for anything. I've traveled through various worlds, and I must be grateful for the coincidence of meeting you in a world like this, not asking for it. Even though he said that, there was heat in his eyes. What is this world, then? This is a world of dreams for one night, where my known world, your known world, and someone else's known world intersect. If that's the case, are the words of the light world I dreamt of part of my knowledge or yours? I don't know. I've been traveling for so long that I can't tell. Long time. Long journey. Mephi must have traveled an unimaginably long time. Alone. Inadvertently. He wanted to talk to me after meeting me by chance. In that process, did he also visit the light world I dreamt of? But still, that cheat. I can't deny that I've done something so absurd. As I twisted my neck, Mephi leaned on the table, chin on his folded hands, looking at me with narrowed eyes. Just a piece of advice. No, maybe it's meddling. Don't rely too much on that power. You're still so small and cute. He's saying something scary. Is he trying to frighten me or praise me? Which one? I know there are strange people among humans, so I won't be overconfident, okay? Maybe living modestly was the right choice. Proudly. I hope you stay you. Yeah. The conversation is getting complicated. Now, Mephi slowly stood up, dressed the red teddy bear that was suddenly there with a coat, approached me, and touched my hair. It's time to say goodbye. Russia, thank you for talking to me! Exclamation mark. Saying that, Mephi gently touched my forehead with his lips. For a moment, I froze. What is he doing? This person. Probably not a person, though. Maybe we'll meet again, but who knows? Well then. Mephi, who distanced himself from me, spread 3 pairs, 6 dark blue bat wings from his back, the same color as his hair, and danced up into the night sky with the bright red moon. Goodbye, to the girl of the same kind I finally met in tens of thousands of years. Section. Waking up in my oversized room in the Grand Duke's mansion, with the soft morning sun pouring through the silk curtains, I checked my tiny self in the still unfamiliar canopy bed and sighed in relief. Somehow, that dream felt incredibly important. Well, for now, more than that. I touched my forehead where that sensation still lingered, muttered a sigh, and said softly, "Law conquer." Another peaceful day begins today. Chapter 1, I became a princess. Good morning. A radiant morning has arrived. It's been almost a year since the second devil summoning incident, and I'll be turning a full 5 years old in just 3 months. I did suffer some mental trauma from that incident with the self-proclaimed big brother, but today, I am still full of energy. Well, all of this is that guy's fault. Take that. That aside, my life has undergone a drastic change since that day. Well, to be fair, I've been overindulged and overprotected from the beginning, but now it has become even more excessive. Overindulged. Yes, like simmered seaweed. For the dear, His Majesty the King sent many famous pastries from the capital. Sweets. Human food should perish. Saying that, the head maid, the woman who had taken care of me since my father, who was once a prince, became a Grand Duke, pulling over a dozen maids from the castle for my father's sake, brought a seemingly 50-serving box of pastries. Is it okay? Isn't the castle in trouble? Queen Mother also sent a few maids along with the sweets. If it's approved by Grandma, well, there's no helping it. Sending maids along with sweets. Now, would you like to enjoy it with the lady of the house? Allow Barbara to accompany you. She calls me princess and is the wife of that butler, the steward. Jayur. I've been forced to call her Barbara as well. What drives you all to this extent? Then, please offer your hand. Okay. Barbara takes my hand, and we walk slowly. I'm almost 5 years old now, and I'm already a big sister. So it's time to graduate from being carried. But when Barbara takes my hand, immediately, the blonde maid fair appears, grabbing the other hand with a smile. Why, at that moment, a black and white photo of two men in coats holding hands with an alien comes to my mind. Being led by two adults means I hardly have to walk. Actually, my feet are floating. What is this? This is not acceptable. But if I resist, I'll be forcefully carried. I have no choice or refusal rights. Wait. I'm a princess, right? Suddenly, I peek into a door that happened to be open. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, that's Vio giving education to the new maid. No, Fur-chan, it's not about that. Why are you training with a sandbag, doing practice walks while carrying it? What are you training for? Your love is too heavy. Welcome. This is perfect. We received a lot of trendy sweets from the Viscountess. When I reach the terrace where Mother is, there is a mountain of boxes of pastries that look familiar from somewhere. I don't taste food made by strangers. Our house, the financial situation of the Versinia Grand Duchy seems to be quite good. The land known as Taliteld, often called the Holy Kingdom, is naturally abundant. The citizens, known for their devout faith in what could be called a religious state, work diligently every day, gladly paying their taxes. Hopefully, it's not a corrupt religious state. In essence, this Tel territory, under the direct control of our father's Grand Ducal house, also contributes a mountain of taxes. But that money isn't the private property of the Grand Ducal house. It's the wealth for the prosperity of the Grand Duchy, and of course, a portion is returned to us. The Grand Ducal house profits handsomely, thanks to the trading conducted independently by our father. The Grand Duchy is located to the west of the Holy Kingdom. If you go further west from there, you'll find the Saigars Kingdom, an extremely agricultural nation. Being labeled an agricultural nation, you'd get scolded if you say that in official places. Makes sense, as about 30% of their land is farmland, and most of their citizens are either farmers or those involved in agriculture. Therefore, the national religion of Saigars Kingdom also worships the same goddess of abundance, Gosol. Moreover, the Queen of Saigars is our father's older sister, basically, my aunt. No wonder it's profitable. The credibility is off the charts. But, I don't know much about it. Whenever I ask, I get some vague answers. According to gossip, when the former steward who served during the time when it was still a ducal house retired, there was only a decent profit. However, when our father became the Grand Duke and brought in his former subordinate from the capital as the new steward, things changed. Or so they say. Mysterious. So, our Grand Ducal house is quite wealthy. Since neither my father nor mother has a penchant for spending, the benefits naturally concentrate on me. The new attendants who came with my father also spoil me endlessly, and even though most of the old staff from the original ducal house have left, Granny and Vio diligently train the new ones. It's scary how everyone tries to pamper me whenever they see an opportunity. Among the perks are a plethora of dresses and luxurious meals, but honestly, I don't need all of it. Especially, I have no use for meals made by people I don't know. Why does everything that comes my way deviate from my expectations? The most significant benefit from this is probably the Guardian Knight Order. Young women, almost like children, just adults, These knights escort me with a total of 10 when I go out. They're called female knights. Has a nice ring to it. They look like actors from a certain all-female theater company. But well, it's fine. Although the establishment of this personal guardian knight order has nothing to do with the Versinia Grand Ducal House, I'll deal with that later. For now, I need to focus on the task at hand. Here, Russia, you can see the castle from here. Cast woe. When I let my guard down, baby talk comes out naturally. Well, it can't be helped at 4 years old. Blame this babyish tongue. Anyway, right now, I'm riding on a horse with King Grandpa. In other words, I'm on a horse ride with my grandfather. This grandfather, you know. He looks stern, but he has dignity and isn't bad. But, well, his behavior is a bit rough. I can tell he cares a lot about me. But, by the way, uncle, who is father's elder brother, is the same as grandfather, lacking delicacy. Thank goodness. Further resembles grandmother. Leaving aside such harsh impressions, today I'm on a long journey with grandfather and the others. Yes, I've come to the royal capital. Surprisingly, those escort knights, the girls, are a private knight order prepared by grandfather, so that I can come to the royal capital alone. A 3-day stay, 2 weeks for the round trip. His Majesty, the King, insists on making an appearance at the castle every 2 months, telling me to show my face, and it's a hassle. In the end, I can't be sent alone with a 4-year-old like me, even with the escort knight order, and I have to go with either father or mother, so father struggles with scheduling every time. Because of me. That's how much grandfather cares about me. Even for a non-human child like me, am I really that cute? Even now, when people see me up close at the royal castle, there are those who clutch their hearts and squat. I thought so, but it seems that grandfather and grandmother were eagerly waiting for a girl grandchild, as uncle's children and aunt's children who married to another country are all boys. Lick, not lick. It's definitely lick. What about the 2 sisters who are supposed to be with me? Anyway, Russia. Today, we're aiming for a bird called pheasant in that forest. Birdie. I casually agreed and started searching for the birdies, wherever they might be. I've never experienced hunting, even in the light world I dreamt of, so I'm looking forward to it. ? Oh? I sense a strong presence of a beast deep in the forest. Of course, even in the safe forest managed by the royal family, there are wild animals, but in demon terms, a beast refers to a creature like a demon that devours for pleasure, a demonic being. In other words, a being like me. But well, the presence I'm feeling right now isn't that severe. It was something very cute, just about to devour to kill rather than kill to devour. A really adorable presence. Truly adorable. I've regained some of the demon's power, but I'm not being complacent. I was warned by my so-called big brother. Besides, it's dangerous to act recklessly without knowing the extent of the special forces of the human world. Well, I won't antagonize any nations, okay? Because I love humans, but well, the owner of this level of presence, wanting to devour what's mine, consciously, I turn my gaze in the direction where that presence is. Just that, and the presence far away becomes disturbed and disappears as if scared. What's wrong? Russia. Up. Suddenly, grandfather's voice, carrying me as if in a hug, echoes, and I let out a surprised voice. Up. Liz-san. Looking up to where grandfather was looking, on a branch right there, a striped squirrel. A squirrel, right? I froze my whole body with a glance. Hey, it's a squirrel. Do you want that, Russia? No. It's too cute to catch. Animals don't get along well with me because they're scared. At that moment, unexpectedly, someone else's hand, different from grandpa's, stroked my head. Russia is kind, huh? Turning my gaze to the relaxed voice, I saw a boy with a faint peach-colored honey blonde hair. Timothy, 11 years old. My cousin. He looked at me with a warm smile. I came here with grandpa and the others. Timothy, the one with me now, is the eldest son of uncle, who became the second prince of the Holy Kingdom in place of his father, the current king. If everything goes well, he'll be the king after the next king. Timothy's appearance is as sweet as his strawberry honey blonde hair. He resembles Princess Ali, the crown prince's wife, and is truly a prince charming from a fairy tale. Yet, Timothy is not just good-looking. He's incredibly sweet and much better than Rick, his younger brother. Even though he's a prince, he can make decisions in place of the restless adults. So if he becomes the king, it's reassuring. I have not been able to talk with him much so far because I have been monopolized by Rick and Ali, so this time he have come to see me as a way of getting to know each other. Uncle, Dad, and Queen Ali are not here. They're busy working to fill the gap while King His Majesty is playing with me. Rick is at school, he couldn't get a day off. I don't care about Rick. Boys who can't control their strength are a bit irritating. So, let's talk to the incredibly sweet Timothy. You're not gentle, huh? Because I'm a predator. Maybe if Mr. Squirrel understands Russia's kindness. As Timothy says this, he tickles my hair. When I close my eyes due to the tickling sensation, he laughs joyfully. His way of speaking and his smile are just like Queen Ali. Although he's overly gentle for a royal heir, the age difference makes him a good older brother for me. He doesn't scare me either. Hee. Feeling a bit happy about it, I smile warmly from the tickling and, seeing that, Grandpa starts patting my head vigorously. It hurts a little. Russia, I'm aiming for that pheasant. With Grandpa's booming voice, several birds fly away. It's okay. There's still one. The guide, a hunter with a blue face, quickly locates it for us, handing me over to Timothy, who is also on horseback. Grandpa effortlessly pulls a big bow and shoots the pink bird. Is it a pheasant? With a single shot. Ooh! From behind us, the admiration of about 50 people, including me, Grandpa, Timothy, the escort knights, and attendants, echoes. But for some reason in my ears, I hear something like a secondary audio track saying, "Nice shot, boss." How was that, Grandpa? Amazing. I clap my hands happily at Grandpa's smiling face. If he's being smug, there's no choice but to praise him. Both his smug expression and behavior are similar to Grandpa and Rick. Uncle, who resembles Grandpa, might be like that too. And maybe he resembles him as well. Maybe I'm destined to encounter these types even in the material world. Section. Tea party. I can't always be with Grandpa. To be precise, because Grandma gets sulky. I went to her today. Along with Queen Grandma, Princess Consort Ali, her sister, Meaningful, my mother, and also another cousin named Rick. We are having tea. Yes, a tea party. We'll be turning 5 soon, right? Ali-sama smiles beautifully with her usual laid-back voice. The venue is the royal family's garden as usual. This garden was originally a place for people with connections to the royal family to enjoy tea and host small parties. Being invited here is considered a great honor, and even the flower field was left by Grandma's girl hobby. And today, Grandma's lap will be my designated seat. Well, in that case, join my tea party. Right, Chan? Grandma says so while rubbing her cheek against the top of my head. Grandma is very cute, like a young girl. And today, I am a plush toy of a young girl. But wait, a tea party, Mother? Russia has already participated in the previous tea party. Rick, who was sipping bitter tea with a serious face, spoke up, voicing what I had in mind. All right, let's praise him. Later, I'll poke his squishy cheek. However, upon hearing that, Ali-sama still gives her son a disappointed look. Rick is silly. For a girl, the first tea party is special, you know? Oh, Ali-sama, merciless. Organizing the information gathered with my demonic ears. Noble girls can officially participate in tea parties as ladies when they turn 5. While they might have attended earlier accompanied by their mothers, it's usually in the case of family ties or close relationships. Recognized as a lady, a noble girl attends tea parties alone, builds friendships among nobles, and exchanges information within the aristocracy. Well, that's the official version. Honestly, it's just a girls' gathering. Although officially, noble girls become ladies from the age of 5, in reality, 5-year-olds are still toddlers and require a lot of attention. So, most of the time, the first tea party is held at a relative's house. It's like their first errand. So, I think it would be nice for you to join my tea party with your mother-in-law. Right, Leah? Sure. If Lady Ali suggests it, I'd be delighted. Lady Ali's proposal seems to bring joy to my mother as well. My mother refers to Lady Ali as big sister, not because she has become a relative sister-in-law, but because they used to call each other that during their senior-junior days at the Magic Academy. So, does that mean Vio, who is my mother's protégé, becomes Lady Ali's younger sister? Oh my! I've never met my actual big sister. Since it's a tea party for ladies, having a man around makes things awkward. This time, within a mix of children, Rick is the only guy, and naturally, he wears a bitter expression. Well, he is treated like a child. The first tea party I attended in the capital was a mixed gathering of boys and girls, and reading between the lines, it was probably an introduction between Rick, my closest relative in age. But really, why is Rick here? There must have been school-related reasons, considering the Magic Academy. If it's about interaction, wouldn't it have been better to go hunting with Grandpa or Timothy from yesterday? Maybe? Perhaps? Did Lady Ali conspire for this? What's up? It's nothing, Lord Ludric. Having noticed me eavesdropping, Rick let out a sullen-like voice. Since it's a girls' gathering and only relatives are present, I think it shouldn't count. But well, it's not fun, right? It's fine to sympathize a little, but Rick, in particular, is strangely brusque and has a very rough attitude towards me. It's not this bad with Sherry or Betty. If I were a normal child and not a demon, we might have had normal, pleasant conversations among children. But hey, I haven't forgotten his attitude when we first met. I'm narrow-minded. However, at that moment, a cheerful voice that doesn't understand my delicate feelings comes in. Oh my, Chan. Why do you call Rick so formally? Chan, you can call Rick Big Brother, you know, Grandma. But, she set a high hurdle all of a sudden. After asking around with Vio and others, I learned that among noble men and women, using nicknames is allowed for children, but when they reach a certain age, they should only address family or fiancés that way. That's why I used Lord Ludric, but calling Rick Big Brother, especially considering the age difference, is too high a hurdle to overcome as compensation. Ah, it's fine. Russia, you can just call me Rick casually, okay? What's Rick saying? Doesn't he understand that he's saying it to avoid that situation? The mother seems flustered, while Elise smirks. Just as I thought. But then, a glimmer of hope shines through. Queen, it might be a bit embarrassing to casually use a nickname for the boy in official settings, so how about referring to him as Lord Ludric? And in more casual settings like this, how about Big Brother Rick? Nice one, Mum. Oh, wait, on second thought, it's not that great. Still, it's better than Big Brother or nicknames. Well, that's cute. Let's go with that. Also, Leah, you can call me mother-in-law. Yes, mother-in-law. While I ponder other options, the conversation ends in a somewhat pleasant manner. I involuntarily exchange glances with Rick. He probably preferred being called casually, but Big Brother was a no-go. Why is he blushing? No, this won't do. The gods are dead. No. I'll destroy them myself. Oh well, I was the most socially adept demon in the demon realm. After all, I won't succumb to this level of mental torture. Ugh. Rick, Big Brother Rick. Yeah. Stop blushing. It's making me embarrassed too. I glance sideways. Grandmother and mother are both smiling. Ellie, with a face that says, it can't be helped this time. The previous tea party was set up by grandfather and others as a family gathering. However, Ellie had a different goal within that. Ellie was plotting to pair up the daughter that mother cherished since her school days with her son, making her a daughter-in-law of sorts. How serious is she? Really? Is it safe if she is? Moreover, Rick and I are not in a position to be engaged. If things go as usual, Timothy, the second prince, will become the crown prince and eventually succeed Uncle as the king. Then, as the current third prince, Rick would either receive a territory and establish his own house or become a son-in-law to a royal or duke's family. If it's a grand ducal house, the status would be impeccable. Especially if the partner is not me. It's not wrong because we're cousins. In the Holy Kingdom, as long as the parents are not twins, marriage between cousins is permissible. But if I'm the partner, the blood of the child born would be too concentrated. Uncles, martial prowess and charisma, combined with Dad's intellect and excellence. Both have the blood of two royal family members who are problem-free as kings, known as pure blood royalty, born outside the royal family. That's still fine. The royal family has more charisma, after all. However, things change when their Holy Maiden, currently a hot topic in town, comes into play. The Holy Kingdom is a religious state, and its citizens adore the Holy Maiden. Even children become fervent believers. Now, you see where this is going, right? It's a problem. A big problem. It's undoubtedly impossible. If there's a safe solution, it would be to get together with Timothy. But even if he reaches the age of marriage, I'm like 10 years old, right? It might work if I were at least 2 years closer to him. But I don't want to get married so desperately. Queen Ali, do you happen to forget that I might be feeling that way? To be honest, there's a simple solution. A girl, not a holy maiden but with Dad's blood. Yes, my elder sister could marry Timothy, and their blood would be equally strong, maybe surpassing the reputation of the Holy Maiden. If there are 2 of them, maybe Rick could marry one too. When I casually mentioned this to Queen Ali before, she smiled with eyes that didn't laugh at all. As jokes are interesting, she said. Those eyes were serious. What on earth have my yet unseen older sisters done? It's hopeless. Before getting surrounded by them, let's find a handsome young man who's moderately rich and spoils me rotten. Oh, speaking of which, there was something related to that. The female night guard once told me. Lady Arusia is the only princess, she said. What does that mean? Chapter 2, Turning 5. Arusia's 5th birthday celebration to be held at the royal castle and palace. What the hell are you saying out of nowhere, grandfather? Can you understand how it feels to be informed of such an announcement without the person's consent? A month before I turned 5, during a visit to the royal castle for work, my father was told the same thing by grandfather without my approval. Of course, he did. I may be the granddaughter of His Majesty the King, but I am also the daughter of a duke with a legitimate estate. It's my debut as the daughter of a duke, and invitations have already been sent to the surrounding noble families for the birthday party at the Towel Castle. The guest list is already finalized. And did you even bother inviting grandfather and grandma there? I'm sure you sent them invitations and got their RSVPs. Sorry, couldn't stop him. No, it's not father's fault. I comfort my drooping father by hugging him. Damn you, grandfather. Apparently, my father tried to admonish grandfather, but he stubbornly insisted, saying it's impossible to gather all the nobles from the entire country unless it's in the central capital of the Holy Kingdom. Seriously, grandfather, what the hell are you planning to gather thousands of people for? No, actually, some nobles from the east and north expressed interest in attending, but the distance is a bit challenging. Ugh, what a mess. As someone with a commoner's sensibility, even a party at the Towel Castle makes me hesitate. Even before sending invitations, there were already hundreds of inquiries from noble houses and wealthy merchants who heard about my rumors. And by rumors, I mean that embarrassing thing that Holy Kingdom's princess, or Holy Kingdom's saint, rumor. It seems that the children kidnapped during the demon summoning incident, with their sparkling eyes filled with excitement, shouted, "Holy Saint," or something, and now it's being whispered in secret by the Coast Church and other sects. A title like that, isn't that something recognized and bestowed by major religions? I don't want it. I really don't. Being called a heretic and targeted by assassins, I can't deal with that. Well, I'm not just a heretic, I'm a demon. So, I'll mentally prepare for the party at the Towel Castle, but please, spare me from a party at the Royal Castle. Most likely, representatives from various sects will attend. Let me try persuading father once more. Yeah, father, I sincerely pray that you won't succumb to the power. Well, it didn't work. I won't say it didn't work, father. With grandmother and Lady Ali turned against us, and invitations already sent out all over, it's impossible to change now. But, is it really okay? What's the matter, Mr. Sensitive to the murmurs I let out, the capable maid Vio responded and listened to my concerns. Several weeks have passed since then, and there are only 4 days left until the birthday party. Since arriving at the castle ahead of time is essential, We will stay overnight at the palace until the celebration. The royal palace isn't just one building. Each member of the royal family has their own palace on the back side of the royal castle. I wonder why I have one too. Well, I've never been to the mansion in the capital. That place isn't very suitable, so you, Miss don't need to worry about it. Vio interrupts my words with a slightly condescending tone. I have been to my father's mansion in the capital. However, I've never visited the main mansion in the capital, which is considered the royal residence. Maybe there are my sisters there, I guess. I was looking forward to finally meeting them this time. But, is it not appropriate or something? Is it bad for the reputation? Could it be they're intentionally keeping us apart? Even though we're from a ducal family, having a debut at the royal palace. Well, I've resigned myself to various things. I'm glad you understand. It's not okay. But, am I the only one getting special treatment? There are others from ducal families who have royal blood, right? Like, for example, the older sisters. In the Holy Kingdom, there are 5 ducal families with royal blood, arranged in the shape of a pentagram. One recently decreased, and the number of ducal families increased, but I think there are still girls there. In the current situation, the blood connection between the 4 ducal families and the royal family has weakened. The once thought to be the most intense bloodline, the Coel family, is practically dismantled now. The closest bloodline now is the Capel family, where the 3rd princess married in, and the lady from the ducal family who became the queen in the past. She has already passed away. So, in the end, it's because I'm the king's granddaughter? That's correct. Moreover, your father, even though his position in the line of succession has dropped, if the crown prince ascends to the throne, he will become the king's brother and can take command in the absence of the king. And you, Miss as the first daughter of the ducal family, holds the 6th position in the line of succession, so your position is different from that of the ducal family's daughters. Right. The line of succession. While I'm pondering that, Vio continues with words that I can't simply ignore. Miss is recognized as the princess of the Holy Kingdom, and for our country's diplomacy, having a princess is necessary. Huh? Oh, what's that supposed to mean? I unintentionally let my guard down, and Vio explains it to me with a warm smile. I've been working on improving my speech and manners as the daughter of the ducal family, so you know, I am becoming a perfect lady who is not embarrassed to be my father's daughter. Fufu. So, to summarize Vio's explanation, it goes something like this. In diplomatic situations, when neighboring countries' royals marry or when sending an envoy to a celebration, for small countries with a population of a few thousand, it's enough to send a noble from the embassy. But for countries like the Saiga's kingdom, where aren't married, someone with a royal connection needs to go. However, with equal ranking partners, there might be territorial disputes or other issues, and it's not always possible to build a good relationship. Sending the king himself or a higher-ranking male in the line of succession is not ideal, so they prefer sending someone like me, with a high position in the line of succession, for such occasions. In the Holy Kingdom, it's customary for a young princess to lead diplomatic missions instead of young princes. So they prefer a young girl over a burly old man. Got it? So, does that mean I'll be attending events in other countries? What an old fool, grandfather. Does that mean there might be some danger to me? Vio shakes her head gently, her kind face showing no signs of worry. No, Lady it's just a formality. Until now, your father has been attending events as a royal. Besides, there's no way we would put you in a dangerous position. I see. Oh. Father was a diplomat. That suits his image. But what do you mean by formality? When His Majesty calls Lady to the capital, it's just a convenient way to put excessive security on the beloved granddaughter. So, in other words, just favoritism. Grandfather, what an old fool. Grandfather, did no one object to openly pampering me like this? Oh, but if that's the case, what about my elder sisters? I decide to ask, as they always skillfully avoid such questions. They are also grandfather's granddaughters, right? I tilt my head, looking at Vio with a hint of curiosity. Her cheek twitches slightly, and she lets out a faint sigh. Those ladies, Lady Etelyn and Lady Aureline, have their, issues. Come on, Vio, Don't look away. Oh well, what have those yet unseen elder sisters done now? The reason behind of your reaction. With that said, I'm now interested in those elder sisters. In a devilish way. Grandfather and dear Ray had their own motives. I can understand to some extent why there's such a difference between us, but the meaning behind being the only princess mentioned by the female knight is unclear. And so, let's get an impromptu interview with that knight. Miss Knight, Princess. Approaching a female knight who seemed to be doing some training in a palace garden, she discards her wooden sword, stands at attention. Meanwhile, the black-haired female knight who took a thrown wooden sword to the face is squatting, bleeding from her nose. Princess, please call me Sarah. Sure, Sarah. Well, calling her anything else would be too troublesome, so I'll stick with that from the start. Full. Put me down. After asking Full, who carried me this far, she expresses clear dissatisfaction on her face. I don't want to. Is that so? Well, Full is the maid who likes to carry me the most among my maids. Anyway, she's going to put me down from those sturdy arms she's developed recently. Zap. As I touch the ground for the first time in a while, Full, Sarah, and the other maids, as well as the surrounding female knights, all kneel at once. Ugh, what's with this? It's so uncomfortable. Full. Why didn't you guys do such things in the castle? Why is everyone showing off now? When did you all practice this? Did you practice with the maids and knights? Sarah? Yes, Princess. Her eyes are sparkling so much. She really feels younger than Full and Min. Sarah has brown hair, brown eyes, and cute freckles. Why did Sarah become my guard knight? Let's start with casual conversation. Yes, Your Highness. It was about 2 years ago when all female students graduating from the Knight Academy that year received a notice asking, "Is there a princess who will dedicate your sword to? Is there a master to whom you will offer your love?" Seeking beautiful female knights. And I applied. They were recruiting. Well, it's quite something to apply for such a suspicious recruitment. The knight next to me is still squatting, nose bleeding, and nodding. So it seems to be true. They've been plotting this since I knew nothing. So, why does Sarah call me princess? Well, because, princess, you are a princess, right? Earlier, you said only one princess. What does that mean? Why did she say that about me? In response to my question, Sarah, for some reason, places her right hand on her chest, raises her left hand towards the sky, and starts talking like a stage actress. Oh, princess, the beautiful flower of the Holy Kingdom. Your hair is threads of golden silk, your skin is the finest silk, your golden eyes pierce my heart, and the moment I saw your lovely figure, I couldn't help but leak a little, ashamedly. I wanted to convey the happiness of being able to become the guard knight of the princess to my poor brothers who became guards for a rural lord, bragging from morning to night for about a week, and finally, we had a brawl. Stop, tapping Sarah's forehead with my finger. She seemed to find it more painful than expected, holding her forehead and squatting. Sarah, calm down. Why yes. But for some reason, even after being scolded and tapped by me, Sarah, who was blushing and holding her cheek, had tears welling up in her eyes, looking embarrassed. Seriously? Is that your hobby? And leaking, wasn't that because your soul was scared of me and leaked out? The suspension bridge effect is different from love at first sight. Moreover, falling in love with the suspension bridge, what's the point? Anyway, it's not like that. When I say only one, I mean I have 2 older sisters, you know. You didn't know? No. Of course, I've heard the rumors, but those rumors specifically? Come on, Sarah, try your best and look me in the eyes. When I look around, Full and the maids are subtly avoiding eye contact too. Boo. But, Princess of the Holy Kingdom, is the face of this Holy Kingdom. Princess Aerusia can be boasted to knights from other countries with pride. She's trying to change the subject. And do I really make for good boasting material? Maybe they'll be scared, but still. So, what does it mean to be the face of the country? Yes, with your angelic and adorable appearance, being the princess of the Holy Kingdom, and moreover, a saint, there's no princess in this world greater than Princess Aerusia. A saint? Here it comes. Saint, despite the rumors spreading even among the knights. There seem to be ripples in various circles. It's really troublesome. In the end, they view me as an impressive princess just because I'm a saint. I don't know anything about being a princess. Well, I have to see for myself. In a state of semi-resignation, I healed the nosebleed knight who was still squatting with sacred magic. Sarah and I, together, once again received swords from them. But I'm a demon, you know? Is it really okay? Section. In the royal capital Versinia of the Holy Kingdom Tall-Telled, using both the royal castle and palace, a celebration was held for Her Excellency Russia von Versinia, the granddaughter deeply loved by His Majesty the King, commonly referred to as their debut. This ceremony had an official attendance of 3,250. Even though it was unusual for the birthday celebration of someone not directly related to the royal family to take place in the royal castle, the abnormal number of attendees, with most voluntarily participating, was also unusual. All of them were eagerly waiting to catch a glimpse of the rumored princess. In this situation, where most only knew the absurd rumors, there might have been few who genuinely wished to celebrate Russia from the bottom of their hearts. Those who attended today were mostly there to confirm the truth of the ridiculous rumors about the 5-year-old girl, rumored to be loved by the heavens, the child of sacred magic, a beautiful golden princess who captivates anyone at first sight, a pure saint who healed wounded and fallen children. To assess Russia, not only did the pontiff of the Costa Church, the official state religion of the Holy Kingdom, send a representative, but almost all sects with temples in Tall-Telled also send their representatives. One of the rumors was the title, Saint. If, by some chance, Russia had the strength worthy of the title of a saint, they would undoubtedly have to incorporate her into their respective sects. The favorite of the king, the princess of a powerful and wealthy ducal family, just having her as their princess of the Holy Kingdom, was already the highest praise and recognition. Being saint of the Holy Kingdom was an extraordinary existence, shining so brightly that even the most top-notch evaluations appeared dim. The Holy Kingdom's saint, known as the Saint of Tall-Telled, was only one person. No matter how various sects gathered priestesses and tried to certify saints and bestow titles, there was a world of difference in value between a roadside flower and a large rose. Even kings of various countries must show respect, and they are treated as state guests in other countries. But does a 5-year-old child really have such power? If, by any chance, the king is colluding with the Costa Church to award the title of Saint of the Holy Kingdom, that hasn't been certified in over 100 years due to the cuteness of his granddaughter, other sects must unite to denounce it. It's impossible for a child to become a saint if the child's appearance is merely good-looking and the truth is confirmed. Instead of publicly condemning it before the king, let's use it as an advertisement. But the expectations of such people completely miss the mark! Exclamation mark. The music flowing from the orchestra changes, and as the large doors on the top of the grand staircase open, the sight of the princess, escorted by the two princes, shocks the people as if their hearts were pierced by a spear, freezing their expressions in awe. It might have been the instinctive fear that humans possess, said to be given by the gods. A cold beauty, as if the goddess of beauty were a doll of her own form. Golden hair spun from heavenly gold, more radiant than the sunlight, smooth as the finest silk, and a glossy white skin like porcelain. If she is there, human, created by the gods, then are they truly humans? Such fundamental fear that curses their own existence. Oh, gods, we were failures as humans. That endless despair, on the verge of choosing self-destruction, dissipates with the girl's gentle smile. Her smiling figure, bashfully acknowledging the gazes of the people, makes everyone feel grateful to the gods for being humans, and some even shed tears of relief. People understand. She is Russia von Versinia, their sole princess, of Tall-Telled and the only saint of the Holy Kingdom, created by the gods. Except for some individuals who harbor rebellious thoughts against her! Exclamation mark. Oops! I did it! I unleashed the devil's intimidation from the opening entrance. Oops! I wonder if anyone had a heart attack or something? Probably not, because the cause of death would be heart failure, so can't prove any connection to me. But if there's anyone who died, please step forward, and I'll do my best to revive you. Oh, are you okay? I hurriedly stopped the intimidation. So you seem fine, right? I probably can't be held responsible for heart failures or anything, but if there's any connection, I would like to say that I'm not responsible. Since it was quite embarrassing, I forced a strained smile to cover it up, and somehow managed to deceive them. But, well, it can't be helped. From before entering, the malicious intent and the stench of scumbags were wafting in the air, so my demonic instincts were stimulated, and it was all I could do to suppress them. But I did my best. I did my best. For the first time, I resisted the temptation. Russia? Yes? When someone calls my name from an odd angle, I look up with my natural expression. Rick is peering closely from above, and our eyes meet. He recoils with a face as if his breath got caught. What's that? Such a sudden face. No, sorry, don't make that face, he says, looking like he's about to suffocate. What face? Were you scared? Your hands were trembling, you know? Oh, I see. I guess I was anxious about the crowd. Even though I'm a demon, the inside is still me. And it seems I've been holding Rick's hand tightly all this time. If there are many people, it's nerve-wracking, right? Russia, you looked a bit scared. Rick and Timothy, who were holding hands on the other side, both gave me a gentle pat on the head with sweet smiles. Sorry, both of you, I said. Rick, at least, hasn't changed at all, always looking sullen, but Timothy is like a real big brother, making me feel safe. Thank you both. You're welcome. HMPH. As I let out a deflated sigh, Timothy chuckled, and Rick turned away with a pout. Come on, Rick. What's with that? Worried about me or not? Have you grown up a bit since last year? Well, not really. Focusing on Timothy, he wore a big brother's face and smiled at me. Well then, Russia, since you're the guest of honor, you can't stay on the stage all the time, huh? Wait. Just as I thought of having Timothy escort me again, Rick suddenly pulled my hand, leading me down the stairs. Ludwig? Hey, wait a minute. He's walking so fast. Stop, at least slow down. I'm not that strong on my feet. I'm weak. I'm going to fall at this rate. I'll slip. Ah, no. Rick, big brother. Calling out in a panic, Rick, who was referred to as big brother, turned around with a startled look. He seemed overwhelmed by some indescribable emotions. Rick, I'm about to fall. Slow down. Sorry. My desperate plea. With a face that almost shed tears because I really thought I'd fall, Rick finally seemed to notice my helplessness. He took my hand again, and on the other side, Timothy escorted me. Together, we descended to the venue. But Rick is unexpectedly calm. Maybe calling him big brother feels awkward after all. While pondering that, it seems Rick was thinking the same thing. Without looking at me, he mumbled, guess calling me casually is better. Yeah. Bam. Same. Through the participants and even between the security knights, a small figure broke through and tackled my side. Sherry? Yes. It's been a while, Sama. Sherry is here for you. Yeah, 2 days ago? We met the day before yesterday, right? In fact, we've met every day since I arrived in the capital. We didn't meet yesterday because it was the day before, but every time I come to the capital, Sherry always comes to see me. Could it be that amnesia? Sherry, you're still young. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, the strange atmosphere that developed when I appeared has somehow dissipated. But what should I do about this clingy bug? And then, bam! Hi-oh! Another tiny figure jumped in from the side and headbutted Sherry. Sherry, what are you doing? Let go of her. You, Betty-san, a headbutt is cruel. Sherry, holding her head, looked up at Betty, who scolded her. Betty is a friend of mine and Sherry's, a slightly older sister figure to me. It seems like she came over to intervene, but I know that she tried to stop Sherry in a normal way but ended up slipping and headbutting her, though not as often as with Sherry. I also play with Betty when I come to the capital. The frequency is low because, for better or worse, she's more sensible than Sherry. She's a disappointing girl. Into our midst. Are you okay? Your forehead is turning red. Eek. As Timothy, who had been left alone, peeks into Betty's face, Betty lets out a strange sound, and her face, redder than the forehead she hit with a headbutt, turns even redder. Oh my! What's this? Is that how it is, Betty-chan? Timothy really gives off a prince vibe. Betty stares at Timothy with her mouth slightly agape, seemingly unaware of Rick's presence beside him. It would have been nice to end the party in this pleasant atmosphere, but the fates had other plans. Father, how much longer? I have my duties as the guest of honor at this party. Now, how many couples have we greeted among the guests who have finished their greetings? 50? 100? I haven't been counting since. It became troublesome. Among the thousands of participants, the people in this venue seem to be relatively important, but even with the narrowed focus on father and grandfather's friends, there is no sign of it ending. It's been 2 hours already. The time per couple is way too long. Is it really necessary to freeze every time they see me up close? Father, help me. Well, I guess it's time for a break. Let's see. After father and His Majesty and I receive greetings. Russia, take a break. Least here. Can you handle it? Yes, Lord Fort. With an apologetic request from father, mother smiles gently. Is her expression stiff from greeting too much? Holding hands with mother, we head towards the enclosure. Is there an enclosure in the party venue? Of course not. Throughout the venue, only luxurious sofas and tables are placed, surrounded by knights, creating a closed space where only people with strong determination can enter. However, it's entirely visible from the outside, so I call it the zoo enclosure. Look there. Even in that enclosure over there, where you can see everything from the outside, Grandpa and Uncle are drinking and making noise with the tough guys. Aren't they supposed to be receiving greetings with father? I will return to assist Lord Fort. Can you be a good girl? Yes, mother. Please, I surrender. In the enclosure brought by mother, Sherry and Betty are already there, making it a no boys allowed zone secured by my guard knights. Mother is dispensing her healing fluffiness. But father is having a hard time, so it can't be helped. Let's get some healing from Sherry and Betty. Greeted by Sarah and the nosebleed knight. Was it Bridget? I was guided inside the cage, and my 2 healing friends waved and welcomed me. Sama, over here. Took you long enough. And Timothy is not here. Betty blushed bright red and couldn't say anything. As Sherry jumped on me as usual, replenishing the lacking fluffy elements from her, I was led by Betty, who tapped the sofa to sit between them. The greeting line was quite something. Truly befitting the daughter of a ducal family. Huh? Betty laughed in a villainous young lady tone, and her forehead was still red. Unaware of her friend's one-liner, Sherry embraced my arm. It seems my father and brother also paid their respects. Sorry, it was crowded. There might have been someone like that, but I don't remember. Ordinary people just don't leave an impression. Your father and brother don't matter. But is that so? Sama, what about attending the first tea party? Come to think of it, we haven't discussed it yet. Since I frequently come to the capital, it could have been a topic, but the adults were restraining each other on who would invite me, making it difficult to bring up. Sherry and Betty exchanged a glance for a moment and both nodded silently. Well, I can guess what they are thinking. Your grandmother, the Queen, has invited you to her tea party. As I said that, the 2 of them sighed ever so slightly. If it weren't for grandmother or Lady Ali, I would have preferred a friend's house. Anyway, as we came here for a break, we had tea prepared to ease ourselves. Well, any high-quality tea is no different from hot water for me. Sama, you're invited to the Queen's tea party. We wanted to invite you, but calling you the Golden Princess, it felt a bit daunting for us. Golden? What's with that embarrassing nickname? Apparently, it's because I have golden hair and golden eyes, so I'm secretly called that. Oh, but Silver Princess was also invited, so that's probably why we started calling you that. That name is impressive too. Who is it? Huh? As I tilted my head, Betty made a face like, huh, really? That reaction, combined with the surprised looks from Vio and Sarah, made me wonder if it's common knowledge. Huh? Is it common sense? Allow me to inform you. Good at spreading rumors, Betty proudly told me with a thin chest puffed out. Apparently, there's a very beautiful girl with silver hair and silver purple eyes. She rarely attends evening gatherings, and the only time you can see her face is at her Moonlit tea party. My sister's acquaintance attended it, and it seems like handsome and beautiful servants take care of you. They serve exquisite tea and sweets you've never seen before. It's like a dreamy and wonderful tea party. I'm not interested. Sama is more beautiful. Sherry is as usual. Betty, who had been enchanted by Sherry's talk, dismisses her with a wry smile, grabbing Sherry's shoulder and shaking her vigorously. Is the young lady over there present today? As I can't hear the continuation, I turn to the servants. Vio, who silently approached, informs me softly, Count Orba is not in attendance today due to his age, and he and his wife have been staying close to their territory for the past few years. The Solaris, Miss Milline, is 10 years old. She has been in society since the beginning of this year, gaining attention for her fairy-like beauty. Oh, so, she is there, Silver Princess. Milline has a delicate constitution and is known as a secluded young lady. She should have received an invitation to attend this time, but perhaps a proxy may be representing her. It's because of the large number of people. It's fine, Vio. Thank you. With over 1,000 people easily fitting into this venue, we're using multiple halls and courtyards. Anyway, I have to make an appearance at all of them once, which feels quite daunting. More than that, I'm amazed at Vio, who has memorized all the noble families attending this event. Milline, with her weak health, stays close to her territory like her parents. She sends invitations to the Moonlit tea party only when she's feeling well. Receiving the invitation is not related to social status, and it seems to be an honor for lower-ranking noble daughters to be invited. The maids and escort knights seem to know more about this, and everyone is engrossed in gossip, neglecting their work. Well, in a place where only beautiful girls like these gather, it seems difficult for an unknown man to approach. So, it's okay to let them relax a bit. But other noble girls never come close at all. Although I feel a lot of eyes on me. Maybe they're hesitant due to being too focused on me, or perhaps I seem scary. I won't do any more foraging since I had a terrible experience last time. I won't snack anymore. I wanted some normal friends, but it can't be helped. In exchange, finally, those people have come. In a way, it's the main event of the day. Yufufu section. Click. Oh my. Excuse me. The girl who suddenly appeared poured bright red fruit liquor all over Arushia, the guest of honor for tonight. Many wanted to approach Miss Arushia, but even for the children of high-ranking nobles, getting close to that place, guarded by numerous escorts and maids, was difficult. Everyone hesitated before the radiance of the princess and her beauty in that place. However, 2 girls stepped forward into that place. Everyone was stunned and paralyzed by their audacious act. Arushia's pure white attire, along with her beautiful golden hair, was stained with sporadic red. The use of vivid red fruit liquor instead of pale fruit water clearly conveyed a malicious intent. Haha, look, big sister. This girl looks like she's covered in blood. Aureline, you really shouldn't say things like that. But damn, I didn't expect the contents of that spilled glass to be so damn annoying. The girls sneered and loudly cursed, catching the attention of the bewildered maidens and escort knights. Hey, you lot. Do you dare disrespect me, Adeline, the legitimate heiress of House Coel? Addressed as Big Sister, Adeline's stern proclamation froze even the knights in their tracks. Her flowing luxurious crimson hair resembled a blooming rose, and her sharp, piercing gaze, coupled with her elevated posture, gave off the aura of a crimson lioness. Proudly proclaiming the name of the once illustrious House Coel, her regal demeanor echoed that of her mother, once hailed as the Grand Dame of High Society. In her unchildlike authority and elegance, the elder sister exuded an air that momentarily halted the movements of the knights. Meanwhile, her younger sister, Aureline, mocked. Yeah, that's right. You can't defy our big sister, can you? Ahahaha. Indeed, are the sisters of Arushia, princess of a grand ducal family, although their surnames are different. A ducal family with deep ties to the old Coel lineage, the eldest, Adeline, the second, Aureline. Their appearance and haughty demeanor, far beyond their ages of 10 and 9, intimidated the friends and attendants who were angry about the attack on Arushia. Adeline, calmly surveying her surroundings with an imposing air, exhaled almost contemptuously. HMPH. It seems the Grand Duke's family hasn't bothered to discipline their maids. Is it because of that new head maid drenched in fruit wine over there? What? Facing her own soiled sister, the veteran attendants like Vio were incensed by Talin's harsh words. Cunningly taking advantage of the absence of the royal and grand ducal figures, and the animosity toward those hired by the Coel family, referring to them as maids was a malicious choice. However, even these girls were the beloved sisters of Russia and the daughters of the esteemed Grand Duke fought. Among the servants, there were still many who had suffered mistreatment at their hands and cowered with emotional scars. Although Russia's friends harbored anger, they lacked the social standing to confront these two, unless it was high-ranking nobles. Yet, it was calculated that such nobles would not visit a place like this. Witnessing the scene, the surrounding nobles cringed, pretending not to see. The whispers about the Coel sisters' exploits in the capital and at the Magical Academy were well known among them. Rumors spoke of crushed shops that failed to provide what the sisters desired. Rumors spoke of a student bullied to the brink of suicide. Rumors spoke of their extravagant spending and illicit dealings in the underworld. There are a lot of rumors like that. And Thod's rumors, and many more, painted a vivid picture of the sisters as spoiled aristocratic children, exceeding the bounds of acceptable behavior for their age. Perhaps due to this, their engagements with the royal family had been annulled before becoming official, adding credibility to the gossip. The boundless malice directed at them even extended to the younger sister, connected by blood. Like a small white lily wounded by the thorns of rosy, blood-stained rose. In the midst of the contrasting conflict between the two sisters, some individuals tried to inform the Grand Duke, but they were stopped by nobles opposing the Versinia Grand House. Can this malice be stopped? Everyone pondered, and at the moment they lowered their faces in their powerlessness. They felt something like a fleeting cool breeze, a moment when their souls trembled, exposed to evil, drenched in fruit wine and defiled. The girl with golden eyes radiating a soft light narrowed her eyes and wore a captivating smile etched into the souls section. Oh, well, can't have that. It seems my presence leaked for a moment. Did the atmosphere shake a bit? What? For some reason, my sister Aureline threw a glass of fruit wine at me, looking somewhat frightened. But this would mess up Sherry and Betty with fruit wine too. I slowly caught the flying red droplets with my fingertips, gazing at the swaying scene, and spoke with powerful words. Let there be light. A faint, gentle light spread, illuminating everything around. When the light disappeared, the bright red fruit wine turned into ordinary transparent water, and the red stains on my white dress were completely gone. A high-level holy magic, purification. It not only eliminates poison and miasma but also dispels curses, if used lightly. It can even remove everyday dirt from clothes and bodies, but if you're not careful, it might cause the colors to fade on dyed clothes. In the aftermath of the holy magic, the steam that evaporated gently in the distance, Betty and Sherry turned surprised faces toward me. I wiped my hands with a handkerchief, softly smiling with restrained joy. Nice to meet you, sisters. I'm delighted to meet you. Oh, I'm so happy that my face is twitching. I hope I'm not making a weird smile. But, despite having such a gentle smile, or so I intend, why are the sisters trying to step back? You. Still, only Sister Italin stood still, gritting her teeth. That's odd. I haven't exerted any pressure this time. Well, my cute friends were frightened, and Vio and the others were made fun of. So it doesn't hurt my heart that much. But I'm a bit disappointed in my lack of self-control. It's no good. I have to behave more human-like. With such poignant thoughts, I gaze at the sisters, and for some reason, the nape of Italin's neck stands up like a cat's fur. I'll never acknowledge you as father's daughter. Sister? Leaving those words behind, Sister Italin turns on her heel and hastily walks away, with Sister Aureline quickly following her. Oh dear. She went home. Too bad. I wanted a bit more interaction with the sisters and sisterly bonding. Miss Sama Princess. As they disappear, my two friends cling to my arms from both sides, and Vio and the guard knights rush over, kneeling in front of me. We apologize. We truly. Everyone wore a dark expression, and I silently shook my head. It's fine, really. There's no helping it. More importantly, I apologize if I've made everyone uncomfortable because of me. No, I'm really sorry. As I gently stroked Sherry's chick-like hair, Betty tried to nuzzle against my cheek. No, Betty, not now. While saying this, everyone looked flustered. That's not true. We should have stood up and faced the consequences with determination. That's right. We should have stood up to them and prepared to be punished. Yes, we knights should have been the shield. I would be happy if you say so. As I smiled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Foal and Min started to cheer. Lady that was so amazing. Was that divine magic? Wow. I need to brag to my brother again. Sarah, stop it. It'll just lead to another fight. In the midst of the lively atmosphere, a quiet and reserved-looking maid, whom I hadn't spoken to much before, muttered softly. Honestly, that felt refreshing. Maybe she had been bullied by the ladies since the time of the Duke's house. It's not something you should say as a servant of the Grand Duke's family, but several maids who overheard her words nodded quietly. I'm sorry. Even though the princess is the victim, it's okay. I squinted at the maid, whose gaze gathered and shrank. To me, there's hardly any harm, and besides, ever since I heard the rumors about the older sisters, I've been dreaming. The encounter with these two would surely be something wonderful. As expected. No, even more than expected. The older sisters were lovely, especially Lady Etelyn. She was truly enchanting. I couldn't resist. Aren't they cute? As I tilted my head slightly, not only those around me but also those who had been watching us were surprised because, truly, they were so lovely and delicious. The debut of Princess Russia, the first princess of the Wurtzenia Grand Duchy, ended without a hitch, and the reactions of the many nobles present could be divided into three main categories. Firstly, the elder sisters. Those with loose tongues. There were rumors that she wasn't the Duke's real daughter, and upon hearing about the conflict with those sisters and witnessing her response, in the presence of those infamous elder sisters, despite showing a sad and fleeting smile, Russia did not condemn their outrageous actions. Instead, she praised them as charming individuals who can't be straightforward, revealing the true extent of Russia's compassionate heart and the vastness of her generosity. The majority's response overwhelmingly acknowledged Princess Russia as the face of the Holy Kingdom, praising her as the true Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom. They shared their admiration for her with friends and family. Some, however, were wary of the power Russia possessed, her fame, praise, and the strength as a Holy Maiden. They feared this allure and eyed the Wurtzenia Grand Ducal family, which held the third significant influence. Yet, the most frantic reactions came from the nobles who held the potential for the third big influence. While the current king, still robust, was expected to abdicate within the next decade, passing the throne to the crown prince. This succession had been smooth due to the early withdrawal of the second prince, Fort. Now, the issue arose with the succession of Timothy and Ludwig, the sons of the crown prince. A faction supporting the eldest, Timothy, a paragon of excellence in everything as the next king. A faction favoring Ludwig, with temperament similar to the king and crown prince, rather than the firstborn resembling the queen and crown princess. Factions seeking the traditional Holy Kingdom and those desiring a new Holy Kingdom. Both sides had their reasons, and the arguments seemed to be in a deadlock. However, a decisive factor had now emerged. A golden princess endowed with royal elegance, captivating beauty, and overflowing compassion. As the Holy Maiden, though still young, her future beauty promised to resound throughout the three realms, inevitably sparking conflicts over her. Preparation to draw her into their factions without alerting opposing ones had to begin now, for whoever secured Princess Russia would be the next king. As these machinations unfolded, a lone girl stood atop a spire, overlooking those departing from the castle. Clad in a blue satin dress, her silver hair billowed in the wind. With closed eyes, she listened to the whispers of the people and slowly opened her purple-tinted silver eyes. The golden princess, her red lips, akin to the sound of bells, uttered a melodic voice. Suppressing a small smile, she gently extended her hand towards the moonlit night. Would the princess consider gracing my tea party with her presence? Chapter 3, I Became a Mistress. It's been a few months since that birthday party where I really wish they'd let me off for the second time. Oh, come on, Grandpa. Please spare me the trouble, pleading. But well, despite not having many chances to meet them, it was a fortunate event to encounter those amazing sisters. There was a slightly beastly scent, but that couldn't be helped. Devils are lonely creatures, after all. Maybe I should try another interdimensional summoning. Failed attempt 1. Let's leave it be since it ended safely for now, but still, right? Did news of the sisters' outrageous actions reach even the royal family? Especially Elise Armour, who seemed to be acquainted with the sisters' mother, was apparently quite angry. The sisters ended up studying abroad in the neighboring country of Sigurs before I entered the magical academy. Sigh. Not that I'm feeling down or anything. Honestly, the harvest is still early. It might be better to let it sleep and mature for a few more years. However, if I could attend the same academy, well, just a little, maybe I could have a tiny taste. But ideally, I'd like them to come back while I'm still attending. Those aristocratic young ladies with that kind of vibe are very precious. Father apologized to me, but I really don't mind. In fact, I'm totally fine with it. Father seemed to have a very pained expression when talking about the sisters. He must be feeling a complicated kind of affection. I'll treasure the sisters from the bottom of my heart and, like the secret liquor that Grandpa is hiding, savor them little by little over my lifetime. Sisters, please stay well. Though, you see, those two left a troublesome souvenir. Russia, can you listen to what I have to say? Yes, Father. Summoned by Father, who had returned to the Tull territory, I ran over eagerly. Father lifted me up and, seating me on his lap on the sofa, began to talk. Huh? Is it just me, or does he look tired? Do you know what the Versinia Grand Duchy is exporting to the Sigurs Kingdom, where your older sister sent into? Alcohol and iron. You've been studying well. From us, they import iron products and distilled spirits. And in return, we import crops and fruits from Sigurs. As a reward for the correct answer, I got a head pat. While we produce crops and fruits in our Grand Duchy, Sigurs, known as an agricultural powerhouse, apparently has a surplus of slightly damaged produce. We send semi-processed goods to them, where they make fruit wine and ale. Additionally, we send processed distilled spirits. The iron they import from us is not the large quantity of iron ore suitable for weapons, but precision tools like drills and chisels. Products with the Grand Duchy's emblem are considered branded goods. So here's the thing. Russia, I want you to assist me by inspecting the territory that produces such goods in my place. How about it? Helping out? Finally, as the princess of the Grand Duchy, my first errand. Inspection of the territory? Me alone? Seriously? I mean, I'm just a grain-crushing pureblood who has only moved between here and the royal capital castle. Could you listen to the details? Sure. Upon hearing the details, it became apparent that not all products were manufactured within the Tull territory, especially with iron products. Instead of transporting iron ore from the mines somewhere, everything from smelting to processing was done locally, aiming for efficiency. At that location, securing fuel is challenging, but nearby elves from the forest cut down plenty of trees, selling charcoal, making it possible. Salt Daifuku, huh? Do those kinds of races not cherish the forest? Returning to the discussion, the inspection was also an important task assigned by her father. However, the duties of a Grand Duke extended beyond that, and as a royal family member, there were responsibilities in the royal capital. In case of any issues, there might be a need to travel abroad, so there wasn't much time for regional visits. Is that because I meet her too frequently? Well, that's a legitimate reason, so there's really no help for it. But why am I being asked to conduct an inspection? Apparently, there were requests from the locals. Huh? What? Should I sing? I'm not an idol from Tull. Then, what's the purpose? Could it be related to being a holy maiden? In places dealing with iron ore, there are people who suffer severe injuries in the mines and ironworks. Until now, we've provided alternative work for those who can't return to the same job. But if Russia is willing, maybe she could heal them? Of course, just her Russia showing up would boost their spirits. I see. More of an idol support kind of thing. Huh? But, in places like that, don't they have clinics, priests, or priestesses who can use sacred magic? I thought so, but regular priests need to use magic several times even for bone fracture treatment. Apparently, they can't just choose magic recklessly like me, to heal injured people in bulk. So, the rumors of the Holy Maiden Sama, who could heal them both physically and mentally, reached far. But, am I really a holy maiden? I haven't been officially recognized as a holy maiden by any denomination yet, so it's embarrassing to be called that. I've got that part covered. Since the title of Holy Maiden Sama is special for the Holy Kingdom, you can't just be recognized or claim it casually. So, don't worry about it, okay? On the contrary, that's scary. Won't I be viewed with hostility by religious factions? Well then, let me tell you a bit about the Holy Maiden Sama. Sure. The most straightforward reason why a holy maiden is not easily recognized in this country is that it's the renowned religious state, the Holy Kingdom. I don't fully understand the details, but essentially, just like how an unknown fruit wine and a branded fruit wine are not equivalent, a holy maiden branded with the Holy Kingdom is regarded as special by everyone. Originally, it seems that the princess who became the queen at the founding of the Holy Kingdom was a holy maiden. Even now, holy maidens are revered by the people as objects of worship on par with the royal family. Because of that, a few hundred years ago, the various sects were flooded with so-called saints recognized by each sect. The absurd story goes that the king at the time, fed up with the sects starting conflicts due to the saints fleeing or not returning after being sent to defeat the Demon King, ordered the Demon King's subjugation, and none of them came back. Wait, aren't demons just a general term for barbaric tribes, not some evil humanoid race? Can we stop with the demon slander, please? Getting off track here. In essence, due to these ridiculous legends of all the saints either escaping or dying a foolish death, the sects have become extremely cautious. If they appoint a human as a saint and fail, there's a risk of losing religious recognition within the Holy Kingdom. So, they're being quite careful. There's another difficult to attain title for the same reason. Russia. Do you know about it? Yeah. Demon King? Yeah, not quite right. That's also a challenging title to be recognized. Seems like I got it wrong. While it's the Holy Kingdom's duty to recognize humanity's enemies, there was an entity tasked with defeating these enemies. This, too, led to a mass occurrence at one point, where individuals were sent along with the saints and never returned. Surely, this entity will stand by the side of the saint. So Russia, take your time thinking about it. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. So Russia will have 4 exclusive attendants. Huh? Attendants? Like servants similar to Mother's Vio. Currently, whenever I go somewhere, one of Vio's 3 accompanies me. It's because I'm the daughter of Mother, and I'm borrowing them from her. While the 3 knights of the escort are like attendants for me, they are guards and not caregivers. So, it's not an issue for me to have exclusive attendants. Father? Why are you avoiding my gaze? For some reason, Father looked like he had a stomachache, didn't provide detailed explanations about the attendants, and went back to work. Suspicious. There must be something about these attendants, right? There's definitely something, I'm sure. Oh well. We'll put aside the complicated talk for later and move forward positively. Today, I've been curious about the monster situation in this world, and I'm going to have Min, the book-loving maid, teach me. If I'm going on a regional tour, not an idle tour but a territory inspection, there might be times when such knowledge comes in handy. Are demons really present, not just monsters? It sounds intriguing. Sama. Today, I brought the monster dictionary for travelers. All right. As expected of Min. She picked out a book that looks the part. First up is the horned rabbit. Wow. It moves quickly and escapes as soon as it's spotted, but its meat is delicious. Wow. It's just a rabbit. Now, what's on this page? This is the wolf. When it sees travelers, it approaches, and if you feed it, it'll stand guard for the night. Where did your wildness go? How about this one? This is the boar. It's a bit strong, but the meat is very delicious. Useful for travel. Is it in terms of being useful that way? Certainly, it would be convenient if they appeared during the journey. Oh, Lady were you interested in dangerous monsters, by any chance? Yeah. Don't look so surprised. Even I didn't expect that choice. Minute fluttered away somewhere and quickly brought back a book titled Dangerous Monsters on the Journey. Good. There's a normal book I expected. This one is a tiger. They are cautious and rarely appear in front of people, but be careful because they target horses. Well, dangerous animals like that live in the forest. How scary. This is a rhino. When it sees travelers, it attacks with its horn. Oh, really? And this is a hippo. It charges at travelers. And here's an elephant. When it sees travelers, they attack in groups. What's going on? Monsters? Are these monsters? They seem strangely vivid. No, wait a minute. That's not the issue. Are they going to attack on the forest road? Attack travelers, rhinos and hippos? That's incredibly frightening, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, they are much scarier than low-class demons. This is what I asked Min, but this is not what I want to know. Oh, Lady were you perhaps interested in dangerous, magical creatures? Yeah, I was surprised too. I see. Rhinos and hippos are animals, but all dangerous creatures are treated as monsters. If this is the standard in this world, if the Demon King rides on a hippo, I'll point and laugh. As we continued doing that, another few months passed. Well, my, I'm growing up quite well. I don't know why I'm growing even though I'm a demon. And finally, further brought my prospective attendants. He seemed to be avoiding some words. But it's okay, right? I trust you, father, since they will be close aides for a long time. Wouldn't it be better if they were close in age? They will take care of me, right? These children. Well then, can you introduce yourselves? Avoiding my piercing gaze, further prompted the 4 children in front of me, who seemed not to be afraid of me. Rather, they didn't seem very interested in me. First, the first one, the only boy among the 4, he started his self-introduction with a somewhat unpleasant smile, rubbing his hands. I am Noel, the eldest son of the former Baron Rutol. I will be Lady Russia's attendant apprentice. Noel, 8 years old. Burnt brown hair. Maybe a brunette? He greeted me politely, but his somewhat grayish-blue eyes seemed a bit suspicious. Even during the greeting, he kept glancing at further instead of me. The second one, I am Ninette, the twin sister of Noel-Nisama. An aspiring guard knight? Ninette-chan, 8 years old. The color is the same as her older brother. Noel seems suspicious, but this girl somehow doesn't seem to understand a lot of things herself. Despite being in front of me and father, they casually yawn. Are they also trainees as attendants, doubling as our guard knights? The third one, I'm Christina, the eldest daughter of the former Viscount Soda. I'll be a maid in training. Christina, 5 years old. Born in the same year as me, but she speaks quite maturely. I saw her for the first time. Blonde hair in vertical curls. However, perhaps due to her blue eyes, she gives off a strangely indifferent or sword-swallowing vibe. Not strong enough to stimulate my interest, though. Finally, the fourth one. I'm Fantine, the third daughter of the former Baron Roan. Like Chris-chan, I'll be a maid, but I'll also be a maid. Fantine, 5 years old. Same age as me. A lively child. Or so one would say, but more like she can't read the atmosphere. She has a beautiful face, but due to her silver hair and blue eyes, or maybe her actions, she gives off an oddly artificial vibe. Like a soulless doll moving. Age-wise, Fantine and Christina are the same age as me, while the twins Noel and Ninette are 3 years older. I gently turn my gaze to father. Father discreetly averts his eyes. Are they going to be my exclusive attendants? And why do they all have former attached to their noble titles? All right then, you all. Counting on you, Russia. Get along with Russia too. Oh, father. With just that, Further took the coat from Grandpa, and without stopping, went back to work. Seriously? I quietly put down the hands reaching for the air and slowly turn around, putting on a smile in princess mode. Nice to meet you. Yes, my lady. Nice to meet you, Lady Russia. I wonder if we can get along. For now, should we aim for an idol unit? The 4 newly arrived children. They are not bad kids. At least, there was no sense of hostility towards the Grand Ducal family. It seems they listen to what I and Viola, who is in charge of their education, say. These four are definitely not bad kids. But, subtly, Lady Russia, for today's schedule, we have an etiquette teacher coming in the morning. Yes, I understand. Noir-kun. Is that the end of today's report? Is it okay to go back to work? Why are you staring at me so intently? And why are you looking at the table's sweets? You won't get a reward for this little. You can eat them. Thank you, my lady. Is the meal not enough? The meals for the attendants are quite luxurious. Furl and Min were delighted. Crash. Oh, my lady. I'm sorry. I broke the vase once again. It seems that clumsy Ninette-chan has broken something. This girl might not just have scattered attention, she might have absolutely none. This girl is my bodyguard. Ninette. Since we're indoors, do you really need to carry a practice sword? No. I'm your ladyship's bodyguard. I like swords. Oh, I see. I haven't asked anyone about their preferences. Implicitly, I'm saying that she's breaking things because she's carrying such a thing around with no attention span. It's okay, Lady Russia. Noir, who lowered her hips, interjected. She seems to have some intention of protecting her sister. With the financial power of the Grand Ducal family, a couple of vases are nothing to be concerned about. Huh? As expected of the Grand Ducal family. I'm glad I can work here. What are you guys talking about? Anyway, clean it up. Understood, my lady. Come on, Ninette. Let's tidy up the vase. You do it, Noir. Are you bored or something? Yes, I'll call the maids right away. I slowly massage my forehead, suppressing the intimidation that naturally wants to leak out while the twins push each other to clean up. Hurry up and clean it, the two of you. For the first time in 5.5 years of my life, I felt irritated. Chris, could you make some tea? I don't taste it, but even demons get thirsty sometimes. Of course. Also, my name is Christina. Sure. Is it not allowed to use a nickname? You let Fantine be called Chris-chan, didn't you? I'll need you to tell me your tea preferences. Just make some herbal tea. All right. Then I'll prepare some random herbal tea. Oh, by the way, where's Fantine? I don't know. Please wait a moment. With a bang, the door closed, and she went somewhere. Christina is about the same age as me, but she seems much more capable at her job. Is it too meticulous, or rather, is it nervousness? If I had to classify her, it would be cool, but her impression is entirely different from Vio, who is also cool. For now, she's 100% san and has no dear. Yeah, I don't think she has any ill intentions. She's just a perfectionist. That's what I think. And then there's another maid, and I don't see her for a whole day. Hey, Full, have you seen Fantine? During tea time, I ask Full, and she tilts her head as if remembering something. If it's that girl, she was digging holes in the courtyard flower bed this morning. Didn't Lady asked her to do something? No. As Full and I tilted our heads in confusion, the other maids around us began to fill us in on what happened. She was in the kitchen, receiving sweets from Lady but now she's nowhere to be found. I saw her walking somewhere with a blanket. Come to think of it, she usually comes to get her meal first, but she didn't show up today. Is it okay to skip Lady meal duties? I saw her carrying Lady picture book and crayons. Did Lady use them? The housekeeper seemed to have observed. Fantine, what are you doing? Acting like a child playing around at a relative's house. Huh? Doing things at her own pace. Is it really her pace? But, among those four, Fantine is probably the most decent one. At least, she's the only one with whom a conversation can somewhat happen. Though it's unclear if she really understands the words. Those four will probably become more decent if we can break the ice. They are human after all, and there must be some good in them. As the master, and they being still children, there are various issues when children work. After a few years, when we become adults, they should become respectable servants. I wonder which will reach its limit first, me or them? And soon, the day is approaching when, as the daughter of the Grand Duke, I'll go on a territorial inspection as part of my father's work. I should ask the servants to bring those kids. Should I run away? Section. In the royal capital Versinia, the main campus of the Magic Academy, Almost all children of nobles with magical abilities from within the Teratado kingdom would attend. For those who have a separate residence in the capital or can rent a mansion, it's different. But for intermediate and lower class nobles from remote areas, the academy provides student dormitories. One of them, Seri, the third daughter of the Varan Baron family, received one day an invitation in her room. What is this? The moment Seri recognized the sender, she panicked and covered her mouth with both hands. In the Varan Baron family, which has a small territory in the northern part with no significant industry, there was no luxury to have a separate mansion in the capital. Although Seri, being the third daughter, managed to attend the main campus in the capital, she had no choice but to live in the student dormitory. Wealthy noble families with residences in the capital or daughters of large merchants hold tea parties almost every day, discussing fashionable clothing, music, and enjoying high-end sweets and tea. However, Seri, as a daughter from a rural area, was not invited to such gatherings. She gathered with friends in similar situations or commoner girls, trying to imitate tea parties in their dorm rooms, dreaming of a glamorous world. The topics for Seri and her friends were everyday life, school, cute boys, and occasionally hearing stories from participants about a real tea party, which they could rarely attend. What they admired the most was the gossip about their Moonlit tea party. You couldn't participate in that party through regular means. Even if a high-ranking noble's daughter tried to suggest participation, they would be rejected, or so they heard. It all started with a sudden arrival of an invitation to their room. Invitations to the Moonlit tea party reached the girls who had no previous acquaintance, said to be granted to those recognized by Count Orba's daughter, Million. Those who attended the tea party, with dreamy expressions, would share the splendid experience with others. Young and beautiful butlers and fairy-like maids welcomed the girls. In the luxurious garden filled with blooming roses, they were treated to exquisite dishes, sweets, and wonderful drinks. The host of the tea party, Miss Million, the Silver Princess's beauty enchanted them. However, the Moonlit tea party comes with oaths. 1. You must not show the received invitation to anyone. 2. You must never speak of being invited until it's over. 3. Until you board the carriage that comes to pick you up at night, you must not be found by anyone. If any of these oaths are broken, the carriage will never come, and the person will never receive the invitation again. Such invitations, which can even affect one's status in high society, reached Seri. I'm here. Seri, who had no connections, clutching the invitation with a drawing of a silver rose under the door of her dorm room. Seri hid it under her underwear, as if entrusted with an unheard-of fortune. I want to tell someone. Overflowing with excitement, she rolled around on her bed, tortured by the thought of accidentally revealing it to her friends who came to invite her to dinner. Fearing that, she lied about not having an appetite and locked herself in her room. And then, that night, riding a lovely carriage she had admired in picture books since childhood, Seri was invited to an unknown luxurious mansion and a beautiful garden. Red roses bloomed all around, and elegant music flowed from somewhere, gently tickling her ears. At a table made of pure white marble and white chairs made of thin metal, other girls holding the same silver rose-drawn invitation, as Seri were being served by beautiful butlers and maids. They looked intoxicated, wearing enchanting expressions. Welcome, Lady Seri. Approaching Seri, who had just arrived, was a silver-haired girl in a black and purple dress. Why yes, Lady Million. Silver hair shining like the moon. White skin as if blue blood flowed. How wonderful! Enchanted by her overwhelming beauty, Seri's feet stopped, and as she stared into those purplish silver eyes with a mysterious gleam, Seri's expression and heart melted, just like the other girls. Now, please come in. The girls woke up in their beds the next morning. However, those who found their silver-threaded ribbon-wrapped rose, proof of having attended the tea party, realized that the events of last night were not just fantasies or dreams. They shared the magical experience with friends and family, dreaming of the wonders of the Moonlit tea party. Except for a few girls, including Seri, who couldn't return. Episode 4, The elegant daily life of the saintess. Really? Is it okay for me and Vio to not accompany you? Yes, mother. I will do my best. Of course, I want them to come. Teary-eyed, on the day of departure for the long-awaited territory inspection, just moments before heading out, I was thoroughly checked, and with genuine worry, Mother, Granny, and the servants bid me farewell. I boarded the carriage with a heavy heart. Well then, Bridget, I'm counting on you. Yes, leave it to me, Your Highness. The promised territory inspection with further is technically in a land where there is no lord directly managed by the Grand Duchy. Currently, a baron, who is a vassal of father, governs the regional city. Since it's such a place, 10 members of the escort knight squad are accompanying us. Bridget, whom I affectionately call Brit-chan, is the knight who, along with Sarah-chan, pledged her sword at the palace. She's the one who tends to get nosebleeds. Sensitive nasal membranes, you know. Brit-chan has this cool, female trooper male role kind of vibe. I'm afraid she might start singing and dancing with Sarah-chan someday. The concern of Mother and Granny is because, this time, I won't be taking Vio and the others who have been taking care of me. Initially, those 3 were exclusively Mother's attendants, and since I'm Mother's daughter, they also took care of me as a housemaid. Even though it was a trial period, if I now have my own attendants, I need to use them as the daughter of the Grand Duchy. In other words, for this trip, those 4 are coming with me as companions and caretakers. Why do I, a demon, feel a stomachache? No one is talking. While traveling in the Grand Duchy's large carriage with those 4, I have nothing to say, and probably because they have to deal with a not particularly friendly superior, they also remain silent. Well, not exactly. A forest. Fantine, renowned for not reading the atmosphere, is happily looking out the window by herself. Or rather, the other 3 are doing whatever they like. Fantine frolicking alone, Christina reading a book, Noir is polishing a beautiful pocket watch, and her sister Ninette is grinning while looking at her brand new sword. Everyone seems to be having fun. So, what about taking care of me? But, as the middle manager, I need to take action to improve the workplace environment. It's not that I can't endure silence. So, who should I talk to? Maybe it's easier to talk to Ninette, the quiet apprentice guard knight. Ninette, do you really like that sword? Wait, don't get upset if there's no immediate response. Ninette, huh? Oh, yes. Well, you see, this is an amazing sword. I specially ordered it from a prestigious shop in the capital. Huh? It seems quite impressive. Or rather, I sense magical power from the sword. It looks pretty expensive, but I guess you had quite a bit of money. As I was forming that impression, Noir, who was silently observing, gave a suspicious smile and started talking before I could say anything. My lady, there's no problem at all. Ninette is your bodyguard knight. All her equipment is for protecting you. It's necessary to have everything she needs for that. Just ask using the name of my lady, and anything will be delivered. With an even more bombastic statement, Ninette, urged by Noir, shoots me a grin. As expected of my lady, the princess of the Grand Duchy. Look, Ninette. Oh, yeah, thanks a bunch, my lady. It's amazing. Thank you. No, this won't do. Using my name. Wait, did she unilaterally order things using the name of the Grand Duchy? Ninette's sword is a magical one, right? I know about it. It's an artificial magical sword created by mimicking divine swords and magical swords that humans can't make, right? And getting it from a well-established source means it's a branded item, right? It's like a car that only higher-ranking individuals, like the leader of the Holy Knight Order, would have, right? What do you think Ninette's annual salary is? And Noel's pocket watch, it's probably the same, right? It's a fancy silver watch. But didn't he have a gold one before? How many did he buy? The clocks in this world are not like the mechanical ones in the dreamlike world of light. They use magic circles, just like the magic swords, and they are by no means cheap. Damn. My stomach hurts. I can't even stomach talking to these 2, so reluctantly, I turn to Christina, the maid in training who's reading a book. Hey, Chris, what are you reading? My name is Christina. I'm reading a book. Well, obviously, it's a book. So, What kind of book are you reading? We're not at the point of using nicknames yet, it seems. I'll have to approach her slowly. Was it in the library? Were there such old-looking books there? It was in a private room at the back of the library. Ah, but a private room. My father's study? I don't know. Father's study is off limits to everyone except family and high-ranking servants, you know. Hope is now in Fantine's hands. Fantine? Having fun? I can't believe the awkward way I'm trying to start a conversation. But, unable to read the subtle atmosphere wafting in the carriage, I inch closer. Yeah, it's fun. Let's look outside together, miss. Ah, yeah. I can actually have a somewhat coherent conversation with her. I'm not confident about the level of understanding, but maybe if I can truly understand her, we might become friends beyond the master-servant relationship. But, like Fantine, doing childish things like standing on the seat and looking out the window, imitating a normal toddler, is a bit awkward. Wait, what? Hey, those shoes? Oh, these? Aren't they beautiful? I found them while exploring the mansion. But aren't they someone else's? When I say that, Fantine looks puzzled, laughing off the words. Nah, they're different. Since I found them, they're mine. Oh, I see. So, that's the kind of person Fantine is. Well, they're quite stylish, aren't they? After all, they're shoes for my party. I see. Understood. I stand up inside the moving carriage, boldly walk over, and kick the carriage door wide open. Bang. Bridget. Sarah, can one of you let me ride one of the horses? I'm sorry, father. Being a middle manager was just too much for me. I definitely won't bring those guys with me. I will live on my own, strong and resilient. Let there be light. With such stress, a divine spell that caused various abrasions activated properly. The leg of the miner, who had lost it, grew back like a sprout. You, gross. Ooh. A commotion leaked from the people gathered at the Lord's mansion who witnessed this scene 1 week later in the town adjacent to the mine. But I don't care about that. I'm more concerned about the fact that new leg already has quite a bit of leg hair growing on it. I wonder if hair will start growing too. In the midst of the commotion, my faint voice leaked out, and for some reason, a few men's shoulders trembled slightly. Thank you, Saint Sama. It's fine. Oh dear, Mina-san, what are you so scared about? Your expression is just gone because of stress, isn't it? Oh? Why are Sarah-chan and Brit-chan keeping their distance? You're supposed to be my escorts, so come over here. In this strange atmosphere, the stand-in lord cautiously approaches. Thank you, Princess Arushia. I'm glad I could be of help. Feeling a bit uneasy, I give a small smile, and the stand-in lord lets out a relieved sigh. Sorry about that, my scalp is kind of shiny with sweat. Princess, you must be tired. We have a room prepared for you. I'm fine. Are there any others injured? He's the last one with serious injuries or missing body parts. There are some with minor injuries, but there's a healing facility in this town, and the priests of the Kostoru faith are also here. Your Highness, it won't trouble you much. I see. With that said, I can't just go. I'll use a blessing feast for stress relief. Well, normal people can't use that much magic, and if angels of light start flying around the town, I feel like I won't be seen as humans. Princess, please stay at my residence. During dinner, perhaps you can share stories about Lord Fort. Thank you. I'd be delighted. Well, if there's time, could I explore the town until then? Since we're already out, let me do some sightseeing. Of course, Your Highness. I'll arrange for a guide. Bridget, Sarah. Yes, Princess. While the stand-in lord goes to call someone, I summon the 2 escort knights. Brit-chan is the captain of the escort knights, but I called Sarah-chan as well, not because I memorized their names as a set of bowl and plate, but because Sarah-chan is apparently the vice-captain. In the end, all the escort knights came, and calling just one of them makes the other sulky. I have a favor to ask of you. When I mention wanting to tour the town, the 2 visibly panic. No, Princess, it's dangerous. That's right. Princess, you're an irreplaceable princess of the Holy Kingdom. Well, I expected them to show some reluctance. Is it not allowed? So, taking advantage of being a child, I try a bit of begging, looking up with teary eyes. Princess, please. Higher. Suddenly, Brit-chan sprays blood from her nose and collapses, and I unintentionally fall backward. I can't help it. We'll accompany you. As Brit-chan squats, spraying blood, Sarah-chan says so with sparkling eyes. Oh, that treatment for nosebleeds is wrong, you know? Anyway, a child's begging is quite manipulative. But Brit-chan's mucous membranes are so weak. You didn't get a nosebleed from a toddler looking up at you, did you? You're just hot-blooded, aren't you? But still, I'd like to go out quietly, so can only one escort accompany me? It's a safe town, is it not okay? With a second round of teary eyes, Sarah-chan also surrenders. I didn't insist on going incognito, but if everyone goes, those four might follow. Even though I've already given them a break, there's no need to call them over. When they're here, my delicate heart gets worn out. Well then, no, let the captain, me, handle it. As Sarah-chan raises her hand, Brit-chan, who has revived, also chimes in. When I turn to the other escort knights, they all raise their hands too. You guys too, huh? Honestly, why would someone be so scared of a little kid like me? Well, they're also devoted to their job. Now, to decide how to proceed, they decided to settle it in a straightforward manner, by starting a brawl to determine the chosen companion. I've decided. The winner, Bridget. Sarah-chan, you were close. If Bridget hadn't blinded you with a nosebleed attack at the end, you would have won. But that's not important. Who do you think will cast healing magic on you, all beaten up like that? What happened, princess? Don't worry about it. The acting lord who returned was wide-eyed at the sight of the female knights, unharmed but with disheveled hair and clothes. Next to him was a small boy, like a page boy. Oh, right, he was supposed to be the guide. But, you Lady Saint, long time no see. This blushing child looking at me. Trying to recall something, I glanced at the uncle, who smiled and nodded. Do you remember him? This child is one of those you protected during that incident. Ah, of course. I remembered. He was one of the children kidnapped during that second demon summoning incident, tortured, and wanting to die. If I recall. You're Noel, right? Yes, thank you so much for that time. Yeah. His once scorned cheeks now looked healthy, his appearance neat, and he seemed genuinely happy. Noel-kun, I'm glad. He had such beautiful eyes filled with despair back then. Sniffle. Don't regret what you've done. I am positive. Upon hearing his story, I learned that Noel-kun was originally a refugee child who lost his parents. Just like him, children without parents are entrusted to the care of father's prosperous retainers. Well done, father. I've always wanted to meet the Lady Saint again. Oh, he's fidgeting. How cute. At that moment, an odd element intruded into this cute scene. This child is excellent, princess. He seems to have aptitude for magic, and even though he's only 7, we expect him to work under His Excellency the Grand Duke in the future. Oh, it's the young lord acting as the head. Also, Noel-kun is 2 years older than me. Lady Saint, today I will be your guide. Sure. Thank you. Recently, my heart has been troubled by children's relationships, so this will be healing. How can I prevent these sparkling eyes from dimming? Diabolical. But Noel-kun, you steadfastly refused to address me as Lady Saint. So, with Noel-kun and Bridget-chan in tow, I headed out into the town. Or freedom. Also, I gave pocket money to Sarah-chan and the remaining guard knights, instructing them to take turns keeping an eye on those 4. Why? Well, of course. I'm worried about embezzlement incidents. Isn't the outfit a bit strange? If I wore my usual beautiful dress, people would recognize me as that person. So I had uncle prepare a simple dress that makes me look like a merchant's daughter. There's no helping the sparkling hair. Can I hide it with a hat? And if I can cover my face too, that would be perfect. My intimidating gaze is scary. Very becoming Eek, Missy. Bridget-chan. You almost said, princess, again, didn't you? Beautiful. Lady Saint. Noel-kun says something cute again. Older ladies are giving us weird looks. Also, Noel-kun, please don't call me Lady Saint. But how should I address you then? In that case, just call me by my name. I don't want to be called Saint. It's not like that. I'm in awe of you calling me by my name. You're stubborn, Noel. No way. It's too disrespectful. At least address you as Princess with all my heart. Bridget-chan. You, Bridget. Yes. You too. I hereby prohibit the use of princess addressing in this situation. What? Amazed? I told you it's incognito until we finish exploring the town. If you call me princess, stay 10 steps away from me. Got it? Yes. I give orders when needed, too, you know. It's just that some people, like Sarah-chan, are happy when I give strong orders. But I don't like that. So, indeed. Please call me Lucia. Still not working, Noel-kun. I get it. You're grateful because I saved your life. But since I don't have many normal friends, I was kind of hoping for a bit more. Well, can't be helped. Smiling at him, I perform a theatrical gesture, lifting the hem of my skirt. I mean, I'm Lucia, the daughter of a merchant, just your friend Lucia who lives in the town, not some noble girl. So, it's strange if you don't call me by name, right? Is it still not working? I accompany that pleading smile with a little more pressure. Uh-oh, this won't do. My smile is about to twitch. More than that, it's embarrassing, and my ears are turning hot. Brit-chan, please stop that nosebleed. With a smile and silent gaze, I managed to make Noel-kun, who had been frozen, open his mouth, trembling. Lucia? Yes. I finally did it. From that loose, mascot-like nickname, I got a cute nickname that sounds like a princess. Okay, let's go. Yes, Lucia. Yes, princess. Brit-chan, therefore, follows 10 steps behind me and Noel-kun. The first place Noel-kun took me to was the large square in the center of the town. It's the intersection of two main streets running north-south and east-west, with stylish shops and such. Lucia, is there something you want to see? What kind of things are there? Well, how about trying the specialty sweet potato fritters? They're sweet and delicious. Wait, is this starting to feel like a date? But I find food a bit difficult. Did my expression give away that thought? Noel-kun's face suddenly darkens. Sorry, you don't eat sweet potatoes, right? Oh, no. I love sweet potatoes. I really like them. Really? Then I'll buy a lot. I don't need that much. Noel-kun, brightening up at my words, rushes out like a puppy without even hearing the rest. I bought them. Oh, thanks. Sweet potato fritters are fist-sized fried food made by mashing sweet potatoes, rolling them into balls, and sprinkling something sugary on them. And you got 10 of these? Seriously? Well, no help for it. As a last resort, I eat about a third of the greasy sweet thing, and the rest. My stomach is full. Noel-kun, want some? Exclamation mark. I offer the remaining 8 to Noel-kun, pretending to be a small eater. He freezes like a statue. Oh, wait, eating something I started is a no-go, right? Boys unexpectedly have some cleanliness issues. Handing over the remaining 8 and my half-eaten one to Brit-chan, who was behind us, the food miraculously disappeared into her stomach. Noel-kun, what's wrong? No, nothing. What's wrong? For some reason, Noel-kun is giving Brit-chan a resentful look. I see. One wasn't enough for him. I didn't expect him to eat them all on the spot, either. Slightly downcast, Noel-kun seems a bit disappointed. What should I do? Let's try changing the topic subtly. Oh, right, Noel-kun, I heard you can use magic. This topic has nothing to do with the town's guide, though. Magic? For a moment, he looks dubious, but Noel-kun agrees to talk. The magic types detected in the examination were fire, water, wind, earth, and so many? I was only light, after all. Also, course Sigma Cross. Huh? When Noel-kun utters some word, a small light sparkles and gently fades away. All types of attributes? Not me, but Bridget, who was watching from a distance, exclaimed in astonishment. That was quite audible. But, really, it's amazing. The acting lord's son is not just competent. Noel, despite being a little embarrassed by our surprise, shakes his head slightly, denying it. No, I didn't have an aptitude for divine magic. But for some reason, words came to my mind, and that gave me light. This power. Noel kneels in front of me, taking my hand and placing it on his forehead. It's the light you gave me. Noel, we're in a large square. I stand Noel up the now, and, exposed to the lukewarm glances around, I pull him along to move into an alley. Why did Noel get such a misunderstanding? Well, maybe, after being saved by my divine magic and having an admiration for the Holy Maiden, he developed some kind of Chunabu-like condition, pouring his feelings into the light, and as a result, he caught the favor of the light spirits. I can't make the surroundings dark just by being here, so the light spirits are probably of a calm nature. They run away if I get serious, though, and that's why the surroundings get dark. But, seriously, how much does this kid love the Holy Maiden? Lucia, what's wrong? As we entered the alley and the surroundings became unobservable, I felt a strange presence. This time it's not my fault. A bit. There's a strange presence. Presence? Noel looks puzzled at my words. It's subtle, so maybe he doesn't understand. I sensed the presence of a beast, similar to what I felt in the Royal Owned Forest. But, why in the middle of the town? Sorry, I don't really understand. If that's the case, it might be my imagination. Maybe I'm a bit tired. I just had some sweet potatoes. However, not only Noel but also Bridget, who was watching from a distance, hurries over in a panic to my words. Wait, I didn't notice. I'm sorry. Princess, do you want to return to the mansion? No need for formalities now, Bridget. No. I'll rest on that bench over there. Bridget, can you buy drinks for everyone? Yes, of course. For a moment, Bridget looks at Noel and notices his worried expression, then she agrees to go buy them. Well, I wouldn't let a guard like Bridget go. They're approaching. Beasts seeking prey. Is the prey Noel or me? Or maybe any child will do? Now that we're only children, it's definitely heading towards us. Well then, come. Pests that disturb my feeding ground. Section. Princess. At the scream from the alley, Bridget throws away the drinks she had and starts running. Even though it's called an alley, it's a quiet residential area with high walls surrounding gardens, and as Bridget rushes through, she finds the fallen figure of Noel. What happened? Where's the princess? Whether he was attacked by someone or not, Bridget forcefully shakes Noel, who is crouched in pain, to bring him back to his senses. It's not an appropriate action for dealing with a child in pain, but Noel, who has regained his composure, starts struggling to get up without complaining. Lucia. The Holy Maiden was abducted. What? Where did they go? Who's the assailant? That way. The assailant is a man and a woman who seem like commoners. But their movements were not normal. Russia was kidnapped. Bridget confirms Noel's report and nods, gritting her teeth at her foolishness for leaving her post as a guard and leaving only a child behind. She places her hand on the hilt of her sword with determination. Noel, you head to the acting lord's residence immediately. Explain the situation. Bridget Sama, please take me with you. I can use beginner magic. Interrupting the instructions, Noel shouts, and Bridget glares at him instinctively. While they were caught up in the situation, time kept ticking away. Moreover, even though there were two opponents, their strength remained unknown, and there was no room to take a wounded child along. But, please, Noel clenched her teeth, her whole body faintly glowing as she stood up, and Bridget watched in amazement as the wounds on her body began to heal. You understood. I won't protect you. Our goal is the safety and recovery of the princess. Are you willing to risk your life? Of course. Then let's go. Don't fall behind. Yes. Without looking at each other, they ran towards the direction where Russia had been taken. Bridget's cold demeanor towards Noel wasn't due to disdain. It was just a difference in priorities. Even in this short time, understanding that Noel's feelings towards Russia were aligned in the same direction, Bridget was confident that Noel would prioritize Russia over everything else. Noel felt the same way. She understood Bridget's determination to sacrifice everything, including herself, for the sake of saving Russia. Even if she fell, there was a strong resolve that the other would undoubtedly rescue Russia. There they are. Yes. Who are the kidnappers? Even if they were dressed as commoners, it didn't mean they were one. Did a noble family with ill intentions towards the Grand Duchy make a move? Were there spies from another country or those related to religion? Russia was innocent, simply born into the royal bloodline, becoming the princess of the Grand Duchy, possessing powerful sacred magic, and being loved by those around her for her exceptional beauty. Just for these reasons, Russia had many enemies. So far, no one had directly targeted the princess of the Grand Duchy, who was the enemy this time. Even though they were carrying a child and running, Bridget, who was trained, still couldn't catch up. However, they weren't that skilled. Bridget and Noel could follow their trail because they didn't erase their footprints, leaving traces behind. They hadn't gone far yet. Still, if they continued at this pace, Noel's stamina would give out first. Noel was aware of it himself. The look of urgency on his face was more than just fatigue, as these thoughts gradually began to agitate the minds of the two. Dun dun. A heavy vibration echoed through the ground, making both Bridget and Noel unintentionally step on their foot and stumble. What happened? With an ominous feeling, Bridget and Noel nodded at each other and ran, turning into an alley. The scene they witnessed when they looked was chaotic. Oh, Bridget, Noel. As if encountering an acquaintance during a casual stroll, the two were stunned but mustered the strength to run towards Russia, waving cheerfully. Princess? What's going on? Lucia? Are you okay? How is she okay? What about the kidnapper? The male kidnapper, now in a dazed state, still sitting on the ground and staring at the wall, completely ignored by Russia as she walked calmly towards them. Bridget, noticing this, instinctively stepped forward to shield Russia. With Bridget pointing her sword at the man behind her, Noel finally embraced Russia, who had just regained her composure. Noel? Russia, I'm glad. Noel, holding her in a near-tearful embrace, Russia couldn't bring herself to push him away. Instead, she looked at Bridget with eyes wide, as if seeking help. How are you, princess? Are you injured? No. Not at all. While facing the enemy, Russia somehow managed to respond to Bridget's question over her shoulder. I apologize, Your Highness. It's my fault. I will accept the punishment later. But for now, let's prioritize dealing with the enemy. What about the other woman? Oh, I managed to handle her with sacred magic. Oh, right. The kidnapper is not human, so feel free to deal with him without any hesitation. Oh, okay. The tension that was present just moments ago seemed to have vanished into thin air. At first, serving the admired princess was a joy, and being close to her made the lovable and cute aspects of her endearing. Bridget, who had impulsively dedicated her sword to the young master, never thought it would be challenging to maintain the will to fight in such a situation. However, all the night escorts cherished Russia's laxity. If she had a personality as extraordinary as her appearance, one might not even be able to gaze directly at her goddess-like beauty. For now, Bridget decided not to notice the human-shaped stains on the wall where the master, somehow, took care of the situation. The kidnapper, realizing he had finally been caught by the enemies, emitted a beast-like growl. Bridget, too, rallied herself, gripping her sword firmly. Lucia stepped back. Noel also released Russia from the prolonged embrace, brandishing his knife to shield her. Russia had described the man as, not human, to prove those words. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his black claws extended, and fangs bared. Without hesitation, Bridget leapt forward, swinging her sword horizontally. The clash between Bridget's sword and the man's black claws produced a harsh sound and sparks. The man jumped left and right like a beast, attempting to target Russia again. Bridget deflected his claws once again, creating distance between them. However, Bridget, not wearing knight's armor but her usual attire, winced as her shoulder was shallowly cut, slightly contorting her face. In terms of skill, Bridget was superior. However, the difference in equipment proved to be a handicap. Lucia, it's okay. I'll protect you, no matter what. With Russia directly targeted, Noel also spoke words to encourage her, gripping the handle of his knife tightly. However, his hand was trembling ever so slightly. In such a state, using magic effectively would be challenging. Seeing Bridget at a disadvantage, Russia quietly exhaled and gently opened her cherry-colored lips. Let there be light. At that moment, an immense light overflowed from Russia, showering Bridget and Noel with its radiance! Exclamation mark. Holy magic, and not just ordinary magic. A blessing, to repel evil forces, an invisible defensive armor, fortress. A barrier, to protect against magic, an enchantment to imbue weapons with holy attributes, sacred sword. Fatigue reduction and gradual healing of stamina, vitality, healing all kinds of injuries, regeneration, raising luck and enhancing all abilities, blessing, along with various other advanced support magics beyond comprehension. Not only Bridget and Noel but even the enemy man, were gazed upon with astonished eyes by Russia, who had received all these magical effects. Russia, playing with her fingers as if embarrassed, smiled shyly. It should be a little easier now? It was more than just a little. Instead of being awed by the strength of the saint, who cast such a multitude of magics with a single syllable spell, the excessive protectiveness made one feel more bewildered than grateful. It was as if, in the final battle against the Demon King, their hero, blessed by the saint, something like that. A stunned silence enveloped everyone. Amidst it, Jiao, the man, as if frightened by something, emitted a beast-like scream, and his body began to distort. The man's figure was turning into something other than human. If one were to compare, it might resemble an upright carnivorous animal. Bridget, upon seeing his form, opened her mouth as if recalling something. Don't tell me, a half-beast, unlike the sub-race, beastmen, lycanthropes were a kind of monster. In common knowledge, they might be likened to werewolves that change with the moon. However, like werewolves, lycanthropes needed the night to transform, and they wouldn't change during the day. But even as the man's body changed, blood sprayed from his entire body, and he seemed to be collapsing. Probably realizing he couldn't win in this state, he likely transformed by sacrificing his life. Bridget gasped at his determination, and the man, now transformed into a beast, directed his sparkling yellow eyes at Bridget! Exclamation mark. At that moment, with an almost scorching force, the man who leapt out attacked Bridget. Bridget, enhanced by a substantial amount of support magic, responded to it. The holy attribute sword cut through the beast's claws, digging into the man's side. However, despite the severe injury, the man screamed, slipping through Bridget's side, ignoring the wound in his abdomen, and attacked Ursa, who was behind her. Not gonna let you. Noel stood in his way, wielding a knife to shield Ursa. However, no matter how much support magic Noel received, he was still just a 7-year-old child. At this rate, his body would be torn apart in exchange for protecting Ursa. Noel. A voice from behind Noel reached him. Whether it was a miracle or not, the man turned into a beast for a moment, looked behind Noel, and stiffened as if frightened. Evil fears the truly pure. Remembering that, Noel was invigorated by the light of blessings he received all over his body. The voice of the girl awakened the true power within Noel. Cross, exclamation mark. It wasn't a magic incantation. It was a phrase in the spirit language that only higher spirits could use. The power to evoke light, accessible only to the chosen ones. A dazzling light emanated from Noel's entire body. Light extended from the blade of Noel's knife, slashing through the stiffened man in a single strike. Bridget and Noel stared in disbelief at the scene. What happened to Noel? And who was this man who attacked Ursa? The enemy was defeated. The target was rescued. But there was too much that the two couldn't comprehend. As they were about to share what they were feeling at the moment, a voice of a girl reached their ears. Thank you, both of you. Seeing Ursa's radiant smile that seemed to dispel all doubts and troubles, both Bridget and Noel were momentarily left in shock. Now, let's get back to exploring the town. Huh? Lucia? Princess, to be safe, we should. Russia, in a charming manner, places her index finger on her lips, smiling as she gracefully twirls around, lifting the hem of her skirt. Today's events will be our little secret. After all, Daddy would scold me if he found out. Right? That smile is. For the two who risked their lives to protect her, it was an invaluable reward. And so, The troublesome, Holy Maiden and her party began their journey back 2 days later. Holy Maiden, Lucia, watching the gradually shrinking carriage. Noel thinks. He thinks about himself, who had once hoped for death, having lost his comrades and despaired while living in agony. But Lucia, the beautiful and kind Holy Maiden, berated him with harsh words, comforted him with eyes full of affection, and saved him. Her purity and beauty, along with everything about her, touched his heart deeply, and Noel held feelings for Urustia that bordered on worship. Even after 2 years had passed, those feelings did not fade. In fact, they had transformed into even stronger emotions. Now, Noel was granted the opportunity to meet her again. Upon their reunion, she had become even more beautiful, her purity shining through her very existence. She had become a presence too revered to approach casually. As the daughter of the Grand Duke, a princess of the Holy Kingdom, she was intelligent, beautiful, serene, and always composed. A true Holy Maiden, as the people would say. But that wasn't the full truth. He realized that she also was just a girl. More than being praised as a Holy Maiden, she rejoiced in being addressed by her name like an ordinary girl. She ate simple food that she should not have even considered, enjoying it with a curious expression. While her appearance dazzled with beauty, her slightly sleepy gaze and leisurely way of speaking revealed a relaxed and carefree personality. Just remembering the disparity between the evaluations surrounding her and the reality of the simple, down-to-earth girl brought a soft smile to Noel's face. When she was abducted, the fear of losing her overwhelmed him, casting darkness over his vision, and his heart felt constricted. When I reunited with her, I realized my true feelings, ones I had considered admiration. I want to protect her, Lucia, with my whole life. Forever. I finally understood that my light was the power given by the gods for that purpose. I need strength so that I can protect her, so that Lucia is not taken away by anyone. In the legends of the Holy Kingdom, it is written like this: when a great evil appears in the world, chosen by the spirits of light, they will save the world. I will move forward, Lucia. On that day, the boy took a step forward to become an adult, to stand by the side of the only saint. Eventually, he would be called the hero of the Holy Kingdom. Section. Oh. One of the servants is dead. In the dark room, the woman who had just risen from her bed noticed that one of the black stones was cracked while having her hair combed by a maid without turning on the light. Since when? When we woke up, it was already like this, probably during the day. Annoying. Replenish it again. Understood. With their actions restricted, they used beings of the darkness as servants who could move during the day. However, there were few who would work for them for money, and betrayal was possible. Therefore, they used mental control through magic, using stones called magic stones, taken from magical creatures for that control. Creatures with magic stones in their bodies were magical creatures, and in areas with high magic concentration, animals that lived there produced magic stones and turned into aggressive magical creatures. Many regions where humans lived had thin magic, and even in those regions, races that had changed without turning into magical creatures were called demi-human races, like elves. Among them, those closer to the darkness were called demon races. But who were these women who used those close to the darkness as servants? Camilla, once again, you moved the servants without permission. On the moonlit terrace, the silver-haired girl approached the woman who was enjoying the scent of tea, using reproachful words. Absolutely not. To say such things to our mother, Milene-san. Then, how about carrying yourself with some dignity? Countess Sorba, a woman in her late 20s, with unbound black hair, spoke disdainfully, and Milene retorted in a similar manner. Countess Sorba, Camilla, Orba Count's daughter, Milene, mother and daughter, but there was no resemblance in their appearances. It's fine. I want a cute child too. Yes, a young one with blonde hair. That's probably why you ended up leaving that country, isn't it? The mother and daughter glared at each other. Amidst the swirling hostility, with butlers and maids paling, a third voice interrupted like a wedge. Stop it. What's the use of infighting? The middle-aged man who appeared received no response from Camilla and Milene. Milene, without a word, joined Camilla at the same table. Count Orba, his wife and only daughter, Known from their daughter's frailty, they rarely left their territory and didn't interact much with other nobles. But those who know their faces, especially among the older generation of nobles or those living in the Orba territory, might think, who are they? And Count Orba ran his hand through his grey hair, sighed at the attitudes of the two, and took a seat at the same table. Milene, can't you find a better daughter? Dealing with high-ranking nobles can be troublesome, you know. Even so, I want a better child. I'm tired of lower-ranking nobles. Still, don't act on your own, Camilla. You're not very smart. Milene, stop it. With a frown at the renewed argument between the two, Count Orba, glaring, spoke. I'll say it again. For our purpose, we need those with noble blood. By obtaining that, we can gain even more power. Yes, we understand. If that's the case, you know what to do. Show those people who set a trap for us a thing or two. Hearing those words, each of them began to move. Milene, standing away from her family, muttered as if spitting out her words. Even though you abandoned us. Chapter 5. I turned 6 years old when I tried to do pest control. Brychen and Noel were surprisingly skilled, making me anxious. I swung my arms in a hurry, managing to crush one bug, but before I could deal with the second one, the two of them caught up. Seriously, both of them were being reckless. I had no choice but to cast a lot of sacred magic, but to tell you the truth, even that wasn't enough. But what was that? Noel's power? It felt different from the light attribute that humans acquire. It was more like the flow of magical power reminiscent of spirits. And that language, was it there, spirit language, used by high-level spirits and demons? It seemed to use only one syllable. But how could a human pronounce it? However, maybe it was impossible for humans, as it was supposed to convey intent to all existence. Yet normal people couldn't hear it. Maybe, just maybe, due to my overwhelming holy magic, there was a side effect. What should I do? Could I be sued? After that, my face was red the whole time, and while there was no fever, something felt off. For now, let's pray for a quick recovery. Now then, despite all that, I conducted an inspection of my territory. Father mentioned that there were some places he'd like me to visit. And finally, I turned 6. Being 6 years old means I'm already a splendid young lady. I won't sit on any man's lap except father's. Oh, grandfather is watching me. So, I turned 6, but nothing particularly changed. Oh, hold on. I did stir up some trouble at the royal castle during the birthday party. I pretended to cry in front of grandmother and Lady Ali just to bother them. I also played with Sherry's soft hair. At the properly organized birthday party in the Tull territory this time, I scared off a misunderstood aristocrat who proposed engagement with his 30-year-old son, by having murderous intentions. I had a blast playing with Betty until we were both out of breath. When I arrived in a carriage with an overwhelming bouquet of white roses, I couldn't carry them all, and poor Rick got squished at the entrance. I watched him with lukewarm eyes. I was comforted by Timothy. This time, the beloved older sisters who didn't come, I wanted to convey these overflowing feelings to them. So, I asked the wind spirit, crying and imitating, to rattle their windows from midnight to morning. It was truly a peaceful birthday party with no problems. I'm sorry, I've been avoiding reality. Next January, I'll be entering the elementary section of the Magical Academy. It's totally not an elementary school. 3 months have passed since the territory inspection, and I, born in there, middle of autumn, have 3 more months to go. What about those 4 candidates for my attendants, I wonder? I feel like there's something I should do, but surprisingly, I'm busy with various things. Oh, one day, after practice, when I returned to my room, a letter had slipped under the door, replacing the lock with a fortress. A rose scent? Based on my biased experience, these kinds of letters never contain anything good. Moreover, sneaking a letter into this room, which even humans find hard to infiltrate, is quite suspicious. By the way, the reason for magically locking the door was to prevent those 4 from entering without permission. But, well, the sender is intriguing. The contents are an invitation? The sender is. I see. It's troublesome. By the way, I'm currently alone. Those 4 are taking care of me. So there's no one else to handle these situations. Is there anyone nearby? They'll come if I call, but it's a hassle to interrupt their work. Someone. There she is. Wait a moment. I walked down the corridor and handed the invitation to the girl coming from the opposite direction. Christina. Could you please return this to the Countess Orber with a polite refusal? It's been a few days since I spoke to her, but it feels familiar. She seems to have some free time, so it's just right. Does she also know about the rumors of the invitation? Upon hearing the name of Count Orber's daughter, Christina froze as if she had seen something unbelievable. Oh, so even you can make that expression. Well then, please make sure to send it back. Saying that, I leave, and until Christina enters her room, she remains motionless, staring intently at the invitation for the Moonlit tea party. I haven't had any proper conversations with Christina and the others, or the other four. While nominally their caretaker, I don't interact with them, and they don't do anything unless instructed. When I go somewhere, I don't take them with me. With Bridget and Sarah around, there's no issue. I've also asked the steward to stop purchasing them expensive items using my name. I've changed the locks for the dressing room and father's study, and keys are now managed by Grandpa and Grandma. If I, as an individual, can do various things just with my name, then there's much more I can do if I act on my own. Not to brag, but I've never been selfish even once. I'm a very good girl, and with just a small request, I usually get what I want. It's easy to find evidence and dismiss someone from their job, you know, but well, Further has been through a lot, protecting troublesome children like Noel in that incident and giving them jobs. I think he'd be sad if they were to quit. Sigh. In the dream, I have the record of a girl who lived in the world of light. So, I'll take my job seriously, but dealing with children under 10, like Noel, might be rare, perhaps, like the older sisters. That's the standard for nobles. Nobles are fearsome, but well, since I can act alone, let's finish up some tasks. I need someone. Can someone call Bridget or Sarah? For me, there's a secret job as a holy maiden in the shadows. Well, it's a job that I can openly perform, but starting from that acting lord's son and everyone who participated in it, without even telling their families, society has spread across the shadows of the Holy Kingdom. This society, formed mainly by noblemen, continues to expand, and as a testament to their solidarity, offerings and substantial donations are delivered to me. The name of that society is Holy Maidens Society, bringing darkness to radiance. What on earth? Your Grace Russia. Good day. Thank you for the other day. This time, let me introduce my friend, Lord Zesh Capel. Yes, Lady Princess, it is my first time meeting you. It is presumptuous for someone like me to be in your presence, but, however, yeah, that's how it goes. Even though he left home and became a commercial baron, now a viscount, he is the younger brother of the current Duke Capel, our family's political rival. I've heard that the Duke complained until the end when father became the Grand Duke. Zesh is younger than his brother, the Duke, perhaps why he's still in his 30s. Nevertheless, no, precisely because of that, he seems to have cried openly while embracing Viscount Lupin, who introduced him. Old men are annoying. So, is Zesh acceptable? Yes, certainly. I have ties to the Capel Duke's house. But, my loyalty lies with the royal family, not my brother. If my brother were to become a threat to the Lady Princess, I would not hesitate. Understood, understood. He started saying something dangerous. Let's just get this done. Then, Zesh, I will bring darkness to your light. Oh, thank you. I'm also getting carried away. Let there be light. What divine magic requires is a clear image and pure magical power to make it a reality. I, a demon possessing knowledge of the world of light, was able to reproduce it in a higher dimension. Perhaps, besides me, even a high-ranking priest would find it nearly impossible to achieve. Restore the body with regeneration. Give vitality to the body with activation. To cleanse the affected area, use purification. To reconstruct the body, apply them carefully and alternately. It shouldn't be too strong, nor too weak. Delicate imagery and knowledge of the other world are crucial. And we did it. We did it. Zesh's scalp was covered with a thin seaweed-like substance, and the radiance of his scalp was lost. In the aftermath, Zesh and Viscount Lupin embraced each other, shedding tears of joy. Annoying. From now on, refrain from oily meals, focus on a diet centered around fish, beans, and vegetables, and lightly brush the scalp with a soft brush. Got it? Understood, Your Highness. Not a divine revelation. Thank you, Princess Saint Lady. From now on, in the Tull territory as well, we will do our best to provide our Carpe Company's products as much as possible. Is that so? Looking forward to it. Getting tired of it all, I respond in princess mode. It feels like I've been reborn. With this, I won't have to endure strange looks from my wife or daughter, and I won't be called grandpa by the children of our clients anymore. Yes. Zesh left a generous amount of hush money as alms and left, arm in arm with his friend Viscount Lupin. And so, another light was lost from the Holy Kingdom, and thus, the faction that worships only me, a group of men, slowly spreads from the shadows to erode the Holy Kingdom. What the hell is this? So, I lived freely like that. Well, I don't feel inconvenienced much. Perhaps the adults are watching me until I complain. I haven't asked for anything from those four, and as a result, I find myself not being taken care of by anyone. I'm not woken up in the morning, but I wake up on my own, wash my face on my own. There are no clothes prepared for me, but since the demon body doesn't get dirty, I can easily mix and match my own clothes. I don't get hungry, so without my parents or grandparents around, I skip meals. I don't get dirty, but dust sticks, so I occasionally pour the leftover bath water over my head. I don't need tea or snacks, so I stop asking for them. I spend my days indulging in the ultimate shut-in life, reading my favorite books in the library until midnight. But one night, I woke up in the library after dozing off, only to be discovered by a frantic old lady. I was promptly captured and, upon waking up, found myself being taken care of by Vio and the others again. Apparently, they noticed there were no signs of me having meals or any laundry being done, and since I wasn't in my room, the maids launched a full-scale search. Even my mother and the old lady were in tears. Looking at it from a third-person perspective, it's quite a situation, isn't it? Today, Christina received a scolding from the head maid for her job incompetence. Even so, given that she's still new to this job and a child, the elderly lady, seemingly kind, easily forgave her after a humble apology. The idiotic twins who are my colleagues and the somewhat strange child might manage to get through with their good looks alone. I've been slacking off too much. I had intended to give them a hard time, but I never thought that the other three were also doing absolutely nothing. Unlike the other three, Christina had received education from the beginning to become the lady-in-waiting for a certain young lady. Due to issues with her parents and changes in the young lady's circumstances, she ended up becoming a lady-in-waiting for a different person. Having had the opportunity to talk to the other three and learning that they all ended up working here for similar reasons, I realized that while we may not be friends yet, at least they weren't enemies. Christina doesn't like the young lady she serves. Russia. Blaming her own parents for her misfortune, the Grand Duke did provide her with protection after losing her family, but Christina couldn't stand Russia's carefree smile without any worries. A princess born with everything. A child loved by everyone. Why was she so different from someone who had lost everything like herself? How could that princess, who took everything from her truly admirable master, smile like that? Clutching the invitation that the true master desired but would lose eligibility if others saw it, Christina muttered to herself in the dark room. I really hate Russia. I continue my pilgrimage to the royal capital as much as possible. I won't say it would make my work go smoother without this, but I look forward to meeting grandmother and Ali. Today's tea party is also with Shelley and Betty. Miss Burt, Miss Sherland, a little more relaxed. Yeah, it's not that scary. Yes, even if you say that, Bria and Sarah, who have stiffened up, reach out to both sides to ease the tension. Why are these two so normal when dealing with others? While the two female knights escort them, I am in the center, with my arms held by Betty and Shelley. It's okay, grandmother and Ali are not scary. I speak gently to the scared two. Mother is here too. but I'm not scared at all. Still, it's understandable that 7 or 8-year-old children feel overwhelmed at a tea party with the Queen, the Crown Princess, and the Duchess all present. But can you let go of my arms soon? Huh? By the way, the last one is me. But why? Why are you guys so surprised? Is there any other reason? Princess, if you could smile a little more. I see. I guess I was scary. Damn it. It's okay. We'll protect you. Yes, Sama. We won't let those guys get close. Betty and Shelley hold my arms tightly, comforting me. While it's true that I looked scary when I became expressionless, it seems like there's a fundamental difference. Since the grand festival at the age of 5, more and more people greet me when I go to the royal castle. Most people treat me with a smile and a princess-like attitude, but occasionally, they detain me for about an hour, praising Timothy and Rick, asking which one is better, and so on. Why are you giving me that information? What do you want me to do? It was creepy, grinning without touching the core of the matter. It's like having a meal where the main course is something you hate. If they leave after a noble greeting, it's not a problem. But Sarah's muttering made the faces of the three of us tense up. Walking towards us is, oh right, that ministers, some nobleman. This guy, even during the 5-year-old debut, spent a lot of time alone, got scolded by grandfather, and has detained me several times since then. Even when I try to end the conversation, he clings stubbornly. Good day. Well, my expression disappears. When my expression is gone, my humanity disappears suddenly. So, I raise my emotions from my voice during the greeting. Then, I stand against the wall like G and dryly leave. It's okay, not scary. Yes, we're with you. Oh, thank you. Betty and Shelley, though scared, try to protect me like this. What should I do? He won't let go. People I meet at the castle aren't always friendly. Some directly show hostility. In the Holy Kingdom, it's generally a one-man, one-wife system. It's not a law, but more like the citizens voluntarily follow it as a religious state. However, nobles, especially those without heirs, might take on second or third wives. In such cases, noble families might want to send concubines into the royal family. However, with me, a new member of the royal family and a princess, such nobles' reasons to send concubines diminish. Those people, thinking that I'm the reason for it, direct hostility towards the Duke's family and me. However, it's okay. I love such humans. But well, there's no one as appetizing as that beautiful lady. The next in line would be my elder sister, and that's troublesome. Still, I can't just show hostility. For those people, I recommend summoning mice or insects to their mansion. It usually keeps them quiet for a while. I'm getting better at drawing summoning magic circles. Strangely, marine products are summoned 2 out of 3 times. I wonder if they're cursed, although they're supposed to be entities cooperating voluntarily. I won't admit that they're things with high affinity for me. The royalty party is held in the usual Kyle Palace garden. If I wish, I can include Brighton and Sarah-chan as attendants. However, lower-ranking nobles find it intimidating, so they're out. Sherry and Betty brought maids, but they also had to go to the attendants' waiting room for the same reason. From here, the royal attendants escort each person into the event one by one. First, the Earl's daughter Sherry enters, followed by the Viscount's daughter Betty. Finally, as the daughter of a duke, I try to enter. Russia, Rick. Older brother? Oh, is it, Lord Ludwig, here? Well, never mind. It's Rick. He either spotted me or was waiting, but Rick approached quickly and grabbed my hand. Rick, why do you always grab my hand? Well, Russia always disappears so quickly. What's with that? It's not like I'm avoiding you. Oh, Rick, you're quite forceful. Unaware? I glanced at his hand holding mine. Rick winced and loosened his grip. Still, why doesn't he let go? But, Russia, you're not blameless. Why? What is he talking about? Seriously. I don't understand, and looking into his eyes, I tilted my head slowly. For some reason, he seemed to flinch and averted his gaze. Hey, look at me properly. Russia, you haven't come to the castle as often as before. Is that the reason? He wants me to come once every 2 months just to be a playmate. In each season, I think we goes on trips. No, not that. Did you go on a regional inspection with to help uncle? Wasn't it dangerous? That's the reason. There were no particular issues. More than that, I was preoccupied with embezzlement issues. Lately, strange things have been happening in the Holy Kingdom. Oh, really? Suddenly, there's been a massive infestation of rodents and insects in the mansion, and there have been cases where it's filled with seaweed-like substances. Well, and, once again, there seems to be a case of a child going missing. Again? There were too many kidnapping incidents, especially during the demon summoning incident. Isn't it happening too often? I'm troubled. Is Betty or Sherry okay? Hey, thud. Whether he was bothered by my carefree attitude or not, Rick grabbed my hand and pressed me against the nearby wall. Rick, what's going on? Start worrying about yourself. If something happens to you, uncle and grandmother, your family will worry, won't they? Rick. I see. Rick accepted me even though I'm like this. When I looked at him with a somewhat gentle gaze, he suddenly turned away in a fluster. Russia is like my sister. Dear, maybe. Oh my, you were late. Is something the matter? No, grandmother. Just a bit of small talk. With a noble-like smile, I casually deceive grandmother, who asks gently, Rick and I could talk just fine, but if that happens, I feel like Elise-sama, who orchestrated this whole thing, might try to push her son and me together again. Why Betty and Sherry, surrounded by the top 3 women in power in the country, looked pathetic. I smoothly slipped into the gap that was left open for one person, and just like before, I found myself tightly hugged from both sides. You're like having both hands full of flowers. Seeing that, mother chuckled. I couldn't move at all, amused by my inability to drink tea. Grandmother and Elise-sama brought tea and sweets to my lips. Well, I don't need sweets or tea made by someone I don't know, though, with me as the subject of their jokes, and both sides of me now sufficiently relaxed, Elise-sama leisurely opened her mouth. Hey, have you 3 attended any tea parties before? This calm demeanor, probably my lax way of speaking as a noble, is influenced by these 3 adults. I attended my aunt's tea party. Betty is still energetic. I also attended my aunt's tea party, and Ursama's mother's tea party as well. Yes, I also attended with mother at Sherry's mother's tea party. Saying that, I smile and exchange glances with Sherry. Ursama and I have also had a tea party together. What? That's not fair. Why didn't you invite me to? Thinking she was being left out, Betty raised her voice and stood up. Because Sherry came all the way to the Tel region to meet us. If that's the case, then I'll invite you, so let me know when you come to the capital. Sherry too. Yes. As Sherry and I respond, Betty, satisfied, sits back down with a wide smile. Despite being a beautiful girl, Betty is a bit unfortunate in various ways. Now then, do you know about the Moonlit tea party? While Elise-sama, who was watching us with a gentle smile, begins to speak again after a short pause. I think I've heard of the Moonlit tea party. I know. My sister and her friends were talking about it. It's a secret tea party, and participants are not allowed to talk about it until it ends. Betty, who seems to be good at such stories, looks at Sherry, and being a second-year student at the Magical Academy Elementary Division, she must be good at hearing rumors. She happily explained it to us. Well then, does anyone know someone close who has participated in it? Yes, a friend of my sister's cousin's husband's sister participated, and she said it was like a dream. A very wonderful tea party. Is that considered close? Anyway, Betty, who seems to have admired such a dream-like tea party, raised her hand and spoke excitedly. In contrast, Elise-sama furrows her brows and lets out a sigh. As for me, I would prefer if you 3 didn't participate! Exclamation mark. Why is that? I don't particularly care, and Sherry seems uninterested as well, but perhaps Betty was really longing for it. She stood up in surprise. Why can't we, Lady Eleanor? Elise-sama gently smiles at the bewildered Betty and gestures for her to sit. It's not that you can't, but Can you be sure that it's a genuine invitation from the Orb Count's daughter? Oh, Betty seems to have understood and slowly lowers herself back into her seat. Certainly, that's right. Even if there's the Oval family crest, if you're not supposed to show it to anyone, you can't even verify if it's genuine. The participants' invitations are collected, so we can't even confirm what they look like. Even if there are no issues with the Moonlit Tea Party, there's no guarantee it's not a clever imitation. But that means, does it have any connection with the recent missing persons cases? Recalling Rick's story and asking about it, the adults seemed a bit surprised, and for a moment, Princess Ali, who usually had a royal expression, gently smiled and patted my head. While it's not a story involving me as a child, maybe it's a passable performance as a princess? Betty and Sherry seem unaware. But well, indeed, that countess seemed suspicious. Not just that. I had something suitable, so I searched my pocket. Well then, I'll present something to Princess Ali. Oh, what is it? As I took out the item, both Betty and Sherry peered in. It's an invitation to the Moonlit Tea Party that arrived today! Exclamation mark. My words made everyone around me wide-eyed. No, Sherry seemed uninterested and focused on the fourth piece of cake. Is it real? No. What are you doing? You shouldn't show it to others. I pressed down on Betty's shoulder as she panicked, giving her a light pat. It's all right. I don't intend to participate, and this is the third one, so. Third one? I handed the first one to Christina to return. I discarded the second one without reading it, directly into the trash. The third one was found in the room of the mansion in the capital. It's a bit horror-like. As expected of her. I'm glad you didn't participate. I'm not sure what's as expected, but it feels like that attitude is more exasperation than admiration. Am I just imagining things? I'm honored to be of service to Lady Ali. It was the right decision not to burn it. Burn it? Your reactions have been quite exaggerated since earlier, Betty, and I get that you're not interested. So Sherry, please refrain from the fourth cake. Is amusing. So, can I keep that invitation? Yes, of course. Princess Ali and I smiled at each other, as I was about to stylishly slide the invitation on the table, but my clumsy skill activated, causing the invitation to fall off the table, and Betty jumped on it like a dog. After finishing business in the capital and completing a few tasks related to that meeting, when I returned to Tell Territory with my mother, we were greeted by Vio with an unusually intimidating presence. It seems Vio has something to discuss with so I'll return to my room. Mother? My mother, sensing something, said so without catching her breath, and elegantly walked with full and Min towards the castle. Usually calm, why is she evacuating so quickly only at times like this? Mother? Miss about those girls. Go on. Moving to my room first, I prompted Vio, who despite a calm tone and expression, was making the blood vessels on her temples twitch. As for those four I hired as Lady Er's close attendants, they haven't done anything. Truly. Nothing at all. Oh, I unintentionally felt my inner demon wanting to come out, but as a premise, it's been about 4 months since I stopped having any decent conversations with them. I don't take them anywhere. I don't ask for their help. I pay their wages, but since they have no connection with me, they can't use my name for shopping, can't enter important facilities in the castle, and effectively, they're in a situation like eating cold rice. In such a situation, as servants, they should be anxious and either seek work regardless of their appearance or quit the service of the Grand Duke's house and look for other employment. How are they doing? Every day, every single day, they've been lazy, eating and sleeping without training or doing any work. And they haven't done anything for weeks now. Moreover, there's more? At my exclamation, Vio smirks with a sarcastic expression. In addition to the salary, I've been providing them with room and meals, but I can't afford to give the semi-equal meals to those who do nothing. With my authority, I've been serving them meals equivalent to the first-year servants. Semi-equal, that's a ranks below the meals Mother and I eat, right? The same as the highest-ranked meals for servants. Even though it's the same as the first-year servants' meals, it's still the Duke's household fare, much better than common meals in the town. However, they didn't appreciate it. They went to the head butler and head chef, demanding the same treatment, and if it wasn't approved, they started going out for meals in the town. Demanding? What kind of initiative is that? In a way, they're amazing. Well, I haven't stopped their salary, so they're free to go out for meals. But wait, what? Do you mean every day? Yes, every day. And as you feared, they only go to high-end restaurants. Lady, do you recognize any of these items? Huh? In the box Vio handed me were familiar branded items, a one-handed sword, watches made of gold and silver, a complete set of encyclopedias from father's study or the library, some accessories for my party. Why do you have these? These items were contacted by the town's pawn shop, and I unilaterally repurchased the items they came to sell. Vio, with a pained look, quickly makes tea for me. Oh, it tastes really good. However, they finally did it. Huh? Those twins are definitely black. Christina is leaning towards gray, and Fantine still lacks conclusive evidence. I notice Vio's dark expression. Vio, what's wrong? Lady. About Fantine, she was found in the back of a storage shed she used as a playground, and items like these were found. What? Peeking fearfully into the box she offered, I see familiar items. A number of familiar objects, my shoes, battered and bruised. A dress worn out and covered in mud. Picture books I've read countless times, torn and scribbled on with crayons, making the letters unreadable. There's no malice visible. In other words, all of this was done as play. And the silver comb I received from mother on my 3rd birthday, with several teeth missing and bent. The stuffed rabbit I received from father on the same day, which I cherished, slept with every night, and carefully stored in the closet after the fabric became fragile, torn apart, with limbs brutally torn off. Why? With trembling hands, I gently pick up the silver comb and the stuffed rabbit, hugging them tightly. Why would you do something like this? Hot tears overflow from my eyes. I don't understand. I can't comprehend it. Memories of time spent with everyone circulate in my mind, and before I realize it, the warm liquid that spilled from my eyes soaks into the broken stuffed rabbit. Why? Are they not human? Am I crying? Exclamation mark. The moment I showed tears, Vio's magic surged like a whirlpool, violently churning and swelling like flames. My lady, please wait a moment. I will dispose of the trash. Eh? Despite having the same expression as always, Vio, weary dark eyes, attempts to leave, but I hastily grab the maid uniform to stop him. No. You can't. Why not? They don't deserve to live. Vio, you mustn't do such a thing. Why, my lady? Not thinking about those 4, I called out for Vio, and she hugged me, gently stroking my head until the tears stopped. I am Lady Leah. I have been assisted by Lady Er's mother all this time. While holding me, Vio shared stories from the past. As a commoner, I was taken care of and supported by Lady Leah's family when my family's business was on the verge of collapsing. When I gained the light attribute and drew attention from a suspicious sect, Lady Leah protected me with all her might. That's why Vio is determined to risk everything for gracious mother. By the time I graduated from the academy, Lady Leah was expecting Lady and to repay my debt, I decided to become a maid. Vio looked into my eyes and spoke gently. Lady Leah is my treasure, and Lady the treasure of everyone who lived in that house, and now the treasure of everyone living in this castle. Both Lord and Lady Leah, we all love Lady never forget that. Yeah. She hugged me tightly one last time, and Vio reciprocated with the same strength. Oh, it's embarrassing, but I feel relieved. Now, my heart is filled with human emotions. Is this what it means to understand people? I wonder, is that so? To the so-called big brother far away. At that moment, knowledge from a different world, unknown to me, flowed in from a distant place. I guess so. I'm allowed to do as I please. I deliberately switched to being overflowing with human emotions. From the human heart, I switched to the cruel demon. As both a demon and a human, I'm a bit of both. That's why I, born as the demon princess, will become the true me. I'm a demon free from any constraints. Vio. Yes. When I stood up and called her name, for the first time, Vio knelt before Arushia. Vio had always addressed me as lady, as her loyalty was always directed towards my mother. Now, for the first time, she knelt before me as an individual. Is there anyone else who knows about what they did? No. I investigated on my own and had assistance from Phil and Min, but only I know the whole story. I apologize for the time it took. That's fine. In that case, keep this matter confidential. But, Vio weighs her feelings against my words and calmly points out the problem. That is difficult. Their reckless behavior has been observed by others as well. Moreover, the amount spent to repurchase the items exceeds the concealable amount. If it's about money, I have my personal assets deposited in the Carpe Trading Company in the capital. They have opened a branch in the Tull region as well, so feel free to use it under my name. Yes. Seeing the substantial gifts from the Carpe Trading Company, courtesy of Zesh, Vio seemed to understand. Ensure that father and mother can spend their days peacefully. Keep it a secret. Understood, Arushia-sama. Vio bows reverently. Normally, if a 6-year-old started talking about such things, it would be reasonable to doubt, but it seems that sensed the change in my demeanor and understood. Now, about what to do with those pests. I was pondering, and conveniently, something arrived in the room. A small jewelry box. Inside it, along with various gems, was the 4th invitation, the vermin that disturbed my heart and ravaged the garden. Well then, let the devil's banquet begin. Section. Fufu. Ahaha, I finally did it. The girl couldn't contain her joy as she took the invitation in front of her. It was an invitation to the highly anticipated Moonlit tea party, coveted by the girls of the Holy Kingdom. However, it was not an invitation that reached her, but rather an invitation to confront the girls. Silver hair that shone like moonlight, pale skin that seemed to shun the sunlight, eyes of silver with a hint of purple, reminiscent of the deep night sky. Despite just crossing the age of 10, the girl, with an enchanting smile, possessed an otherworldly beauty. Meline La Orbel, the Countess's daughter. Those who knew of her existence referred to her as their Silver Princess. It's been a while. Meline returned the invitation she held in her hand to the table, then turned her attention to the 3 vessels placed next to it. Inside were 3 invitations, all of which had turned into ashes. Invitations sent to noble girls were light purple invitations. These invitations had a counterpart, light red invitations. If one of them was opened and touched by anyone other than the intended recipient, a hidden transparent magic circle would react, burning the other invitation. All the invitations sent to her had turned to ashes on the same day they were sent. Witnessing this scene, Meline felt anger at herself for being surprised. Normally, an invitation should be sent only once. Inviting someone who couldn't uphold the oath of the Moonlit Tea Party was dangerous. Carefully, to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, it was necessary to do so. However, that girl was an exception. With noble blood related to the royal family of the Holy Kingdom, known for her virtues as the Holy Maiden, and referred to as their Golden Princess, her angelic beauty seemed to be a special existence. Despite inviting over 100 noble daughters to the tea party and retaining over 10 daughters with ancient blood in this mansion, it wasn't enough to achieve Miline's goals. Perhaps the status inherent in the blood of nobility was lacking. But that Golden Princess was different. At a glance, Meline understood that the power of hundreds of noble daughters with ancient blood could be obtained through that girl alone. In a sense, it was an obsession close to love at first sight. However, Meline, without realizing it, manipulated every means to obtain their Golden Princess. Even though nobility could not be acquired with a child, she sent numerous flawless jewels, considered if the girl might feel uneasy alone, and even allowed the participation of attendants as an exception. Perhaps suspicions will begin to arise soon. However, there is no evidence to doubt the Orbel family. Even if someone were to doubt and consider the possibility of a disguised kidnapping, it is more realistic than accusing the Orbel Count of calling him to the capital. Unlike the optimistic Count and Lady, Meline believes it's time. And I've won the bet. Finally, a direct response from Arushia herself arrived, confirming her participation. If she can secure Arashio alone, she won't need anyone else. With her alone, everything will be sufficient. Hee. Tomorrow will be exciting. Million and her companions had come from the neighboring armed nation of Turteld, a nation that flowed into Tartledo. There, they clashed with the Turteld knights in battle, losing one comrade. Both Turteld and the demonic forces that manipulated them will face retaliation. They had become enemies with the demons who were once active behind the scenes in Turteld, and now, they face the consequences of betrayal. If Million can monopolize Russia and increase her power, she can achieve it on her own. Quietly and discreetly, the Holy Kingdom was approaching a day of calamity. Episode 6, Moonlit Tea Party. Is there something you need? In the pitch black night, I summoned those four through one of the portal gates. I was alone, without any attendants. Perhaps if I had brought Vio along, they wouldn't have come. That seemed to contribute to the air of disdain coming from them. Well, I have no intention of being modest now. We're heading to a tea party. You all will accompany me, as I commanded in my noblewoman mode. Everyone showed a different reaction. Noel stared at me with suspicion. Ninette yawned openly, looking bothered. Fantine joyfully crushed ants underfoot while ignoring me, and Christina, maintaining a poker face, slightly widened her eyes upon hearing the word tea party. First, the maid in training, Christina. We are heading to the Moonlit Tea Party. What? What nonsense. The invitation is no longer valid. Besides, if you disclose the invitation to others, no problem. Lady Million has graciously allowed me to bring up to 4 attendants, I said, showing the 4th invitation. Christina, after snatching it to read, cast a regretful glance at me. Oh, what a delightful expression. Young lady, we are quite busy. It's not that easy, right? Noel said. Yeah? Oh, okay. Noel seemed slightly interested upon hearing about the Moonlit Tea Party, but he seemed to be foolishly attempting to extract concessions. Ninette was just following her brother. Ninette, if you're going to be a guard, you'll need a sword, right? Is this not necessary? What? Even though she sold it, she didn't want to part with it. Her eyes lit up in surprise when I showed her the magic sword I had bought back. Hey, Ninette. Noel, this is for you! ! I showed the repurchased gold pocket watch, and Noel's face turned pale. You're a wise man, you know what this means, don't you? Having presented evidence of embezzlement, Noel suddenly wore a sycophantic smile, taking the pocket watch. If you steal from the ducal house, even a child can be charged by giving it back. Did he think he could flatter me and be forgiven? Crafty as he may be, he's utterly insignificant. Fantine, do you want anything? Do we get sweets? Of course. Sweets and tea are said to be delicious. Take plenty. Got it. Fantine is just like that. She has no malice, not even a heart. The carriage to pick us up has arrived. As the faint scent of roses lingered, the gatekeeper at the portal gate fell asleep on the spot. Silently, 2 fairy tale-like carriages arrived, and from within, a butler and a maid emerged, bowing respectfully. You all, board that carriage. Addressing the 4 who were captivated by the handsome butler, I directed them towards one carriage while approaching the frozen maid beside me. Will you escort me? Yes. Her hands were cold and, just a bit, animal-like. I wonder what kind of faces those 4 are making now. Anxiety, joy, it doesn't matter. The reason I didn't let them go is simply to maintain my father's reputation. So, I'm giving them one last chance. Regret, repentance, lamentation, despair, crawl on the ground, swear loyalty to father, and lick my shoes in repentance until you die. If you can't do that, understand? The carriage I boarded barely swayed. The Orber family maid just stared at my face, seemingly useless. I can't see outside, but, probably, it's moving several times faster than a regular carriage. Is it flying too? Because it hasn't turned once. Humans can't create something like this. The carriage arrived without any events. Princess, welcome. Thank you for coming. Lined up like dolls, a beautiful butler and maid were there, with an 11-year-old girl in the center, wearing a deep midnight blue dress. A captivating smile that gently enchants the hearts of those who see it. The 4 who were greeted by those jewel-like eyes stood there dumbfounded. I stopped in my tracks, maintaining a faint smile as I observed her. Greetings should come from those below, right? I am Milene, the eldest daughter of House Orba. My name is Russia. Will you show me around? This way. With a fleeting, dissatisfied air, Milene smiled and led me to the garden. Now, let's begin. Let the monsters play tricks on each other. Section. Milene had finally managed to welcome the coveted golden princess, but something was off. Russia, despite her young age, possessed a beauty beyond the rumors. The moment she appeared from the carriage, even Milene's entourage, who should have been accustomed to seeing Milene and Camilla, showed signs of unease. Even Milene, who should have scoffed at such a situation, found herself breathless in the presence of Russia's otherworldly beauty. Frustrated with herself, Milene impulsively used her charm at the beginning. However, the four children, momentarily dazed, quickly snapped out of it. Instead of falling under the charm, Russia exerted pressure on Milene. Could it be that Russia's charm surpasses mine? A mere child outshining me? For a moment, Milene felt anger rising but managed to regain composure. No, she is a holy maiden after all. Perhaps she's accustomed to countering magic. The vampire's charm was not a skill but unique dark magic. Therefore, resistance through counter magic could break the charm, restoring sanity to the target. Milene chose to see it that way. She couldn't admit that this young girl's charm was superior to her own. Count Orba and Camilla, hidden in the darkness, were observing, ready to inspect the sacrifice. Milene had not disposed of the previous noble girls immediately. The emotions of the sacrifice enhanced the ritual, and Count Orba, an ancient being, knew the method well. Even the companions who were supposed to conduct the inspection seemed captivated by Russia's beauty, adding to Milene's frustration. Lady Milene, where are the other participants? Bringing her attention back to her companions, Milene quickly put on a gentle smile. Since Lady Russia has graced us with her presence tonight, it's only fitting that others refrain. In the presence of such a premium offering, anything less would be unworthy even as an appetizer. In that sense, those four attendants are the same. Despite their decent appearance, they would only serve as side dishes to adorn the main course. Until now, they had sent back low-quality offerings to conceal the disappearances. But this time, as a token of appreciation, they might consider handing them over to the maids and butlers. Those four are just children. While there was initial caution due to Russia's exceptional nature, they now left her to enjoy the lavish streets, surrounded by beautiful butlers, maids, and exquisite sweets. The children, with faces filled with delight, were melting in the luxurious hospitality. Watching this scene, Milene also felt a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. Upon reflection, it was only natural. Ordinary humans couldn't remain composed when faced with their own appearance and eyes. Among them, Milene and her two companions, being nobles, were truly in a league of their own. Yet, at that moment, Milene felt a gaze directly on her. Turning, she experienced an unusual sensation, akin to cold sweat running down her back. Russia, wearing an emotionless smile akin to a doll, was quietly staring at Milene. Is something the matter, Lady Milene? No, I appreciate your concern for my attendants. However, as Russia calmly spoke, Milene sensed an increased pressure. I would prefer if Lady Milene focused solely on me. Would that be too much to ask, considering my selfishness towards the Silver Princess? I apologize. Milene, who naturally lowered her head to the elegantly smiling Russia, found herself in awe of her own actions. Until now, when bowing as a noble, it was merely a performance, a mockery in her heart of playing noble games. Yet, for some reason, even as the one who invited and the guest, hearing Russia's words, Milene instinctively placed herself beneath her. Realizing this fact, Milene gritted her teeth, glaring down while keeping her head lowered. How dare this mere human? Milene had also heard rumors about Russia, the face of the Holy Kingdom, their princess of the Grand Duchy. Although she rarely appeared in public, and some people at first underestimated her quiet and gentle nature, yet, still very young, she traveled far and wide, relieving the suffering, especially revered by some noble males as a goddess-like savior, a true saint. However, The pure evaluations and the Russia in front of her felt strangely out of place. Once again caught in the sea of her thoughts, Million hurriedly moved as she saw Russia in front of her absent-mindedly polishes her nails with a stone-like object. "You all, Lady Russia's tea has gone cold. Hurry and replace it." She had never given such instructions before. The participants were all blissfully enchanted, and the maids and butlers were naturally attentive to the tea and sweets without being told. However, they were all still fixated on the every move of the young Russia, enchanted by her beauty as if their souls were captivated. Not good. As someone newly bound as a follower, it was becoming challenging to maintain a human appearance in the face of Russia's charm. Just as Million was about to stand up, trying to somehow conceal it, Russia's voice stopped her. "Enough with the tea. You can't keep drinking tea, right? What's this?" Million was perplexed by the difference between the rumors and the reality. Her attitude wasn't that of someone invited to a noble society tea party. Being jostled in a carriage, not receiving any hospitality from the maids, and even being left alone after arriving. "What did I come here for?" I apologize." She apologized, at least as a formality. Million's patience was nearing its limit. In the plan, she had decided to capture Russia, break her spirit, and slowly devour her. But Russia's attitude, deliberately provocative, didn't allow Million to continue bowing down to this little girl as a transcendent being. In the moment when she was about to lose herself in anger, something small rolled into Million's field of vision. "I find this nail file difficult to use, so I'll return it." It was a large ruby, about the size of an adult fingertip. One of the jewels Million had sent to gauge Russia's mood, and Russia, in front of Million, dropped them on the floor with a surprised expression. Million felt dizzy with anger. What is this woman? Russia had repeatedly provoked to this extent, probably knowing about the kidnapping incident and suspecting something at this Moonlit tea party. Thus, she used this provocative attitude to try and bring something to light. If you think about it that way, it makes sense. At the same time, Million realized Russia's naivety. With a pure heart befitting a holy maiden, she must have acted out of concern for this incident. But despite appearing intelligent, she was still a child. She brought not the knights but only her childlike attendants. "Enough. I'll kill her here." Russia had gone too far. In her attempt to expose evil, she would end up suffering the most gruesome and cruel death as retaliation. "But, do you know about the vampire incident that happened a few years ago in the neighboring country?" At Russia's sudden words, not only Million but also the Count La Orba and Camilla, who had been observing from the shadows, had their expressions tense. "Russia-sama, what are you talking about?" In Million's completely dehumanized voice, the four attendants, who had been in a dreamlike state, suddenly woke up, trembling as they clung to each other, realizing the situation they were in. The music that had been flowing gently stopped, and the musicians, butlers, and maids all stared at her expressionlessly, while Russia alone maintained a calm smile. "It's just a monologue. There were a few vampires, but in the end, they lost to humans and abandoned one of their own to escape." Pathetic. With that monologue, the maids and butlers distorted their faces like beasts, and intense anger spread throughout. Especially Million's anger was tremendous, and her overflowing malice instantly rotted the vibrant lawn and roses. "What are you trying to say?" In Million's trembling voice of anger, Russia, unfazed by the surrounding changes, casually tossed the invitation she took out onto the decayed lawn. "Even the scent of roses, unfortunately, can't hide the animal stench, you know." The next moment, the butlers and maids, who had barely maintained their human forms, simultaneously bared their fangs. Not only that, even the musicians, who still had a touch of humanity, were covered in fur and transformed into upright beasts in the blink of an eye. Eek! Suddenly surrounded by supernatural monsters, the four attendants, finally realizing the situation they were in, clung to each other, tears streaming down their faces. In this eerie, otherworldly mansion, the reason the four of them had not lost consciousness and still maintained their sanity was solely because their mistress, Russia, showed no sign of fear. That was the only reason. The renowned saint Russia wouldn't abandon them. At least, They selfishly believed that she would buy them time to escape. Trusting their mistress, Milene bared her fangs and laughed at Arashia's composure. To come here knowingly, you're not the so-called saint, and I'm delighted about that. I never claimed that title, you know. I'm troubled by such grand names. I just want to live peacefully, in the presence of Arashia, who, even in this situation, gently placed her hand on her cheek and sighed. Two figures emerged from the darkness. If you give us that blood, we can make your life easy, young lady. A middle-aged vampire with grey hair, Count Ober, classified as Count rank. The saint seems quite at ease. Does she still think she can escape? A beautiful vampire lady with black hair, Lady Camilla, classified as Viscount rank. I'll wipe away that smile and make you regret until you cry. The silver-haired vampire lady, Baroness Milene, classified as Baron rank. The vampire's rank changes over the years, with older vampires gaining more power. Count Ober, having lived for 4 centuries, held a strength position just below the possibility of a nation's destruction, classified as astral disaster rank. Even among astral disaster rank, Lady Camilla, a viscount who lived for 200 years, and Baroness Milene, who lived for 100 years, ranked above the possibility of the town's destruction, classified as catastrophe rank. However, when these 3 gathered, the threat surpassed even that of a great spirit causing natural disasters. But Milene couldn't shake off the unease towards Arashia, who still showed no signs of fear. What was this strange feeling? It was like not realizing you'd buttoned your shirt wrong, or going out with mismatched shoes. A peculiar discomfort. Since when? Since Arashia appeared here? Since she sent the invitation? Or since she came to this country? Nonsense. Impossible. Coming to this country was part of the plan since her time in this kingdom. This holy kingdom, Tatiteld, is a sacred land where saints and heroes are born, and its citizens are devout. It's considered an ominous place for monsters and evildoers. However, precisely because of this, Milene and her companions chose this place. The Holy Kingdom attracts numerous sects, and no one would suspect that terrifying monsters had infiltrated the nobility. Slowly, cautiously, quietly, they would infiltrate this Holy Kingdom, change places, positions, and appearances, and consume the blood. There was no one who could defeat Milene and her group. Even if Arashia truly was their saint, without the corresponding hero, she couldn't fight. Milene trusted the strength of her 2 companions in that aspect. But at the same time, she felt a disgust so strong it made her sick. When attacked by Tatiteld's knights, if they had all fought together, perhaps there wouldn't have been a need to sacrifice one person. That's why Milene harbored resentment towards the 2 who fled first, Count Ober and Lady Camilla. In this nest of monsters, well then, let's play a little game. Arashia's cheerful voice resonated, as if a child excitedly coming up with a fun idea. She clapped her hands and smiled. Realizing that Arashia's words were an answer to Camilla's earlier statement about escaping, Camilla was left speechless. Now, Noel, Ninette, Fantine, Christina. With each name she called, the shoulders of the 3 trembled. Finally, lifting her gaze to stare at Christina, Arashia directed a gentle smile. You 2, do your best to escape. If you manage to escape from them, I'll also forgive you. With a bright yet cruel remark, Arashia spread her arms as if stretching. Let there be light. In the midst of an unnervingly calm and natural action, no one could move. At that moment, instead of dazzling light, black light spread around Arashia, dyeing the surroundings in a true darkness that not even vampires could see through. While the vampires, who had been on alert for sacred magic, were confused in the darkness resembling spilled black ink, Arashia's cheerful voice echoed. Hee, try catching me, won't you? Episode 7, Children enveloped in darkness. In the surroundings covered by an all-encompassing black where nothing could be seen, a small hand reached out to Fantine, guiding her away from that terrifying place. See Christ-chan? Fantine thought it was Christina who had taken her hand, but no one responded to Fantine's call. The place Fantine found herself in was a dark forest where not even insects made a sound. Looking around in the darkness, she could see the mansion and rose garden she had been in through the gaps between the trees. Why are we here? Without a source of fear, Fantine's unease didn't last long, and she expressed her dissatisfaction at being left alone in such a half-baked place. She couldn't understand why she, still a child, was left in such a dangerous place. While she was genuinely grateful for being rescued, Fantine believed that if someone helped her, they should take responsibility for her protection. Vampires were scary. Beastly monsters were scary. But the dark forest she was in now was also frightening because it was dark. She wanted to escape because she didn't want to be scared. The young lady had said, "Escape, and if you manage to escape, I will forgive you." But why should I be forgiven? Fantine couldn't comprehend what Russia had said. She couldn't understand what adults were saying. Born into nobility, Fantine couldn't grasp what others expected of her. But for Fantine, that was normal. For her, everything in the world belonged to her, and concessions were not in her nature. Fantine, born with blurred boundaries between herself and others, had no attachments because everything was hers. She didn't mind taking others' belongings because she didn't care about what belonged to others. She didn't understand how valuable others' belongings were or how important they were to those individuals. She didn't hesitate to take the lives of small animals and lacked the understanding of the importance of life. Everything in the world was a game for Fantine. However, even for Fantine, dying was undesirable. Dying meant losing what belonged to her. She didn't want to go hungry, suffer, or feel pain. So, for Fantine, death was the most frightening thing. Fantine's life, the most important thing in the world to her, was, in turn, the most precious thing in the world. Children should naturally be protected, and parents who no longer protect their children are no longer needed. The ducal family, who once gave me money and toys, is no longer needed because they stopped protecting me. Twins who taught me how to eat, and Christina who taught me how to earn money, are no longer needed if they won't protect me. I was scared when attacked by a vampire. It's because I realized that the other three, who only value their own lives, don't have the power to protect me. But now I'm not afraid because I've found someone who will protect me next. The young lady will protect me. That young lady is there. Russia, who even laughed in the face of those terrifying monsters. She is the mistress of Fantine, so it's only natural that she would protect the most important thing in Fantine's world, the life of Fantine. Having reached that conclusion, Fantine didn't run away from the forest or hide in the dark. Without any questions, she walked toward the mansion where Russia should be. Hey, boldly slipping through the open gate and avoiding the dark mass because it seemed scary, Fantine headed toward the mansion. There, she found a wagon with dishes that hadn't been served yet and began eating them with her hands. Because of her audacity, she managed to avoid encountering vampires or half-beast creatures. Thinking about it, it was obvious. Fantine's life, the most important thing in the world to her, must be treated with care by those vampires. Being scared was a mistake. Chewing on baked goods, Fantine walked through the courtyard, and she noticed something following her in the darkness. What is it? Turning around and calling out, she received a dog-like breath in response. When something not human, emerged from the darkness, Fantine gasped, her breath catching in her throat. As the chilling intent to kill blew over her, she let out a twisted scream of terror. A black dog emanating cold, a vampire's familiar, the Death Hound. With a face contorted in fear, Fantine scrambled to flee. 2, 3, Death Hounds appeared one after another from the darkness, and they began to torment their prey, whose movements were slowed by the cold. Why were dogs attacking her? Fantine couldn't comprehend it. Why didn't anyone come to help her? Fantine couldn't understand. Why was her most precious life about to be taken away? Fantine couldn't understand. In the midst of that despair-filled fear, Fantine shouted into the darkness. Help! The scream went unanswered, and muffled cries continued, the sound of tearing echoing into the night. Section. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Ninette crouched behind a wall near the back gate of the house, clattering her teeth and shaking as she held her unsheathed sword at the ready. Gripping her unsheathed sword tightly, she shivered, teeth chattering, muttering curses under her breath. I can't believe it. It was supposed to be just a tea party. She was tired but had joined only because they promised to return her sword. Unbelievable. The existence of such monsters. The fact that monsters had disguised themselves as nobles, being forced to attend such a tea party, the provocation from that monster, the fact that her life was in danger, everything was beyond belief. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. Absolutely not. She didn't want to die. Ninette wanted to go back and live an easy life. Ninette hated troubles things. Her twin brother, Noel, also liked living an easy life. He didn't mind humbling himself for that, but Ninette even hated that. She didn't want to be a meticulous maid. She didn't want to engage in sword training as a squire. She didn't want to be dragged into her brother's schemes. She didn't want to lower herself to please others. She didn't want to work for her meals. She didn't want to think about anything to live an easy life. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. She just wanted to live easily. Ninette's unintrusive personality, living in her brother's shadow, resulted from discarding emotions as a means to avoid complications. Ninette had a faint desire. She didn't crave much, but she didn't want nothing. She didn't want tasteless food. She wanted something delicious. She didn't want to sleep in a cold place. She wanted a warm room. She didn't want to work hard. She wanted money. For that, she needed a powerful sword. With a strong sword, she could become formidable without extensive training, and that alone would earn everyone's recognition. As an adult, she could become the captain of the guard, delegate all enemies, threatening the princess to her subordinates, and live an easy life. In a sense, Ninette was the most normal among the four. She had managed to envision her future. Serve the princess, delegate all troublesome tasks to maids and servants, and trust all thoughts to her brother, and live an easy life even as an adult. Something went wrong. Suddenly, she couldn't use the princess's name for shopping, and her meals were the same as the servants'. The princess's easy tasks disappeared, replaced by difficult ones. She ran away from work. What went wrong? Why was she on the brink of death in this place? Whose fault was it? It's the princess's fault. Baited by her sword, brought to this dangerous place, all because of the princess. She needed to escape. She wanted to escape quickly. The princess said the same thing, but Ninette didn't run. It wasn't because she couldn't leave her brother and comrades. It was because she didn't know how to escape even from this dangerous situation, having relied on her parents for everything until now, then her brother, the Grand Duke's house to survive, abandoning all thoughts for an easy life. High, from the dark forest surrounding the mansion, faint footsteps could be heard. Ordinarily, they wouldn't be audible, but hundreds of almost imperceptible sounds gathered from the forest's atmosphere, forming a subtle ripple that reached Ninette like the swarming of insects. And then, people emerged from the darkness. People all with bared fangs, monsters known as vampires. Ninette realized this and momentarily felt distant. Still, she couldn't faint. Perhaps due to her life devoid of emotional fluctuations, she couldn't even heighten her emotions to the point of passing out. A vampire's rank and strength changed with the years of existence. However, when high-ranking nobles or sorcerers with powerful magic became vampires, although their strength might not change, their status did. This not only affected their strength but also their appearance. Individuals with different statuses served as butlers and maids for Mayene, and now, wearing commoners' clothes, unable to conceal the ugliness of a vampire, those who found Ninette hiding, exposing wicked grins, were the 400 lower-ranked vampires under Count Oval's command. Ninette's magic sword was a powerful weapon, but she, still a child and having never undergone proper training, couldn't defeat them. Her mouth felt dry. She couldn't even breathe properly. Ninette understood. She was going to die. Torn apart by that monster, her flesh ripped, her organs devoured while alive. I curse you. I'll curse you. In the end, with tears streaming down her face, she cursed her captured parents, cursed her twin brother, cursed useless companions, and cursed Russia, who had dragged her into this world, while pressing the trembling edge of the sword against her own throat. There was no other way for Ninette to find peace anymore. Count Orba's mansion had an adjacent grand chapel. On holidays, devout citizens of the Count's territory would visit, offering prayers to the goddess Kostral with their children. It was the holiest place in the estate. Sniff, sniff. Among them, Christina was sobbing, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Wrapped in black, she had been discarded in a corner of the garden by someone. Despite her confusion, she hastily hid in the shadows of a tree. However, her sudden movement caught the attention of one of the maids, who found her and escorted her to the chapel. She hadn't been treated roughly yet. Simply abandoned at the altar of the chapel, surrounded by expressionless maids, she was stared at in silence. The fear she felt just being watched by these maids, with no word spoken, made her feel like her mind was on the verge of breaking. Christina hadn't seen these maids in the initial garden. Although not inferior in beauty to Milline's handmaidens, they were 50 lower-class vampires chosen solely for their looks, not strength or status, and had been favored by their master. The one who chose them as masters was King. The chapel's doors, echoing only the cries of the girl, opened with a faint creak. Flowing night-colored hair, inhuman beauty that seemed impossible for a human. Lady Camilla entered the chapel with about 30 beastmen, including a werewolf, a tiger woman, a boar man, and a rat man. Seeing Camilla and the boy cradled in her arms, Christina shed tears of despair. In those arms was Noel, with vacant eyes. Noel had probably been captured just like Christina, but judging by the sorry state of his expensive butler's uniform, provided by the Grand Duke's house, torn in various places, revealing the countless marks of fangs on the boy's white skin, it was clear how badly he had been treated. However, Camilla was only accompanied by beastmen. Moreover, the fact that Noel was alive indicated that all the fang marks on his body were the result of Camilla playing with him. As if to show off to the terrified Christina, Camilla licked the blood on Noel's cheek, gently bit his neck with her fangs, and licked up the spilled fresh blood with her bright red tongue. With each touch of the fangs and each lick of the tongue, Noel's vacant eyes regained the hint of vitality. He wore a somewhat lascivious smile, seemingly reveling in this somewhat obscene scene. "Oh, madam, please suck his blood, it's much tastier than mine." In response to Noel's words, who had sold not only his companions but even his dignity as a person, Christina was left speechless, her eyes wide open. Meanwhile, Camilla wore a smile of delight. "Ho ho, unlike that ungraceful saint, you are truly adorable." Feeling Camilla's interest focused on her, Christina was struck dumb with horror. Noel found a faint hope within the despair and clung to it. Noel wanted an easy life. However, that meant becoming somewhat great. Being born as the legitimate son of a noble was troublesome. Being in a responsible position was troublesome. Peasants might think that if they became king, they could live freely. However, the higher the position, the more responsibility and pressure increased, and if you failed, you could no longer live an easy life. Rather than striving to become the most powerful, Noel believed it was easier to have someone of higher status make decisions responsibly, while he, as an intermediary, delegated only the troublesome tasks to his subordinates. If there were failures, it was the subordinates' fault. All responsibility rested with the higher-ups. For Noel, living comfortably meant shifting all the burdens onto others and living without a care in the world himself. If it meant avoiding trouble, he didn't mind sucking up to anyone. He'd even grovel to beggars if it meant avoiding his own troubles. While the twins had lost their home and become homeless, to Noel, being a lady-in-waiting to Princess Arusia was the best position. Orders from Arusia were usually simple tasks even a child could handle, and even if they failed, Arusia would just make a troubled face and not scold them. If they had troublesome tasks, they could just assign them to the castle servants. Noel realized that by invoking Arusia's name, they could usually get things done. To ensure they could be discarded if necessary, they initially bought Ninette's sword, but it was delivered without issue, and no one blamed them. So, using the princess's name, they began acquiring the things they wanted one after another. Even meals were better than the ones from the baron's house, and if he ordered the maids, they would change the sheets and clean the room. Being the lady's attendant was, for Noel, an amazing position, but that easy life began to crumble after just a few months. Arusia stopped calling them. Their requests were no longer needed. They couldn't command under the name of Arusia. Places they used to access were now restricted. Their rooms remained uncleaned. The quality of meals dropped lower than what they had at the baron's house. They lost all their jobs. Still, Noel didn't apologize or try to change the situation himself. Having received the education of a baron's heir, he understood that if it was discovered he had indulged in whatever he wanted with the ducal family's money, it would become the most troublesome situation. Urashia remained silent. Noel wouldn't be held accountable if Urashia didn't bring it up. Fed up with his complaining sisters who only ever complained about meals and treatment, he embezzled and sold off misappropriated goods. Money would run out eventually. Before that happened, he needed to find a new host to ensure his sisters could sell their bodies. He had kept them around. But before he could do that, he was reprimanded by Urashia, who summoned him after a long time. However, Urashia, who was kind to others, forgave Noir's flattery, and even took him to a rare tea party. But that was his punishment. A horde of monsters as far as the eye could see. Among them, Urashia, who was the only one calm, used a strange magic, and before he knew it, Noir, who had been abandoned near the gate, was found by one of the monsters and had his blood sucked. He would die if left like this. In that fear, Noir found a scapegoat. Sorry, my lady, please let me join you. If you do, I'll drink the blood of that woman who deceives with the name of a saint. As Noir began to utter those words, Camilla bared her fangs and, instead of sucking his blood, slowly crushed his shoulder bones. I don't like foolish children. To Noir, who couldn't even scream due to the intense pain and fear, Camilla smiled gently with a beast-like expression. Beside her, it's her fault. As Christina murmured softly, Camilla turned her gaze leisurely towards her. It's her fault that things turned out like this. Despite being just a mistress's child, it's all his fault that Aureline and Aureline were pushed away so far. The late Countess Albertine of Coel was a close friend of Christina's mother, and her mother admired Albertine, raising Christina, her beautiful daughter, as a tribute to Aureline and the others. Even though Aureline and the others didn't hear any good rumors, they were tolerant of those who adored them. Christina, who had been touched by their beauty and noble dignity at a young age, idolized them like her mother did and looked forward to the day she could serve them. But on that day, Christina lost everything. Following Albertine and being involved in the demon summoning incident, both of Christina's parents were confirmed dead with Albertine, and the Viscount Serda family was also dissolved and Christina was protected as an orphan. The children protected in that incident were not only the abducted children. Included among the children who were taken in were the children of the criminals who were arrested in the incident, such as the 4 servant candidates including Christina. Grand Duke Wurtzenia protected these children and looked for places of employment for those who wished, but those who were willing to take in the children of criminals didn't come forward readily, and they spent their days in frustration at the church orphanage. However, there was hope for Christina. Although the Coel Duke's house was dissolved only in name, Attendants and Aureline were still in the mansion of the former Duke's family in the royal capital, and Christina should have served them as a maid apprentice at the age of 5. Or so it should have been. Due to the problems caused just before that, they were forced into indefinite exile to the neighboring Sigress kingdom. The opportunity for Christina to serve them was lost. However, the Grand Duke fought, who took the matter seriously, adopted the 4 children who had no adopters till the end and made Christina an apprentice servant for the first princess, Urashia, who was close in age. Princess Urashia von Wurtzenia. All the blessings, glory, and love that Attendants and Aureline were supposed to receive, everything was taken away by the daughter of a concubine, who sat there, taking the place of the legitimate daughters. Christina didn't hate her from the beginning, but seeing Urashia, who was unconditionally loved by her father and mother and adored as a saint throughout the country, made Christina lose all hope for warmth, love from parents, and the opportunity to serve her beloved mistress. Only hatred for Urashia remained. So, she subtly taught the foolish twins how to embezzle, and formed Fantine, who had a unique sensitivity about Urashia's precious belongings, and wanted to inflict even a little pain. Now, with the emotions swirling within Christina, and facing death, pure hatred flared up. I'll kill her. Urashia. Seeing Christina confessing tearfully in fear and losing her composure, Camilla, who threw Noir aside as if overwhelmed, ran to her and gently embraced Christina. Ah, she finally looks delicious. Episode 8, Offering. This is Russia, and I'm currently facing a bit of a dilemma. What should I do? Sipping on something that looks like cold, bitter tea within the narrowing confines of the black radiance, I find myself reflecting. Somehow, I haven't moved an inch from that spot. Well, maybe I did move a bit, just a little, to shuffle those four around, but when I finished my task and returned, there was no one there anymore. Sure, I threw in a catch me if you can move like a grassland princess, but there were probably half-beast people around, right? Couldn't you guys smell and track scents? I mean, even those vampire girls. Did they all foolishly go searching together? Seriously? But hey, I got to verify divine magic and have no regrets about what I did. All light magic produces white light, but light isn't only white, right? In the knowledge from the world of dreams, it's visible light, right? But wasn't there black in that? Well, let's just assume magic reflects the imagination directly. If black light is the attribute of darkness, then maybe the spirit of light and darkness are the same. If that's the case, holy magic might be able to use dark magic. End of speculation. But it's boring. I wonder if those four managed to escape. It's hard to gauge the situation from within this black light. Well, there's no helping it. I'll go out there. If they've escaped, so be it. But I don't want them dead. They might be useful. Stepping out of the black light and into the mansion, I accidentally collide with a maid vampire. Smack. Crush. Oh, I'm sorry. Can't hear me, huh? Well, you're just a stain on the wall now. I mean, wouldn't anyone be surprised if a bug suddenly appeared? Turned to ashes. Cleaning is easy, but still, it's oddly spacious here. Elisama told me that the Orber Count's family is an ancient lineage in the Holy Kingdom, and the mansion has undergone many expansions and renovations, making it incredibly vast and complex. How much did they indulge themselves? Oh, right, it was the original Count who got fat off of it. I'm not particularly good at detection magic. I have a feline intuition for some aspects, and this time, I'm searching by scent. But it seems there are a lot of them below. But how big is this place? It feels like you could play baseball underground. There seem to be minions in the chapel and outside the mansion too. How many are there? I can vaguely sense the three major ones, but I don't know which one is Million. Summoning a low-level demon would be convenient, but I'm not good at controlling magic, so if I casually open a summoning gate, he might find out. Probably just once in a fit of rage, I managed to deceive his nose and open a big summoning gate. Opening it more than once would attract his attention. Still, I only need to summon the target once. The protective self-proclaimed Big Brother taught me the magic circle for that. Is he a siscon? For now. I wonder if I can meet someone if I just walk around aimlessly. I wonder if any of those four are around, or maybe one of the three from the Earl's family. I don't want to meet the small fry because they'll just dirty me. As I thought about that, I found myself in a strange stone room. Is this kind of room typical in a noble's mansion? Chains with restraints were hanging from the walls. There were saws and axes lying around, and a red-black substance was smeared on a wooden bed. The smell of corroded iron filled the air. Maybe if it's a noble family, they might have it. As I was thinking about that, Katun. Oh my! If it isn't the saintly lady. The sound of high heels echoed in the torture room, and a black-haired beauty with several gorgeous maids appeared. She smiled at me. Good day, Countess. What was your name again? It's Camilla. And that's just fine. Thank you, Camilla. Camilla, holding the tattered child like a doll, and I, standing in the torture room, exchanged smiles. So, where did you pick that up? It was a good find. This girl was just perfect as an appetizer. Camilla raised the chin of the bloodless and lifeless Christina, and licked the blood dribbling from her fangs. Could this be a dropped item from Lady Russia? Camilla looked at me provocatively while slurping the blood. Maybe, if I were just Russia, I would have been outraged by the mistreatment of my servant and lost my composure. That's why. Yes, thank you for picking her up, Camilla. I replied with a calm smile, and Camilla frowned slightly, but that lasted only for a moment. She quickly put on her mask of a smile again. Hee hee. The saintly lady seems to have quite the composure. Unlike Camilla was looking down on me. Despite her strength, she was still just a person, and her arrogance as a powerful person made her needlessly verbose, aiming not to kill me but to break me and make me submit. Hey, Russia? Isn't it strange how humans are? The blood of humans with strong emotions tastes so sweet. I wonder how sweet Lady Saint's blood is. I see. The vampires don't know that sweet taste. Is it the karma that humans possess? Christina, I'm glad. Did you have such strong feelings for her? Calling her gently, Christina's shoulders trembled slightly, and Camilla, who had composure, glanced irritably as she moved. Yes, it's about time the taste starts to get dull, so I'll give her to you. Camilla, speaking a bit faster, threw Christina, who didn't move, towards me. The maids behind her also threw the three humans at me one by one. Fontaine, Ninette, Noir, you couldn't escape either. Do you understand? Russia? Those kids are still barely alive. What will you do? Lady Saint, will you use your favorite sacred magic to heal them? Looking at my battered servants, Camilla provocatively instigated, proudly showing that she had control. Yeah, I can see it. As Camilla said, these four are barely hanging on. However, healing them with divine magic is not an option. It's not an issue with divine magic. The problem lies in the fact that there's almost no soul left within them. From what I've observed, vampires consume the soul contained in human blood, exchanging it for their own power. Why did it come to this? Well, looking at these four who have been sucked dry, I can roughly understand. Humans whose blood and soul have been drained, unable even to die, transformed due to the dilution of their soul, seeking another soul and altering their physical and mental state. The transformation of a vampire's victim into a vampire is not due to a curse or an infectious disease, as commonly believed. It's because the soul undergoes a transformation. So, vampires seek the blood of humans with strong souls in search of the lost soul. When a living being dies, the soul rapidly disperses into the world. Only a tiny portion of souls, those with significant experiences, can consume their experience points and be reborn while retaining their soul's characteristics. Where the dissolved souls go after that, even as a demon, I don't know. But repairing a dead body won't bring back a soul that has already dissolved into the world. That's why the magic of resurrection doesn't exist in divine magic. If these four are left as they are, they will either die or turn into vampires. Truly pitiable children. That's why I ask this final question, not as humans but as evil demons. Do you still want to live? It's the simplest question, asking the essence of living beings, the whisper of a demon. In response to my question, the shoulders of Ninette, Noir, and Fantine tremble slightly. And Christina alone opens her eyes slightly and glares at me with eyes full of hatred. I'll take that as an affirmative. The contract is made. Smoothly, the black, thin chains extending from my hand entwine their souls. Let there be light. As they witness me casting divine magic, Camilla smirks with a mixture of delight and mockery. Ha ha ha. You foolish girl, you really did it. Healing their bodies in that state will definitely turn them into vampires. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, I move on to the final touch. I'm not saving their bodies. It's their souls hidden within, their feelings, bound by the contract. Devour the pitiful souls, reveal thy form. The incantation I utter transforms into a complex three-dimensional magic circle with intricate layers. Feeling something from the transformation, one of the maids jumps out and is scattered by the light of the magic circle. That's the purpose of divine magic. It won't allow interference with this sacred ritual of evil. Carefully, delicately, I stack hundreds of layers of magic circles, weaving in both the spells and emotions. I can only use a magic circle of this scale once, yet, for what I want to call with this one chance, my feelings are necessary. This summoning magic circle doesn't have any compelling power. However, there's something that can only be summoned by me. Now then, come. The demoness commands you, come, my lovely demons. Before they realize it, the four attendants find themselves in a place engulfed in black. There is no sky, no ground, no horizon in this world of black. In this world of black where even up and down are indistinguishable, The attendants could only see their own and their comrades' figures. No one raised their voice, but it didn't make any sound, desperately trying to scream, but no sound came out. They both started running towards each other. However, the distance between them didn't close, and even if they tried to escape on their own, the distance widened. In this black world where even the sense of distance was uncertain, only Ninette continued desperately running as if screaming for something. Ninette, in the coldness and pain of losing blood, heard the question from the young lady, "Do you want to live?" and emphatically affirmed. She held resentment against the young lady who brought her to such a place, but more than that, she didn't want to die. So, without hesitation, she sought life more than anyone else. Then why was she now being attacked, chased, driven, and hurt by something invisible? She just wanted to live comfortably. She wanted to live without doing anything. For that, what's wrong with parasitizing, using her twin brother, comrades, and the young lady? In this black world, while shouting such things, she continued running in fear, and in the end, her lazy soul was devoured by a giant black sheep. At that moment, the other three also started running as if chased by something. Fantine also started running, but her steps stumbled in the empty space, rolled by something invisible, played tricks on, and each time, mocking laughter echoed in her ears. If she asked whether she wanted to live, wouldn't someone save her? "Liar, liar," Fantine shouted while continuing to run away. She was being toyed with. She was being treated as a toy. The world belonged to Fantine, and everything was her toy. But why was her life being played with? The most precious thing in the world should be Fantine. Yet, why was her life being toyed with? The arrogant soul of Fantine, who cried out for help, was crushed by a giant white monkey, slowly chewed, and disappeared into the white monkey. Noel stopped trying to escape halfway through and began desperately begging for mercy, with a faint smile on his face. In a soundless world, he praised and flattered someone unseen, using sweet words, offering to sacrifice his twin sister and companions if he could just be saved. Shame and reputation meant nothing to him. But if he could be saved for this small price, it was a bargain. He chuckled to himself. He would do anything to live comfortably, gathering money to live easily, stealing things, using others' belongings without permission to live comfortably. Living comfortably meant taking others' rights as one's own. That's why he felt no guilt in selling off the rights of his sister and companions. However, the moment it concerned the young lady, the one who had been looking down at him in silence, suddenly showed anger, crushing Noel under the hooves of a giant black goat and crushing his greedy soul. Christina continued desperately to flee. She couldn't die here. The response to the call of whether she wanted to live was to seek revenge on the one who had taken everything from her and her beloved Lady Etelyn. She was willing to give up everything to seek revenge on the woman who had taken everything from her and her beloved Lady Etelyn. In despair, waving her arms and screaming, Christina threatened the invisible assailant. She hated that woman who took all the glory from Lady Etelyn and Lady Aureline. She hated that woman who took away happiness from herself, loathed the woman who stole her happiness. She hated the wealthy woman. The happy woman was detested. The woman loved by everyone was scorned. The woman with status and power was despised. The woman with glory and a future was loathed. Russia von Versinia. And everything in it were hated. Unfair. I wanted to be like that too. As Christina shouted, a massive golden snake appeared, smirking as it seemed to see through the human-like emotions at the bottom of Christina's overwhelming hatred. Hatred is the reverse side of love, because that existence was too dazzling. Christina could only face it by hating. The snake swallowed her soul, filled with envy, without leaving a single fragment. Section Pakian. A clear sound echoed as the light magic circle shattered. As the remnants faded away like snowfall in spring, only the increased darkness remained. The darkness turned into a muddy, thick substance, tinting the room's light with a murky color as it flowed like sludge across the floor. Vampires jumped back, frightened by this dense darkness, and the profound darkness swallowed the four servants like a bottomless swamp. What the hell is happening? Camilla's scream like cry resounded. It made no sense. It was incomprehensible. Couldn't understand what was going on. This was probably a shared understanding among the creatures in this world. the common consensus of living beings in this place. The darkness filled the room, like a moonless night. Even vampires who thrived in the night seemed scared by this darkness. From the lake of darkness covering the entire floor, the figures of the 4 servants gradually rose, silently, eerily. While identical to their previous selves, they were clearly otherworldly. The expensive clothes provided by the Grand Duke's family had weathered as if exposed to the elements for centuries. The 4 emitted a sinister aura, absorbing the darkness that filled the sea, and turned their dark gaze towards the vulnerable ones. Kia, prompted by Camilla's sudden beast-like scream, the maids in the room attacked the 4 in a bestial manner. In that moment, a shadow swayed. Ninette unsheathed her sword at her waist, and with just one swing, the sinuous blade cut through the maids, piercing them like tree roots. Fig Gamma Alpha section sent cross beta sent section sent hashtag delta cross. Laughter echoes with words unspeakable, shaking even this vast mansion. The vampire maids pierced by swords turned into dust, withering away like ashes. Having consumed tainted souls, these humanoid devils manifested in the world, embodying the vessel of humans. Oh my, what do I do now? Camilla is nowhere to be found. She ran away, leaving me in confusion. Mistress, it's been a while. Have you been well? Recovered. The 4 entities that were once my servants kneel before me, bowing their heads. The representative among them, Noel, who served as their coordinator, speaks in a distorted voice. Oh, right, those kids. The demons that were picked up by him in the demon realm and underwent magical modifications under the guise of my upbringing. I couldn't help but think again. This is just... no. To be honest, their appearance is out of bounds. Darkened complexion and grotesque features, constantly wriggling veins or bugs beneath the skin made direct eye contact require some courage. Isn't this the same as the evolved monkey demon that ran away during the demon summoning incident? Moreover, that one had just evolved and couldn't use its abilities proficiently, but these kids, from what I saw earlier, seem to have mastered them? And what's with that ominous aura? Just the leaked miasma is making the stone floor decay with a putrid stench. This is not good. If I bring them to the human world like this, it will cause a huge uproar. And there's something else bothering me. Since the faint souls remaining in those 4 seemed insufficient as compensation, I attempted to perform a fusion with these demons while sacrificing them. The contract with those 4, wanting to live, was fulfilled, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That was the plan. But, Christina, is there still a human soul inside you? Even though their essence is demonic, how much of the original 4 remains? Christina? I asked the entity that used to be Christina, but the response was weak. Then, Noel, the coordinating entity, nudged her with an elbow, and she finally understood it was about herself. Apologies, mistress. Being addressed by the name of the vessel is a bit uncomfortable. Oh, of course, I've been living in the world of men for so long that made me forget. Devil ain't got no name. To be precise, devils can't name themselves. If devils were to give each other names, they'd end up devouring each other, and weak-souled humans can't name a too powerful being. Even their nickname other than my individual name, Aerushia, took some getting used to. But, when a statement like that comes out, could it be that there's nothing left of the fused soul? If that's the case, might it weaken due to insufficient compensation? Ignoring my concerns, the entity that was Christina shook her head. No, my lord. The soul I chose has indeed fused with me, gaining knowledge, and influencing my way of speaking and preferences. However, a bad feeling, confirming it. The devil with Christina's face, displays a devilish, twisted expression of delight. The majority of the faint soul that remained was negative emotions towards my lord, so I couldn't resist. You ate it? Yes, everyone answered my words simultaneously. So, you ate everything except for the way of speaking, preferences, and knowledge? Well, how should I put it? It's nice that you've grown into such a splendid devil. It's good that you got a wavelength matching soul and a vessel. But, even if they fused only with fragments, I've technically fulfilled the contract. Probably, it's a scam, though. The important thing is not the size of the soul but the fact that they fused. Weakness doesn't seem likely. By the way, it's a hassle to keep calling them entity that was. But, if they become as strong as these guys, humans can't name them. Asking spirits or dragons, if they exist, is also not an option. But wait, you guys. Yes, remember my name is Arushia. From now on, I'll bestow names upon you. Devils giving names to devils, but the 4 devils bowed deeply without opposing my words. Is it trust in me or loyalty that says they'd be fine being destroyed by me? But I won't do it without a plan. I used my pre-reincarnation body as a vessel. Even though I'm a devil, I'm close to being human, with attributes that even sacred magic can't affect. If that's the case, it should be possible. We are devils, spiritual beings. If I believe I can do it and they believe in me, our wishes will surely come true. Your name is Noah. That's what I'll name the demon that took Noah as his vessel. Your name is Nia, to the demon whose name was Ninette. Your name is Tina, to the devil whose name was Christina. Your name is Fanny, to the devil whose name was Fantine. Not sentimental, but at least let me give the nicknames of those brats I couldn't get along with. The 4 who received names. No, the 4 stood silently for a while, then rose without a sound. Their appearance had completely changed. The ominous presence that was contained by the naming process, combined with their originally well-formed features, resulted in a cold beauty resembling intricately crafted dolls. Their human-like figures had lost any trace of warmth. Is this too much of a change? Well, maybe it's due to the symmetry and the elimination of distortions caused by lifestyle habits. Just like me, naming alone stabilized them to this extent. Claiming to be human wouldn't be a problem, but I wonder if they can be accepted as the same individuals they were before? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Now, follow me for the cleaning. Yes, Lady Arushia. With the 4 in tow, I begin to walk through the mansion at night. Shall we begin? Cleaning up the pests that infest my feeding ground. Episode 9, The Devil's Banquet. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. What's the matter? As we walked through the corridors of the Orb Account's mansion, Noah softly inquired about my muttering. Do you know how he is? In response to my question, the demons walking behind me subtly shuddered. Huh? What's with that reaction? Speak. When I commanded again, 3 of the 4 kids who were walking behind me took a step back, leaving Noah behind, who sighed. Do tell. After Lady Arushia headed this way, that person seems to be in quite a turmoil. He destroyed the demons in the vicinity, and we could only evacuate. I understand. Is it my fault, perhaps? Well, it can't be helped. I wanted to come here, but that's not the point. Miss Eurasia, Nia, isn't it obvious? Nia, who casually summed up the major disaster in the demon world in one sentence, calmly called out to me, looking at her now, whether with Ninette from before or this girl from our time in the demon world, the impression hasn't changed much. What's wrong? Take a look at this. Nia showed me the magic sword that had given to Ninette, but unlike before, it no longer sparkled, presenting a corroded and tattered blade. Why did this happen? I just used it normally, Nia said with a somewhat embarrassed look, raising her eyebrows. Is this because tastes influence demons? Nia tried to show me the corroded part by pinching it with her fingers. Snap. Oh, it broke easily. That was expensive, you know. Arushia. Even if you say that pitifully, I won't buy a new sword. It's okay, no problem. Huh? It's Noah, and for a moment he's Noah. But unlike Noah who couldn't do anything, Noah picks up the broken tip of his sword and turns back to Nia. Nia, lend me the souls you absorbed earlier and that sword. Sure thing, big brother. Come to think of it, these 2 had a brother-sister setting from the start, with abilities like absorption and release. When Nia handed the souls and the broken sword to Noah, he took out something like a pure white mist and smoothly ran his fingers over the broken sword. I've repaired it so fast. Wait, I have no idea what you did. The repaired sword, however, was different. The silver blade turned completely black, and if you listened carefully, you could hear the voice of resentment. It turned into a splendid demon sword. As expected, big brother. Nia happily received the demon sword and immediately swung it around, turning the wall she attacked into decayed debris. Stop it. It's dangerous. As for repairs, our clothes as well. They're not suitable for serving Lady Arushia. Tina picked up a weathered maid uniform with her fingers and said with a displeased expression. Noah also looked at his torn butler uniform. Certainly. Can you fix everyone's clothes, Tina? Yes, of course. Fanny, will you help? Sure thing. Fanny, who was poking the wall debris with what seemed like human bones, raised her hand with a beaming smile. Taking strands of hair from Tina's platinum blonde vertical curls and a few from Fanny's almost white silver hair, they infused magic. In an instant, everyone's clothes transformed, not back to normal, but into butler and maid outfits with black fabric and silver thread embroidery. Of course, Nia's night attire turned pitch black too. Look, Arushia-sama, this silver thread is mine. Well, it's beautiful. After finishing our task, Fanny hugged me from behind and nuzzled my cheek. The silver part was Fanny's hair, but I wondered where Tina's blonde hair had gone. Tina-chan, you're so wicked to the core. Fanny? Tina looked betrayed by Fanny's words, which seemed to read my mind. Fanny was pretty dark too, though. Noah, Nia, Tina, and Fanny, they all didn't seem much different from the four from before. But they were different. Even though they looked the same, they were completely different from those four. They didn't act so clingy or have such a close relationship with me. The scene before me now, where we were respected as close servants but also had a casual and trusting relationship, was what Father had wanted from me and what I had worked hard for, with them. Yeah, it was impossible though. Hey, Arushia-sama, this mansion smells weird, doesn't it? While still hugging me, Fanny said that as if sniffing around. Yeah, Fanny, do you know where the smell is coming from? In the chapel. There's an old lady, lots outside. 2 below. Kamala is in the chapel, and Count Orba and Milene are in the basement. Now, which way should I go? As I pondered that, Tina, who had been watching us with an envious expression, stepped forward, flipping the hem of her maid outfit. In that case, mistress, leave the outside to me. She had the same competence as Christina, but unlike her, Tina is more proactive. Are you okay alone? As I tilted my head at Tina's suggestion, Fanny, who was also cheek-rubbing, tilted her head, and Tina, looking frustrated, bit on a handkerchief. Of course, mistress, I'll take care of those trash all by myself. With each word, she got closer, and Tina approached with fiery eyes. No, I wanted to establish a comfortable relationship, but not one where our lips could touch. This kind of relationship is not what I had in mind. Yes, Tina, that's enough, okay? TCH. As Tina, who brought her face dangerously close, pulled back with a disappointed look when Nia, who had been cheek-rubbing with a carefree smile, aimed her magical sword at her. For now, there are many outside, so Fanny, can you help too? Yes. Seeing Fanny, who gave a childlike reply and rubbed her cheek against me, Tina looked dismayed. Why only me? Well, because when you got close, your breath was heavy. Feeling sorry for her, I patted Tina's head for a moment, and she instantly became pleased and went outside. What happened to the cool beauty? Well then, let's go meet Milene in the underground section. Tina, alone, leaves the presence of her beloved lord and heads to the chapel in the night. She understands that she's not normal. Born as a fragile devil, given knowledge from another world by the golden beast, Arushia, and transformed, Tina is not dissatisfied with it. On the contrary, what she felt was an endless admiration for her not-so-devilish master. However, allowed to serve by her side again, receiving a new offering to become stronger, and even being given a name as a result of this audacious act, Tina's last feelings of her diluted soul completely merge, sprouting emotions different from admiration. With those feelings in her heart, she arrives at the chapel alone, and sensing the presence of the Countess, an unfamiliar dark emotion sprouts within Tina, a feeling she has never experienced before, probably coming from the treatment the fused soul received from that person. Tina understands, but even if she feels dissatisfaction, she doesn't find it uncomfortable. It's undoubtedly her own emotion. A little earlier, what the hell? Camilla abandons the elegance of a lady, running through the empty hallway with all her might. There should have been a few maids placed within the mansion, but not being able to see them, Camilla realizes that the Saint Arashia must have defeated them. But such things don't matter. Camilla's urgency is not about such trivial matters. This is impossible. No matter how high her magical power is, Arashia, who she belittled as just a human, and a Pew maiden praised as a saint, performing demon summoning at that place, no one would believe it. And not just any demon. Summoning magic is said to be difficult in selecting the target. Perhaps Arashia, trapped in a predicament, forcefully opened a summoning gate with her immense magical power, but she ended up summoning something outrageous. Camilla, who has lived for 200 years, knew about that existence through her knowledge. Because she knew, when she was subjected to the dark gaze, she ordered the maids to attack and escaped without caring about anything else. Following that, she heard the mansion tremble with a ground-shaking roar and the grotesque, inhuman laughter, and Camilla became convinced of its true nature, an upper-class devil that rivals even the great spirits causing natural disasters like earthquakes, tornadoes, floods, and volcanic eruptions. A being that equals the great spirits and is the natural enemy of all living beings. When it manifests in this world, it wears an ancient noble's attire along with a sinister presence. Great Devil. Even one of them is at the crisis level for a nation, classified as a calamity class. If 4 of them, manifested with vessels, it's not just a national crisis. There's even the possibility of the Holy Kingdom and surrounding nations perishing together. The one great devil that was summoned in the past destroyed a nation, a devil with a black beast form, and humans couldn't defeat it. It waited until its magical power ran out and it disappeared because it didn't have a vessel. She didn't think that a human could summon 4 of them with such a large amount of magic, but squeezing out that much magical energy would likely have killed that saint. Even if she survived, she would have been killed by the demon demanding a sacrifice. There's no choice but to flee. If the lower-ranked Count Orba and Camilla and Milene, who are also catastrophe class, fight together, they might be able to defeat one, but Camilla didn't fight alongside them. Instead, she easily discarded her companion of over 100 years without informing their long-standing allies. This wasn't the first time she had abandoned her companions. Camilla was turned into a vampire by Count Orba, but Milene had another companion, someone created by a vampire who had existed for 300 years. When the vampire was fighting with the tattletale knights, Count Orba and Camilla left him behind and retreated. Later, being carried by a half-beast who served as a subordinate, Milene, who had lost consciousness, caught up. At that time, there was intervention from the demon race, which was active in Tattletale, and although Milene outwardly accepted it, she still held a grudge. The same thing is happening again. Camilla decided to abandon them and flee. Still, we need to retrieve them. Even if they retreat from the Holy Kingdom, Camilla, who can't walk under the sun, needs subordinates who can. Camilla, who specializes in the dark magic of charm, has the role of subjugating half-beasts among her companions. Sometimes, it was annoying, but for now, she was thankful for it. There are still 30 half-beasts and 30 vampire maids gathered by Camilla in the chapel. Even if they can't take everyone, they can take half of them if they use all the carriages in the mansion. With that many, it shouldn't be too difficult to escape from this continent. Until Camilla flees, she believes that reliable allies will detain the archdemon. Arriving at the chapel and preparing to retreat, Camilla turns back as the door opens with a faint creak. She is shocked by the person who appears from there. No way. Deep, bluish-green eyes. Golden hair rolled up into vertical curls down to her back. Wearing an all-black maid uniform with an apron dress that looks like both white and silver. The finest maid outfit. Once a small maid that Camilla knew, who she sipped her sweet blood while being tormented, and then became a monster possessed by a demon. The impression Camilla had received since then was completely different from her memories. The dull golden hair turned into platinum blonde, and the curly hair emitted a hard, radiant glow that seemed to pierce even the earth. The once charming face lost all traces of humanity, and combined with the color of those bluish-green eyes, the cold and ruthless beauty was entirely different from before. Camilla felt a chill, like a doll made of ice. She looked like a human now. However, Camilla couldn't stand the idea of such a disgusting human being. As a powerful vampire living in the darkness, Camilla keenly sensed it. But the lower-level vampire with no feelings other than that of an ordinary person did not notice the horror of it. Vampire maids lurking in the vast chapel's ceiling and shadows, beautiful yet young prey, attacked all at once. The girl, without changing her expression, turned her gaze to them, walked calmly, and without disturbing the posture of her hands folded in front of her waist, gently harbored vermilion in her cold, youthful, beautiful eyes. Squeak. The sound of something cracking echoed through the chapel. Several dozen maid vampires, frozen in their movements, collapsed as stones rained down from the ceiling, creating a cacophony akin to hymns in the chapel. Camilla let out a tense groan, witnessing the unbelievable scene. Her remaining maids and half-beast followers, drenched in cold sweat, were immobilized, unable to make a single move. The natural enemy of all living beings, the archdemon. Camilla had sensed its presence in that torture chamber. However, the ominous aura she felt at that moment had hidden itself, and despite appearing human-like, Camilla sensed an insurmountable power gap. Unable to confront this cruel reality, Camilla couldn't help but utter curses. Why would such a monstrosity appear? A nonsensical existence like that, belittling our creator, our beloved mother, the son of the underworld, to such a damn brat. At that moment, the chapel darkened, and a dense, furious energy erupted. Maid vampires, unable to resist, turned to ashes as the crashing sound of stones filled the chapel. In the eerie silence, only the swirling anger lingered. A voice filled with dark resentment echoed through the space. "You wretched mosquito-like creature, dare to degrade our creator, our beloved mother, and the Lord who was the son of the underworld. Know your place." The girl, murmuring those cursing words like a curse from the depths of the earth, seemed to finally realize that Camilla was the source of her resentment. Her mouth curled into a smile. "Nice to meet you, Countess. I'm delighted to see you again." Saying so, the girl gracefully lifted the hem of her maid outfit and performed a perfect curtsy. Yuka. In that moment of realization, Camilla, desperate for her last gamble, unleashing all her magical and existential power, her body twisted into a beastly form, enlarging to a colossal size as she lunged towards the girl. Simultaneously, forced by Camilla's command, the remaining maid vampires and transformed half-beast creatures leapt as one. The opponent was of the calamity class, while Camilla was no more than a disaster class. Though she strained every fiber of her being, there was a slim chance of victory if everyone in that place attacked together. However, Gyuyua, a scream of agony resounded through the chapel. A golden whip, bursting out of the chapel floor, pierced through those who attacked the girl. It pierced, mowed down, severed, and amidst countless dismembered corpses and splattered blood, the girl approached Camilla. She grabbed Camilla's face with both hands, looking into her eyes. Vampires come in various forms, don't they? You, too, will have red eyes. Despite Camilla slashing at her own face with her nails, she couldn't pierce the girl's body, not even her maid outfit. Envious. Jealous. I always wanted a golden body and red eyes just like my lord. In a dark world, Camilla's blue eyes, filled with malevolence, gleamed vermilion, and she screamed not with her voice, but with a soul-rending wail as her body gradually turned to stone. Her platinum curls transformed into countless snakes, covering the floor, walls, and ceiling of the chapel. Golden serpents, whip-like, filled every crevice, ready to strangle anyone in their path. "My name is Tina. I am Tina, the Gorgon created by my master. Can you still hear me? He he he. Ah ha 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 ha." Section sent cross gamma dot. It was no longer a battle but a brutal violation by the higher beings. Amidst blood, corpses, and writhing snakes, Tina lifted Camilla's head, twisted in despair and turned to stone, as an offering to the demonic son. All for the sake of her beloved mother. All for the sake of her master. All for the sake of the dear Arushia, merging with the diluted souls and consuming them. New emotions sprouted within Tina, heightening her senses. "Oh, I want to devour the lovable Arushia so much, in more ways than one." Section. Hey, guys, listen. In the dark forest, a disturbance had begun. It started abruptly, just one silver-haired girl appearing before the vampires, opening the curtains to the upcoming events. Not all victims of vampires turned into vampires. Most of them perished as their souls were drained, but those with strong life forces, strong wills, and robust souls survived the vampiric transformation. However, there were distinctions among vampires. Those with noble blood, exceptional abilities, or captivating appearances were favored by their masters and allowed to serve them directly. The lower vampires outside, attacked throughout the Holy Kingdom, were former villagers brought by force after becoming vampires. With no fighting skills, no skills to serve nobility, and average appearances, they were assigned to surround the mansion, ordered to act as mere wall guards to prevent prey from escaping. Called by the Count a while ago, about 100 went to the mansion, but 300 with no skills were left here without being informed. I got a name from Lady Arushia. Facing such a lower vampire, the girl laughed joyfully. Who was this sudden girl in the circle? She wore an expensive maid outfit, still a child rather than a girl. Was she a guest for this feast or someone connected to it? She looked genuinely young, more like an infant than a child, yet, coming to a place like this indicated a certain pedigree. Even though she was still an infant, her appearance caught the eyes of those vampires. Her silver hair, appearing almost white, shone even in the dark forest. Her face, adorned with a radiant smile, promised a hopeful future. Her fair, white skin resembled exquisite fruit, and the lower vampires, seeing her, involuntarily growled, thinking of the sweet blood flowing beneath that skin. Helplessly, they'll receive blame from the master if they dare to taste the customer's blood without permission. They might even be destroyed on the spot, but the craving for the sweet scent of the girl's blood quickly reaches its limit, and the lower-class vampires, as if lured, extend their hands towards the girl. It's their fault for coming here in the first place. If they hadn't come willingly, they wouldn't have been attacked. The Great Master should have noticed the disappearance of their guests. Then, this little prey must be a reward for them. The difference in the vampires' status also affects their rationality. Many of them haven't received proper education, and simple villagers whose only support is faith have changed their values after falling into darkness, willingly turning their fangs against those they had protected from decadence until now. How the girl managed to come here without them noticing, without understanding the significance of it. Ha ha ha. The vampires reach out their hands. The girl, like a child being played with by adults, gives a cheer and runs around, evading capture. Unable to catch her, hearing the joyful shouts of the girl, the increasing number of vampires chasing her, and finally all the vampires present, about 300 of them, chase after the lone child. It doesn't stop. They can't catch her. They can't touch her. From the hands that tried to grab her, she disappeared like mist. It feels like they're witnessing a dream. The vampires chase after the girl, laughing. In a flower field that spreads beneath the once-lit sunlight, the petals dance fantastically, and they don't find it strange that the girl is dancing in the sky. The girl's hair turns into white crystals. Her face and eyes turn white, and the right half is covered by a jester's mask, with a metallic sheen. No one cares about those changes. Then, shall we begin? The girl's voice is heard in their ears, and the girl is in front of all the vampires. There's only one girl, yet she's in front of everyone. The smiling girl, holding a small knife, suddenly slashes the chest of a vampire. In the intense pain, they scream, just like the intense pain from when they were humans and the reflexive attempt to punch the girl who cut them like a child. Their bodies couldn't move even a bit. Their bodies don't move. They scream, but no sound comes out. The girl clumsily uses the small knife, tearing the skin, peeling off the flesh, removing the nerves, extracting the organs, and finally turning them into bones. The vampires continue to scream voicelessly in the midst of intense pain and fear. But, let's begin. Before they know it, everything is back to normal. Their bodies are intact, and they're wearing clothes. However, they still can't move their bodies. The small knife cuts their chest again. Following the girl's command, all 300 vampires are simultaneously dismantled, experiencing an unspeakable amount of intense pain and fear. And then, shall we begin? For the third time, the terror begins. The vampires scream, plead for forgiveness, and some even make mistakes while begging. Having ridiculed the gods after becoming non-human, they now prayed and offered prayers, seeking salvation from the same god they had mocked. Without reason, seeking pleasure from the sense of depravity. There was someone who killed his own wife. There was a woman who laughed while sucking the blood of her own child. They killed neighbors, drank the blood of loved ones, tore apart bodies, and bathed in the blood, raising beast-like cheers. That was a sin. Doing what should not be done. Even as vampires, they did not forget morality. They knew it was a sin. Yet they killed for pleasure. Praying to God, "Please save us." In the midst of despair that shattered the heart, prayers were desperately offered, apologizing, begging to be killed. "Shall we begin?" Well, my name is Fanny. Fanny of Nightmare. It's a precious name given to me by the beloved Lady Aerushia. Hey, mister. Are you listening? Fanny shakes the vampire man, but he remains standing, looking down, showing no reaction. Is it over already? It's been only a few dozen seconds since Fanny appeared. Looking around, there are 300 vampires standing in the forest like a thicket of meaty trees. There are no external wounds. They are not dead. However, their spirits have been worn down by tens of thousands of nightmares, and their hearts are dead. Well then, next is work. Fanny says this and begins the collection of the worn-out souls from the 300 standing vampires. Originally, vampire souls are thin, and these vampires are also worn out. Still, with this number, it becomes a considerable amount. And rest assured, as per the contract, I will offer them to God properly. The vampires, in endless pain and despair, offered prayers to God for salvation. The price for that is to offer everything they have, and that God is, Our Lady Aerushia is our God. Though Aerushia, who saved and nurtured them, was truly the goddess of the demon world. For her sake, Fanny diligently works to collect souls. She does not like to work, but working for Lady Aerushia is Fanny's joy. In the dark, lonely, scary, and cold demon world, Lady Aerushia alone was like a warm spot. Searching for small prey as food, fearing the days of being hunted as someone's food. For Fanny, who was a weak and small existence, the feeling of warmth she first experienced is still vivid. Fanny thinks of herself as an arrogant demon. Reacting to the backlash from being the weakest demon who couldn't do anything among her companions, she threw away restraint and prioritized only enjoyable things. The soul that merged with her, she chose it because she felt a similar arrogance to herself in its feelings. However, that soul lacked a core. Seeking pleasure for the sake of pleasure, not knowing why pleasure was wanted, and just resenting Aerushia for not obtaining it. Fanny considered that part of the soul, the emptiness at its core, unnecessary and consumed it. Still, the remaining arrogance, like that soul, instilled in Fanny the idea, the world is mine. But that's not unpleasant. It was quite natural. Because my world is all for Lady Aerushia. Episode 10, Demon God. Oh, have you given up on running around? Descending the long staircase with Noah and Nya, we reached the underground, where Milene, accompanied by handsome butlers and maids, awaited me in a corner of the vast cave. So, have you abandoned the furious pursuit? As I casually touched my cheek and tilted my head, Milene, who had been gracefully fanning herself, developed a vein on her temple. Well, you seem quite composed. Hunting for a high-ranking person involves chasing the prey and shooting them in the end. Didn't our princess know that? So many of them were outside was to prevent any escape, I suppose. Oh, I apologize. I can't allow such barbaric things. I'm a city girl, you see. He. As we exchanged smiles and laughter, for some reason, one of the vampire maids swayed as if she had just experienced dizziness. Anemia, perhaps? She must be lacking blood. In the underground of Count Orber's mansion, there was a huge cavern. Well, it's cool and dark. Convenient for vampires as a resting place. Finally decided to show up. While playing with Milene, the middle-aged vampire, Count Orber, appeared from the depths of the cavern. Well, the real Count probably ended up on their dining table. Your complexion is not great, Count. Lack of sleep, perhaps? Young troublemaker, still not resting in the grave, I see. Has one of my minions attacked you along the way? Count Orber had a faint smile upon realizing that my followers had decreased. Quite chatty, I thought, and not sharing information with the Countess. Moreover, not only was he chatting, but also the reason for his lengthy conversation was puzzling. Seeing the slight frown on his face, he seemed to be wary. Despite hiding the demonic presence, something was different about Noah and Nia, even though their demonic aura was concealed. A slight sense of discomfort. Perhaps truly an ancient vampire, but does the appearance of a vampire matter? Even Milene, who looked like an 11-year-old, appeared this way. Oh, I was stared at. Those two have gone to greet the lady in the chapel. She suddenly decided to go out, leaving me behind. I wonder where she's heading? As I sighed in a troubled manner, Count Orba focused his gaze, and Milene glared at the sky as if she could see something. Well, I've grown tired of it, so I came to bid my greetings. It seems like I'll be leaving soon. Ha ha ha, the rumors of the gentle and graceful princess of the Holy Kingdom were quite off. You're quite the tomboy princess. Count Orba laughed at my words, baring his fangs. So, Lady Aerusia, do you think you can go back? At that moment, from every shadow in the cavern, hundreds of vampires appeared. No, not just vampires. Half of them, judging by their skin color, seem to be ghouls. It's not number you can easily hide in the darkness, but maybe shadow magic? Some form of dark magic? Well, it's a classic move for vampire subordinates. Smelly, though. Did Count Orba come to the underground to bring out these creatures? 100 vampires and 100 ghouls of Count Orba, Milene and 50 beautiful vampires. Tension and a murderous aura hung heavily between us. But, Arushia-sama, may I have permission to exterminate them? In that silent cave, Noah calmly sought my permission. Arushia-sama, me too, Nia chimed in. Nia's sluggish demeanor seemed to convey a desire to finish quickly and go home, but more than that, both of them seemed unable to tolerate the disrespect from the vampires and ghouls who repeatedly insulted me. Well, can't be helped. Permission granted. Noah, Nia, do your best. Yes. The twins responded happily to my words and stepped forward. If the power I had witnessed in that place was usable, there shouldn't be a problem. But in the worst case, I was ready to sweep them all away with my megaton punch. Or so I thought. Release. Section. Boom. Circuits of power connected from Nia to Noah, and Noah's black breath swept through the vampires and ghouls like a dragon's breath. What the hell? Fortunately veering off course, Milene, who had avoided the black breath with her subordinates, raised her voice and prepared herself. At that moment, an incredibly sinister aura pierced her. Get down, Milene. Feeling the same, Count Orba, who sensed it, used his subordinates as a shield to bypass it. In his eyes, something unbelievable was reflected. The two attendants Aerushia brought with her, children not yet 10 years old, were transforming into something inhuman. The skin of the boy called Noah turned dark blue, his whites of the eyes turned black, and the black of the eyes turned white. Distorted black goat horns protruded from his head, which bore an evil grin. Vampires directly affected by that ominous aura turned to ashes, and ghouls rotted away while still alive. Aha! Entering the chaotic swarm of vampires and ghouls alone, Nia, who had transformed into the same color as her brother, with twisted black sheep horns different from her brother's, swung her magical sword. With a single swing, dozens of ghouls were torn apart, their evil lives and souls sucked away, turning into dust. Her appearance was truly that of a demon feared by humans, and Count Orba was wide-eyed in astonishment at her demonic-like figure. It's a great demon? Noah was born in the lowest depths of the demon realm. It wasn't about the physical depth but the place where the weakest beings were born, and Noah was in a position where everyone considered him prey. Although they shared the same birthplace, Noah and Nia never resorted to eating each other, maybe because they had the same color, or perhaps out of loneliness. Demons don't have feelings like loneliness. However, the demon realm was so harsh that such feelings were born, and Noah and Nia were weak beings. Perhaps it was because of such feelings, but simply due to their rarity, the two were captured by a formidable presence, and they encountered what could be called fate, the golden beast, Aerushia. At that moment, she was already too powerful, and although they had thought they would simply be devoured, she nurtured them with care, even if it was just play, and the budding feeling of wanting everything. It grew stronger. and they wanted to offer it to their benevolent masters by desiring everything. That was Noah's only wish as a greedy demon. That's why he could understand the feelings of the dark beast that sought everything from her. But knowing this, Noah watched as the golden beast disappeared and betrayed the dark beast because he believed it wasn't for the good of his beloved masters. His sister, Nia, would feel the same way. Nia may seem carefree and ditzy, but she's not foolish. She always kept an eye out for her masters and companions, trying to protect them from all threats. To protect. That's a feeling demons don't have. Raised by Urashia and experiencing what it means to care for others for the first time, Nia wanted to protect everything about her beloved mother. As a slothful demon, she sought not laziness but a different kind of sloth. Nia's sloth was not about wanting to do nothing, but rather, it was about ensuring that her masters, who had been lonely in the demon world, could live peacefully with everyone. For that reason, the two sought power. That's why Urashia probably granted them that power. Nia, the succubus with the power of absorption, a shield to protect everything. Noah, the incubus with the power of release, a spear to slaughter everything. But Urashia, who set that setting, simply didn't want R18. She just gave them abilities that seemed like it, but unaware of this, the two demons eagerly wielded their powers for the peace of their beloved Urashia. She underwent magical modifications at Urashia's whim, evolving into a greater demon. Damn it! Count Orba muttered filthy words at the sight of overwhelming despair. Two greater demons. Moreover, they took the form of the Holy Maiden's attendants, likely possessing them as vessels to manifest in this world. If these two were unleashed, the Holy Kingdom would undoubtedly be destroyed. Why would such abominable entities, even taking the form of the Holy Maiden's attendants, follow Urashia? By calling the two by a name, Urashia probably summoned them when they were still high-level demons, named them with the immense magical power of the Holy Maiden, and made a contract as compensation. But even that wasn't absolute. Those who named demons might become special, but they wouldn't become subjects of obedience. To contract with demons, further compensation was needed. Perhaps, her soul is a holy maiden? A pure maiden's soul like hers would be more than enough compensation. But why would Urashia, a noble princess and a holy maiden, contract with demons to the extent of sacrificing her pure soul? Had she foreseen the arrival of their catastrophic level of vampires or disasters? Perhaps, with no hero in the Holy Kingdom at the time, she thought they couldn't win and sacrificed herself without consulting anyone. A child's sad level of self-sacrifice. She truly was the saint of the Holy Kingdom. They knew this, and even Milene was desperately trying to face Urashia to break the situation. But defeating a Holy Maiden wasn't an easy task. If the Holy Maiden stood with the hero, even they could be defeated. They thought such a being wouldn't appear. That's why they chose this land as their hiding place. However, the strongest Holy Maiden in history existed in this era. Even Orba, who had become something more than human over 400 years and had forgotten his real name, felt his heart cleansed by her dazzling presence. But it was too late. Even if he managed to defeat Urashia here, the unleashed archdemon will kill Milene and destroy this Holy Kingdom. Milene is an exceptional talent. Once a pitiful girl when turned into a vampire by Count Orba, Camilla polished her into a stunning beauty. With Camilla's guidance, she mastered controlling her body, transforming from a young girl to a mature woman, making her useful for impersonating others. However, when Orba and Camilla abandoned her former comrade, she rebelled against them. Count Orba, having lived as a vampire for 4 centuries, could not afford to die here. Becoming a vampire was a means to gain the wisdom of this world. By extensively studying various texts, he acquired fragments of the knowledge from another world, left behind by the great demon summoned in the past. He could not die to gain the great wisdom. Not until he encountered that existence. Just as vampires have their hierarchy, demons also have a rank. In the long span of mythology, only demons with a high rank evolve from archdemons and reach the realm of gods. The knowledge from another world mentioned 3 beings that reached the realm of gods. One is the god of the great demonic realm - demon lord. One is the beast of the great demonic realm - demon beast. And the last one, that demon had devoured countless humans over countless years. Finally understanding the human heart enveloping her otherworldly beauty, which rejected humans, with the hearts of people. She simply existed and charmed everyone. She played with the knowledge from another world she gained over time, bringing chaos to the world. Even in the eternal demonic realm, there was only one confirmed rarity among demons. The demon god. Regardless of how many centuries it would take, Orba must encounter the demon that brings knowledge from another world. There, demon god, and gain its wisdom, even if it means selling his soul. For that, Orba couldn't afford to die. Hence, in the Battle of Tatiteld, Orba survived even by abandoning his comrades. Pity. But Milene would be sacrificed. She would surely buy Count Orba the time he needed to leave this place. Finally, Orba glanced at Milene and the holy maiden who had been engaging with her. The saintly girl, Aerushia, looked at Count Orba and flashed an eerily beautiful smile. The demon god simply existed and charmed everything. Where are you going? Enchanted by that smile, Count Orba paused slightly, and that's when the appearing archdemon, Nya, mercilessly slashed Count Orba into two from the top of his head section. Oh dear. When Count Orba tried to escape, I gave him a friendly smile, and then was suddenly cut into two by Nya. Was it my fault? Milene, who had been keeping me company, looked over there, whether she was sad or angry. Her expression was incredibly subtle, but perhaps she had finally snapped. When she turned to me, she glared strongly. Enough of this. Instead of running away, fight me. Even if you say that. Unbelievable revelations unfolded. I have no grudge against Milene. Well, I was just trying to get rid of pests, you know? It seems that the Count was the one who created it unnecessarily. So what do I do now? I've been engaging with Milene, but even with my current magical abilities, which are still not at their full potential, Milene's attacks don't hit me due to the pressure of her magical power. Well, whatever. Fine. I'll seriously take you on. Come at me. As I said that, Milene extended her black claws and flexed the muscles throughout her body, utilizing the vampire's physical strength. But Milene, you must have noticed by now, right? That I am not human, let alone a saint. Fine. I'll take you on. Offer that despair to the demon! Exclamation mark. Milene instinctively jumped back. Seizing her face with my crimson claws, I smashed the stalactites at several times the speed, causing eye color to change. The white part was invaded by black, the pupils dyed a vivid crimson. With a smile, I bared my fangs against the backdrop of the vast darkness in the cavern, then threw her into it. Crushing the icicle stones as she flew nearly 100 meters, Milene screamed while sprouting black wings from her back. Blood, perhaps? Shadows? Maybe? Devil? Yes, that's right. At that moment, I flipped my golden wings, each about 5 meters long, and whispered into Milene's ear. So swift? You're just slow. From the disoriented and contorted face of Milene, a fragrant sense of fear emanated, and my face naturally transformed into a smile. Reflexively dodging Milene's hand chop by circling behind her, I grabbed her legs with the bat-like claws on my wings, leaving a golden afterimage. I then threw her to the ground. Boom! Impaled upside down, she shattered the cave floor, and the battered Milene screamed. Several shadows jumped in. Milene-sama, we'll help you now. Butlers and maid vampire underlings, who broke free from the curse of my sinister aura, rushed to Milene, surrounding her protectively. Yo! You, all! Run! No way! We will never leave Milene-sama's side. Why? Despite the fear in their eyes as they hovered around me, the servants desperately shielded Milene, their master. Milene, with eyes that had started to regenerate despite her battered state, opened them wide in astonishment. We were created by Milene-sama, but we were never deprived of our will. We want to serve Milene-sama of our own accord. You all, as Milene, with a regenerated body, staggered to her feet with the help of her minions. Her eyes showed no despair or impatience. Only a glimmer of hope and love for those protecting her was evident. Wait a minute. Am I not a complete villain here? Sure, I'm a demon. I'm kinda stuck here. My body forced to move against my will due to the remnants of my curse flowing out. If I release that aura again, they'll turn into ashes. What should I do? I'm supposed to be the most socially adept demon in the demon world. I can't afford to mess up like this. Damn it. Well, There's no other choice. Pon! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, Million and the handsome vampires reacted with shock as I moved behind them. This place is cramped. Shall we have a little chat outside, huh? Nonchalantly, I grabbed Million's wrist, and in an instant, I soared towards the ceiling with her. Pierce, infusing magic into the divine language. I punched through the presumably several dozen meters of bedrock with my fist. A thunderous roar and vibration, shaking the entire Count Orber's territory, echoed as we pierced a vertical hole resembling a well to the surface. Kaya! Million let out a maiden-like scream as we ascended while still holding her. Pain. Wait. Alda. Ada. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of something hitting the newly opened rough rock surface. But on that day, I made a decision, never to look back. Upon. Speaking of which, it was Moonlit Night. Moonlit Night tea party. I held on beautiful moonlit nights. I shook off Million's grip, who had flown up about 1,000 meters into the night sky, spread my black wings again, and hovered in the air in front of her. Million's surroundings, where she swallowed her breath, were surrounded by my cute demons revealing their true nature. Million's eyes, dripping with sweat, wandered aimlessly, surprisingly versatile for a vampire. With a snap of her fingers, the four of them relax and finally exhale as Million bites her lower lip and looks at them reproachfully. What do you want? Don't cry. I'm not crying. She's kinda cute, this kid. Million, become my subordinate. Wah. Million is rendered speechless with an expression that doesn't match her super beautiful girl appearance. If you don't like that, what should I do? Let's be friends, huh? Suddenly lowering the bar, I catch Million with a dumbfounded expression. Well, the title doesn't really matter. So, what will you do, Lady Million? In my devilish form, gently placing my hand on my cheek while tilting my head, Million lets out a grand sigh. Let's be friends, Urashia-sama. Yes, please. Securing labor force. I don't care anymore. Count Orber is also such a guy. In her tattered dress, Million muttered as if giving up, then lifted her face with a start and turned away as if avoiding something. Anyway, I was just angry because I don't like being underestimated by humans. Yeah, isn't she a bit too sincere? They were drawn into becoming vampires to manage the underground society that preys on the simple folk in this holy kingdom, to oversee the livestock even if they're gone. Thus, the continuous disappearances in the holy kingdom were swept under the rug, and the threat of vampires that loomed was extinguished without humans noticing. I also gained a workforce to manage the holy kingdom from behind the scenes. Everything seems to be going well, but I can't say it. That I used the lives of Million and the others for servant education, it's something I can't admit. Chapter 11, I became a freshman, and then, it was a bit chaotic after that. For some reason, localized earthquakes seemed to be happening around Count Orber's territory, causing residents to panic and rush to the chapel. In a panic, we hastily made Tina sit properly, and demons and vampires worked together to clear the rubble. We distributed warm tea to the frightened residents. Seriously, they were so diligent. In addition, it's decided to fake Count Orber and his wife deaths using this earthquake as the opportunity arose. As we were dealing with all of this, morning came, and the vampires were already going to sleep. I shook off the clinging Million, who begged for more task, and we started our journey back home. I, being the fastest in the demon world, grabbed the collars of my attendants and flew at full speed. I mean, going out silently and returning in the morning would definitely get me scolded. We managed to return just before the wake-up time, but for some reason, I was welcomed by Vio standing with a lovely smile, and I ended up sitting in Caesar with my attendants until breakfast. By the way, on that day, an unidentified flying object emitting golden light, moving at high speed in the sky, was witnessed. It caused quite a stir, whether it was an auspicious sign or an ominous one. Urashia-sama. Yes. In front of Vio and me, the attendants lined up perfectly and knelt before me without a single flaw. They showed an elegant and composed atmosphere, unlike before when they used to make sloppy faces. However, many of them still harbored dissatisfaction with the previous situation. To indicate their rebirth, I assigned them various tasks, and after a whole day passed, they begged from various directions to let them do more of the attendants' work since they had no other jobs. What kind of outrageous deeds did I have to perform for this to happen? It's a trade secret. Maidens have plenty of secrets. Despite claiming to have absorbed knowledge, the fact that a mere change in consciousness could lead to such achievements made me wonder how much they had been slacking off, utilizing their high abilities while I could do nothing. By the way, Arashia-sama, their demeanor and enthusiasm make even the appearance shine differently. Well, yes, things have changed. Indeed, they have. Arashia-sama. Oh, Fanny. What is it? Fanny, one of my attendants who has officially moved beyond being an apprentice and started taking care of things around me, handed me something with a bright but somewhat disheartened face. This. I tried fixing it with my hair. It was my silver comb and a rabbit plushie that Fantine had broken. Fanny had sewn it with her silver hair, repaired the chipped teeth, and it was now completely restored. Fanny wasn't the one who broke it, but perhaps a sense of guilt had awakened in her. Having merged with Fantine, these kids are indeed different from the four they originated from. Despite the similarities, my adorable demons grow in their own ways. I took only the silver comb and gently placed the rabbit plushie on Fanny's arm. I'll give this to Fanny. Can you keep it safe so it won't break again? Yeah. Fanny hugged me with a beaming smile, and Noah and Tina looked a bit envious. While Tina was biting off her handkerchief, all right, line up there, I'll pat your heads. At the end of the year, I attended the party at the royal castle. The secluded daughter, Meline La Orba, known as their Silver Princess, rarely participates in events. However, she attended as the acting lord, causing quite a stir. Despite her youthful age of 11, her enchanting beauty and her status as the next countess of a high-ranking noble attracted a swarm of men. However, Million first greeted me instead of the royal family, indicating the friendship with the Golden Princess. To the surrounding nobles, this might reduce the number of nobles meddling in the Orba Count's family who has only one daughter. As a bonus, by being friendly with her, I could convey to Lady Ali, who was suspicious of her, that there was no issue. I'll be with you for about 1,000 years. Don't get bored. Russia. Yes, I'm counting on you. And you can count on me, Million. As we whispered to each other and chuckled, the surrounding nobles, including Sherry and Betty, for some reason kept their distance. Well, the only otherworldly knowledge I could provide was about hair growth. And as the new year began, this year's freshman representative speech will be given by Russia. Huh? What is this grandpa talking about? After concluding the New Year's events, just before entering the Magical Academy, His Majesty, my grandfather, declared this with a triumphant look on his face. A freshman representative speech. Does such a thing even exist? Glancing at those who seemed to be alumni of the academy, all of them shook their heads slightly. According to rumors, it used to exist in the era of my grandfather and grandmother. So, why isn't it done now? Simply because it's troublesome. Freshmen are 6 years old, you know? Isn't it difficult for them? Moreover, there are no exams. It automatically makes the child from the most prestigious family at that time the most important one entering the academy. So, my grandfather, who had stopped it because he found it bothersome, was the one responsible. He selfishly abolished it because he didn't want to do it himself, and now he's making his granddaughter do it. Seriously, Grandpa, Rick and Timothy are thankful they didn't have to do it during their time, looking indifferent as if it doesn't concern them at all. Grandpa's foolishness? Is it Grandpa's foolishness? Russia has performed admirably during the earthquake commotion in the Orba Count's territory. We've received gratitude from the residents, and the school principal is eager to showcase Saint Lady's divine magic to the students. So, they're planning to set up a stage right in the middle of the auditorium. During the earthquake commotion, I did feel some responsibility, so I secretly used my divine magic in the corner of the chapel to heal the injured. However, it seems one of the children kidnapped in the demon summoning incident was among them, and my existence was exposed. Miss Milline, acting as the representative of the acting lord of the Orba County, also praised everything as being thanks to Russia. That brat sold me out. She totally filled in the gaps. Well, There's no other choice. I really hate this, though. On the day of the Magical Academy's entrance ceremony, as I heard from Mother, unlike the branch school in the Tull territory, children with noble status usually attend the main school in the royal capital. The reason for the usually is that secluded young ladies like Milleen, laughs, either attend a nearby branch school or engage in home study. Nobles without a mansion in the royal capital reside in the dormitory, but I moved to the mansion in the royal capital with Mother and everyone from the new year. The elder sisters are studying abroad in the Saiga's kingdom with Auntie Tears, escorted by 10 knights on horseback who seem to make commoners bow down unintentionally. I arrive at the academy in a massive carriage, and then the ceremony begins. Representative of the new students, Lady Aerusia von Versinia. Yes, even though I'm a student, they don't address me casually. As I stand up from my seat with quite a low tension, I see Father and Mother sitting nervously in the guest seat. Grandfather and Grandmother are in the same box seat, and if you wonder how King and Queen are comfortable in such a place, it's because Uncle and Lady Ali are working for them. Clang. With a mechanical sound, a circular platform with a diameter of 5 meters rises in the center of the spacious auditorium. Isn't spending a bit too much money just for this? The principal and others were talking normally on the stage, weren't they? I, dressed in the school uniform, ascend the platform. The school uniform is a knee-length one-piece dress, and we wear this until the 6th year. Of course, bare legs are prohibited. Thick tights are mandatory. It seems hot in the summer. For some reason, not only parents but also the entire student body are gathered for the new students' greetings. Sherry and Betty, in the same uniform, wave their hands slightly from the upper-class noble seats for current students. Both of them look cute in their uniforms. I wonder if I can pull off something like that too. Why am I the only one being kept at a distance by my classmates? Standing in the center of the stage, all eyes are on me from the entire venue. What is it? Is it okay if I don't sing or dance? Do you really not need it? I start my greeting. Many eyes gaze at me. The pure admiration of the children's hearts is conveyed. I decided to live as both a human and a demon. What do you see in your eyes? Can you see my figure? As the princess of the Holy Kingdom, I will save all of you. What is reflected in your heart? Can you understand my feelings? From the dark side of this world, I will love your soul as a demon. Offer your love foolishly. Sleep like a fetus in a nightmare. Blessings to your lives. I will love that despair. At that moment, my feelings spread like light, illuminating the entire auditorium. The light spirits without will are infinitely absorbed, and thousands of angelic beings converge in a swirling manner, forming the shape of a gigantic archangel, granting blessings to everyone. Screams of chaos echoed from the entire auditorium. I messed up, naturally. The entrance ceremony was cancelled right there due to my reckless act. The representative speech for the new students was abolished for this year only, and I ended up being caught by Mother and Lady Ali, forced to write handwritten apologies for all participants. Under Vio's supervision, I was confined to the royal palace. Someone help. Sitting in Caesar, Epilogue. Aureline, pack your belongings. What's going on, sister? The Saiga's kingdom, located to the west of the Holy Kingdom Tatiteld, is almost at the same latitude. Unlike the Holy Kingdom, which experiences all 4 seasons, Saiga's has minimal temperature differences between summer and winter, allowing crops to be harvested throughout the year. The nation became known as an agricultural powerhouse due to the enthusiasm of its citizens, who cultivated fields excessively after the development of processing technologies. With the ability to export large quantities of food to other countries, even in times of war, the simple-minded citizens continued to send food to enemy nations, maintaining good relations. The national religion, like neighboring Tatiteld, worships the goddess of abundance, Costa. Marriages between royal families have been common due to the good relationship. The current queen is the sister of the Grand Duke of Vilsania, their father. Due to the trouble caused by Adeline and Aureline, the 2 sisters, who were originally princesses of the Holy Kingdom, were entrusted to their aunt, the queen. They are now undergoing long-term studies at the Noble Academy in Saigas. You'll be leaving this mansion. I've already submitted withdrawal notices to the Noble Academy. Now, Hurry up and pack your things, sister." While her sister's spontaneous actions were not unusual, not knowing what two nobles like them would do outside the secure mansion, Aureline raised her voice in shock. The mansion is well equipped with over a dozen servants and guards to ensure their comfort. However, these are not ordinary servants, they are supervisors arranged by the Queen. All of them are stronger members of the Shadow Organization who skillfully repel the excessive desires of the two sisters. Although the actions of their mother, Albertine, have not been made public, Adeline has a general idea of what happened. While the prestigious Duke Coel family avoided dissolution, they lost all authority. Retaining only the family name, the two became nobles but were no longer daughters of a duke. However, Adeline does not harbor resentment toward her mother. She respects her mother's actions, thinking that her mother would do such things. She accepts the outcome with pride. But where are we going after leaving here? Haven't you heard, Aureline? Currently, there is a hero of sagas in this country. A hero? For the people of the Holy Kingdom, a hero is a special existence, on par with a saint. Although Adeline does not recognize her sister, who shares the same father, as a saint, Aureline is shocked at the mention of a hero. So, what are we going to do with that hero? Still don't understand? We have inherited a high aptitude for magic from our mother. We will use that to become companions of the hero. Aureline blinked her eyes several times in surprise at the plan. But, will the hero accept us, citizens of another country? Leave that to me, Aureline. Heroes like those with a touch of heroism, right? With my beauty, the hero will gladly accept us. Adeline, who strongly inherited the appearance of her mother, Albertine, known as the belle of high society, boasts of her beauty that attracts others. She proudly sticks out her chest, displaying two fruits that are quite impressive for an 11-year-old girl, and Aureline frowns as she compares herself to the age-appropriate version of herself. Why yes, you're right, with you as my sister, there's no mistake. Let's become companions of the hero and reveal his true colors. Indeed, as Aureline, with renewed determination, brightly smiles, Adeline's expression darkens slightly. Aureline admires her sister Adeline, and since childhood, she was followed Adeline around, imitating her in every way. While it can be troublesome, it seems cute. But Adeline, who noticed something, didn't intend to teach Aureline what she had noticed. A woman who shares the same father. Russia, the young girl who gained everything that Adeline was supposed to receive: fatherly love, family love, power, wealth, admiration, and yearning. That's a monster. She is a pure maiden admired by everyone, but whether it's because Adeline had hostility from the beginning, or if it was her abnormal perception within that strange atmosphere, only Adeline realized that it was abnormal. A faint discomfort, a small thorn stuck in her heart. Amidst her graceful smile, Adeline sensed something. It wasn't something apparent from her appearance, it was something more grotesque, something unknown. There was no concrete evidence. If spoken aloud, Adeline might be deemed abnormal, but she decided to unveil its true identity. Although she seemed to possess the magical power befitting a saint, the hero would likely feel discomfort about her. Things were falling into place. Their demon clan, which had halted its activities in the northern lands, began to be witnessed again. A wise hero would probably not object to expanding their alliance to fulfill her mother's regret, to restore the glory and pride of the house of Count Coel, and for the sake of that boy she had fallen in love with in her childhood. In the midst of a world admired and loved by everyone, the only girl who felt discomfort around Russia threw herself into a long and lonely battle. I'll never accept her as my sister. Section: a vast and desolate land under a dark overcast sky, in the demon world, where nothing but rocks and debris that rejected all living things existed. A massive demon continued to stare motionless at what emerged from the earth. A demonic beast of the demon realm, the dark beast. Ranked highest among demonic beasts, alongside demon lords, the magical beasts were always represented by a single pillar. For this embodiment of tyranny, others were rivals, and any demonic beasts that existed before had been annihilated by the dark beast when it evolved from a demonic beast in ancient times. However, in this time, something has changed. Throughout history, regardless of the changing times, only one demonic beast existed at a time. The dark beast started protecting what seemed to be its kin and began acting together. There had never been an instance in demon history where two demonic beasts coexisted. The demon world trembled with this unprecedented occurrence. As the golden demon grew, if it became a new demonic beast, it could rewrite the power dynamics of the demon world. But that demon, the golden beast, disappeared from the demon world. Rumors circulated that it succumbed to the violent nature of demonic beasts, perhaps hating and killing each other. However, demons who knew the truth claimed that, besides the dark beast, there was no other presence in the demon world, and around the ferocious dark beast, a vast area showed signs of all life forms disappearing. The dark beast continued to stare, just watching the scene before its eyes. There, a colossal summoning magic circle was being constructed with an immense amount of magic power and grand scale, like nothing seen before. The world creating the summoning magic circle is not a single one. It is uncertain whether it is the world the dark beast desires. However, the dark beast detected what it sought there: the presence of the golden beast. Why did it disappear? Why is it gone? Why did it distance itself? With emotions unknown and filled with anger, the dark beast continued to glare at the magic circle. Even if it had to devour everything, it was to make it eternal, to make it its own, exclusive story. Hang in there, Milene-chan. That turned into quite a situation, the silver-haired girl muttered to herself while biting her finger with her canine teeth. Milene Laoba, the daughter of the Count, lost her parents due to an unexplained earthquake. At the age of 11, she became the acting lord and was destined to become the female countess upon adulthood. Milene's concern was not about such trivial matters. It was about a certain girl she called Companion, a girl who Milene is under command, the first princess of the Versinia Grand Duchy, Russia, a 6-year-old girl known as a beautiful and affectionate, holy maiden. Everyone recognized it. Even vampires like Milene and her companions, if anyone, including those living in the darkness, should have noticed the smell. It was absent from Russia. Living in the darkness, yes, Russia was a demon. She was the most repulsive monster, being not only a human but also worshipped as a holy maiden. Despite this, no one suspected anything. Could such a thing be possible? The reason Milene couldn't see through it was that Russia's behavior smelled unpleasantly human in a negative sense. Vampires, once human in appearance but now embracing their demonic nature, seamlessly blend in with humans. They laugh, converse, and share joy with humans while harboring the essence of demons without a hint of discomfort. The lack of discomfort felt more terrifying than anything else. It was as if that Count Ober had talked about that existence every chance he got, a demon who understood humans in order to devour them. One of the highest-ranking demons who imparted otherworldly knowledge to humans. It's like a demon god, Milene murmured softly, and a chill ran down her spine as she arrived at that conclusion. If that were true, it was a miracle they survived. Milene suppressed the trembling in her hands and breathed a sigh of relief. But, let's think about it. Milene became a vampire over 100 years ago. Memories from that time were hazy, but she was supposed to be the daughter of a rural noble with a small estate. Memories of a human from a time when happiness faintly lingered, but that happiness came to an abrupt end. Suddenly, her family was attacked by other nobles, and they were killed. Among them, Milene, still young, was spared due to her beauty. Trapped in a tower, she endured days of humiliation, being kept as a pet by the invading nobles. But those days didn't last long. A vampire attack. Even the loyal subjects she once loved had their blood sucked, reduced to mere livestock or mindless minions. The vampire who appeared to Milene in the tower was a large one. Milene allowed him to drink her blood, and from her hatred and anger, she was reborn as a higher-ranking vampire. She killed the nobles who had killed her family and massacred all the subjects who had once smiled under the rule of the invaders. The man spared Milene and turned her into a vampire out of pity for her similar circumstances. Normally, vampires don't feel such pity, but even so, he spared Milene. From that day on, Milene, along with her 3 companions, embarked on an eternal journey. After destroying the noble territory that killed her family and being pursued by the nation for nearly 100 years, the 4 ended up in a country called Tatiteld in search of a base. Due to her innate talent or her mastery of physical manipulation, Milene manipulated her appearance age and, along with her companions, infiltrated Tatiteld and gradually increased their followers. However, this led them to antagonize the demonic race that was also operating in the human country, and they were attacked by the knights due to the machinations of the demons. As a result, their created followers and weaker allies were destroyed one by one. Still, if the 2 powerful vampires worked together, even the weaker lower-ranking vampires would have been able to escape. However, 2 of those powerful vampires were the first to flee. As a result, the man who turned Milene into a vampire used himself as bait to spare the lower-ranking vampires and Milene. Milene has mixed feelings about her fleeing companions, but more than that, she took her hand once again to fulfill the man's desire to live and to seek revenge against the demons who were his enemies, for the sake of the man who died. Such feelings don't exist for vampires. Still, Milene vowed with the faint remnants of her human heart. The tragic determination. Everything changed because of the encounter with a single girl. "My master has something for you." With those words, a butler-like boy appeared, possessing a human-like appearance stripped of its humanity. One reason why Milene suspected Aerusia to be a demon god was her existence as a noble species, surpassing even the great vampire Milene in evilness, a single demon of the highest order, capable of causing national destruction with just one body. Such was the danger posed by a cataclysm-class demon. It was inconceivable for someone who commanded 4 such beings to be anything but nefarious. The one currently in front of her, the boy who became the vessel, lacks the human touch that Aerusia has, and his gloomy gaze, more devoid of humanity than his appearance suggests, makes Milene uncomfortable. Honestly, it's freaking scary. "What is this?" "I've heard it's a byproduct of my master's summoning experiment called seafood. The dried, dark grains are a type of sea plant called seaweed, apparently." Milene can't understand why such a thing becomes a byproduct of summoning, but if she can understand the spirit of that thing, then there is no problem in this world. As a precaution, they said not to eat too much of it. All right. We'll express our gratitude to Lady Aerusia later." Although her attitude is somewhat disrespectful, it was Milene's feeble resistance. "I'm not sure what it is, but if it's seaweed, it could be used as human food." Due to the earthquake, there are still refugees who lost their homes in the chapel, despite being the cause of it all. Aerusia, who even found praising saint-like activities troublesome, left Milene and others who couldn't move during the day and returned. Is this her way of apologizing? Milene grabs the dried seaweed, tasting it cautiously. It's salty. The situation has changed in various ways, but in terms of strength, it has increased significantly. If I can harness the power of the demons, the day when I can take revenge on the demon race might not be far off. Watch me, I will definitely avenge you. Due to the shortage of manpower, while changing diapers for refugee babies, Milene, still unaware of the loose influence of the demon spirits, tightly grasps the diaper and makes a new vow. A few days later, Milene, now an immortal vampire, experiences stomach pain for the first time in 100 years. As a retaliation for passing on the troubles to me, she decides to report all those troubles to the royal family, attributing them to Aerusia's achievements. Afterward, "Nice to meet you if you're new. Welcome back if you're a long-time reader. It's Haruno Inobari. Thank you for waiting. I present to you Book 2 of Part 1, Moonlit Tea Party." To be honest, when I was serializing this, I was still an unknown author, and I was writing for the few hundred people who read it. I was so enthusiastic. Originally, the title was just Demon Princess, and it was around this time that I added a lazy demon's tale to it. But writing just for fun and advancing with momentum, one day the access suddenly increased by several hundred times, and I was amazed. And now, in releasing this book, I rewrote everything with my current writing style, added missing parts, and incorporated settings for the final chapters. Plus, it comes with the beautiful illustrations by Mr. Kayush Eso. It's a super good deal. I know there are very few people reading this from the afterword, so I'll keep spoilers to a minimum, but many characters that will appear later have been introduced this time. For those dear girls who didn't have much of a role in the web version, I hope to give them more opportunities in the future. Wishful thinking. And finally, here they are, the little devils. Cheers. In turning this series into a book, the reason I really wanted to continue was that I wanted Mr. Yuzuragi Iso to draw these kids. Look forward to the ever-growing Urashia in her beautiful girl form and her cute companions. If possible, I'd like Mr. Yuzura to draw the heroine Yuo from Chapter 4 as well. Everyone, please continue to support us in the future. Also, check out the cute Yuzu drawn by Mr. Shikichi Shigeaki for the comic adaptation. If you haven't yet, give it a read. The hidden activities of the demon race with flags raised. The elder sister who noticed the evil in this world and decided to fight against it. The existence of a hero appearing to counteract the evil. A magic circle appearing in the demon realm. All those involved with Urashia will inevitably become lax. From Urashia's perspective, only a carefree development like a flower garden is depicted. However, behind the scenes, there are conspiracies and struggles unfolding. Urashia's first-person perspective, a flower garden in her head. Third-person perspective of others, intrigue and turmoil. I hope you enjoy it. Well then, let's meet again. A heartfelt thank you to the readers who picked up this book, the bookstores that put it on their shelves, and everyone involved in this book. End of Volume 2.